Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. Tsunoda sighed heavily, her frustration evident. These matters are becoming more troublesome by the day. Orochimaru's influence still lingers, and it seems like we can never truly escape his shadow. Anything to do with him is troublesome. Keep me informed of any developments, Shizune. With a determined nod, Shizune replied, of course, Tsunoda-sama. We will get to the bottom of this. As for now. Sporting an unwavering smile that held a glint of persistence, Shizune deposited yet another stack of documents onto Tsunoda's desk, her voice laced with a compelling insistence as she urged, Tsunoda-sama, please go through these documents. Tsunoda's eyes lost their sparkle, their once vibrant gleam dimming, as they fixated upon the formidable enemies that loomed on her Hokage desk. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting duo, concealed within the shadows, monitoring bugs meticulously observed every nuance of their interaction from a calculated distance. Simultaneously, strategically positioned specialized insects recorded their voices. These bugs had their senses amplified by a curious mutation, sacrificing their other senses to enhance their auditory senses, endowing them with the ability to eavesdrop through walls. Working together, these bugs transmitted the live broadcast of their conversation to the holographic screens adorning the clandestine lair of a malevolent mastermind. A sly smile crept across Shino's face as he observed this captivating spectacle from the confines of his laboratory, his gaze shifting momentarily to the creepy chambers that housed the eerie, lifeless bodies of the Sound Four, hinting at the diabolical schemes yet to unfold. Through Karina's infestation ability, Shino was able to harvest a myriad of new techniques from the mind of the living Kodomaru. The fruits of his endeavors bore witness to useful awe-inspiring intel, including the 4 Violets Flames formation, 4 Black Dogs formation, space-time jutsu, underworld turnover, Kodomaru's spider ninjutsu, and the location of his giant spider summon. Unfortunately, we couldn't get Kinemaru's body due to the obstruction of his bones. We really need to enhance the digging ability of the Zergs. A low murmur escaped Shino's lips, laden with a sense of dissatisfaction. Standing at nearby workstations in the lab, Karina, both her main body and a bug clone, busily flipped through a thick stack of virtual notes. The soft glow of the holographic screen illuminated her face, highlighting the intensity in her eyes. As her clone delved into research, Karina's hand gracefully wove across the walls of the base, fortifying the base with the newly learned seals. However, when she heard Shino, she sighed heavily, frustration evident in her voice as she replied, Shino-sama, Karina apologizes for not meeting your expectations, but I just want to say, it's just simply not possible to achieve so much. Hovering her hand in the air, Karina conjured a holographic display. With a deft and fluid motion, her hand gracefully swiped over the screen, sending the virtual screen gliding across the room, sliding to a resolute halt before Shino, who was also preoccupied with the same task of fortification. Displayed on the virtual screen was a long list, each entry a project in progress. Shino-sama, there are simply too many projects on the schedule, Karina complained, her voice laced with unhappiness. I've been running simulations using multiple clones, maximizing the usage of our computational power, but it's still not enough. Fortunately, we've recently completed the project on building a Pesato Chakra network for the insect clones. Otherwise, we won't even be able to start the 6 Paths project. As if on cue, one of Karina's insect clones drew the duo's focus. In a fluid motion, the clone's fingers wove intricate hand signs, transformation jutsu. Emerging from an ephemeral haze of dissipating smoke, a remarkable metamorphosis unfolded before their astonished eyes, a perfect replication of Shino, born from an amalgamation of living insects, seamlessly materialized into the semblance of human flesh. It was an awe-inspiring spectacle, an alchemical convergence where the esoteric met the tangible, as the bug clone stood as a testament to the ingenuity behind the pseudo-chakra network intricately interwoven within its form. Within the insect, a masterfully crafted apparatus akin to the ninja's chakra network pulsated with latent power, powered by the presence of a miniature Zerg drone, mutated to store a diminutive reservoir of chakra, a wellspring of energy generated from its stored biomass. The culmination of relentless research, spanning months starting from his acquisition of Alina, bore witness to this breakthrough, Ushered forth by the intrepid endeavors of Karina and guided by the profound wisdom gleaned from the hallowed tomes, salvaged from the Sandame's enduring legacy. Yet, even in the face of this triumphant accomplishment, the pseudo-chakra network within the insect clone remained an imperfect imitation of the intricate lattice of a true ninja's essence. The mini-drone core served as both a source of power and a harbinger of vulnerability. The core was the inherent weakness of the pseudo-chakra network. If the core was destroyed, the pseudo-chakra network would cease to function. Fortunately, this would merely return the bug clone to its original insect form, still retaining its combat capabilities through prowess of its bugs, just with no ninjutsu. The most disappointing part was its other flaw. Its capabilities were confined to the realm of elementary ninjutsu, a repertoire limited to the rudimentary arts of transformation, body substitution, and other simple techniques below B rank. Perhaps this issue could be resolved in the future, but it was another abyss for his already lacking computation power. Despite this constraint, this beguiling manifestation of ingenuity and artifice seamlessly merged the realm of deception and authenticity, transforming Shino's insect clone into an embodiment so convincingly genuine that it became an unparalleled decoy. Albeit not as functional as the famed shadow clone, his clones would now confound the discerning eye and ensnare the unsuspecting with their bewildering semblance just like shadow clones. In the midst of Shino's exploration of this newfound ability, his consciousness delving into the bug clone and testing ninjutsu, Karina's words echoed persistently in the lab. Shino-sama, we need more computation power. After reserving a chunk of computation power to manage the growing Zerg to prevent them from instinctively spreading destruction wantonly, I only have a couple of bug clones remaining to conduct research. Although my main body could also participate, only my main body can gather essential supplies from Shino-sama. Shino paused, his attention now fully on Karina. He understood the gravity of her words. The tasks at hand were immense, and the burden of their collective responsibilities weighed heavily on his mind. He knew the importance of Karina's research, but he also recognized the limitations they faced. They were just two people, one being a director with no actual research talent. The demands of our work continue to grow, Karina, Shino acknowledged, his tone reflecting a hint of concern. We are stretched thin, and our resources are limited. But adding more computation power won't be easy. Our personal upgrades require further in-depth research to determine a suitable path, and there isn't really a way to purchase extra computation power on the cloud in this world. Karina leaned back in her chair, frustration etched across her face. She ran a hand through her purple-red hair, her gaze fixed on Shino. Shino-sama, what if there was a way to exponentially increase our computational power? She asked, her voice low and alluring. A method that could allow us to strengthen the system's power. Shino's curiosity was piqued. He leaned forward, his dark eyes intently studying Karina. What do you mean? He inquired cautiously. A mischievous smile played on Karina's lips as she explained her proposition. Shino-sama, you are the dominator of the collective consciousness, benefiting from all of the existences bound to the hive. Your knowledge knows no bound, having the inherent ability to instantly learn the knowledge and techniques of those under your domination, including me. Karina's breath hitched and her gaze became a portal into a realm of fervent admiration, a profound reverence shining like starlight in her eyes as they locked onto Shino. But Shino-sama, do you understand the true potential of the hive mind? She asked, her voice laced with intrigue. According to my analysis, the hive mind should be able to grow its computation power and learning capabilities by assimilating more intelligent beings, such as when Shino-sama assimilated me into the hive. The more the hive grows, the more it benefits Shino-sama. Karina's eyes swept over to Shino, her lips licking seductively. Think about it, Shino-sama. With a new queen, we could expand our collective consciousness, allowing Shino-sama to gain a new reservoir for development, and also freeing up my main body so we can delve into more in-depth exchanges, unhindered by the constraints of time and resources. Shino's mind whirled with conflicting thoughts. The allure of increased computational power was undeniable, but the troublesome implications left him uneasy. He had always been cautious when it came to choosing a new queen. The success of Project Queen mainly hinged on the willingness of the victim to accept the transformation. Not every enchanting figure in the ninja world were as accommodating as Karen. If he casually selected another beauty, the transformation had a high probability of ending in failure, becoming a bottomless abyss for their precious resources. Yet, the promise of growth was tempting, pulling at the deepest recesses of his curiosity. Karina, it's not feasible, Shino cautioned, his voice laced with apprehension. The cost in biomass to transform you alone was immense, and it's nigh impossible to find enough corpses in these peaceful times without attracting attention from all hidden villages. Plus, where will I find another lovely girl like you? As Shino's words of praise caressed Karina's ears, a radiant fervor ignited within her, causing her body to squirm with pleasure as a blush painted her face, encapsulating the swirling emotions within her. Shino-sama. Karina's main body glided toward Shino, an air of seduction trailing in her wake, tantalizingly close to succumbing to her own desires, only to be abruptly halted as Shino's exasperated voice interjected, serving as a stark reminder. Karina, focus. Our time is limited. We should complete the important task of creating our first 6 paths of stain before we continue generating essence. As for a new queen, I still believe it to be too risky, especially since you are a special exception merged from the system's newbie pack. Karina's countenance swiftly transitioned from the tempestuous whirlwind of emotions to a serene calmness, yet the lingering playfulness that danced upon her lips betrayed the mischievous machinations entwined within the labyrinth of her mind. I understand the risks, Shino-sama. But the aforementioned risks only applies to the original queen project. If we were to create a new queen through my ability, things wouldn't be so troublesome. We don't need another Alina, and even if the target is unwilling, there is still a way. A flicker of intrigue danced within the depths of Shino's gaze, unmistakably tempted by the offer. What way rumble? Shino's inquiry hung in the air, abruptly shattered by a reverberating rumble that seemed to penetrate the very depths of his underground sanctuary. The tremors weakly cascaded through the chamber, their ominous vibrations sending a ripple of unease coursing through his veins. Karina, her countenance etched with a somber expression, interjected with a voice heavy with gravity, delivering an unsettling news. Shino-sama, an intruder had breached our biospheres. Chapter 57, Intruder. Tsunoda's office was engulfed in a suffocating atmosphere of paperwork. The Hokage herself, with a dispirited expression etched upon her face, sat behind her desk, buried under stacks of mission reports and administrative documents. Her assistant, Shizune, stood nearby, her gaze fixed upon Tsunoda, determined to compel her to focus on the daunting pile of work that demanded their attention. The peaceful tranquility of the village was shattered by a sudden rumble, which echoed through the walls of the Hokage tower. Tsunoda's ears perked up, and her weary eyes widened with excitement. She shot up from her seat, nearly causing a cascade of papers to topple to the floor. What was that, Shizune? Tsunoda asked, her voice brimming with curiosity. Shizune, her expression stern and unwavering, turned her attention to an Anbu operative who had appeared before them. The masked ninja bowed respectfully before reporting, Hokage-sama, we have received reports of a series of rumbles originating from the Forest of Death. It could be an earthquake or an underground explosion, but we're still investigating the source. Tsunoda's heart skipped a beat. The Forest of Death held countless memories and secrets, and any disturbance within its depths sent shivers down her spine. Her sense of duty and adventure stirred within her, urging her to investigate the mystery herself. It was definitely not because she wanted to avoid work. Without a moment's hesitation, Tsunoda declared, her voice brimming with determination, I need to go and see what's happening, Shizune. It could be a serious threat to the village. However, before she could even take a step towards the door, Shizune's gaze transformed into a daunting glare that stopped Tsunoda dead in her tracks. Shizune crossed her arms and leaned forward slightly, her voice taking on an icy tone. Tsunoda-sama, you know very well that you have a mountain of paperwork to attend to, Shizune said, her tone firm yet tinged with exasperation. The village's affairs cannot be put on hold because of a small rumble. We have capable shinobi handling the investigation. Your duty lies here. Tsunoda sighed, deflated. She knew that Shizune was right, as much as she hated to admit it. The burden of leadership weighed heavily upon her, and she understood the importance of fulfilling her responsibilities as Hokage. Reluctantly, she sank back into her seat, her excitement momentarily extinguished. You're right, Shizune, Tsunoda grumbled, her voice tinged with frustration. I guess I'll have to trust the Anbu and hope they resolve this quickly. Shizune's stern expression softened slightly, sensing her mentor's disappointment. She placed a gentle hand on the pile of documents and offered a sympathetic smile. I know it's not easy, Tsunoda-sama, Shizune said softly. But as Hokage, your primary duty is to make sure the village runs with no problem, and sometimes that means making sacrifices. The paperwork can't wait. Tsunoda nodded begrudgingly, acknowledging the truth in Shizune's words. Deep down, she understood the weight of her position and the necessity of prioritizing the village's welfare above her personal desires. At least most of the time. Tsunoda relented, her tone laced with resignation. All right, Shizune. If I knew this position wasn't a good thing, I would just make a bet with it, Tsunoda-sama. Okay. Shizune, you don't have to worry so much about my bets. You know I will eventually win everything back. Feeling Shizune's glare bore into her, its intensity growing with each passing moment, Tsunoda's nonchalant demeanor took an abrupt turn, morphing into one of utmost seriousness. Keep me updated on the situation in the Forest of Death. I want to know the moment there's any progress. Shizune nodded, her expression softening. This was the Tsunoda-sama she respected. Of course, Tsunoda-sama. Outside of Hidden Leaf Village, in his secret lab shrouded in an air of tension, Shino listened to the banter of the new Hokage and her assistant while a holographic screen displayed a footage, the smoking ruins of the biosphere harvest point. Karina stood beside him, her expression a mix of determination and concern. "What happened, Karina?" Shino inquired, his voice laced with worry. "I could feel the explosion from afar. Did they finally find traces of us?" Karina turned to face him, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of relief and exhaustion. "We've had an infiltration, Shino," she explained, her voice carrying an undercurrent of urgency. "An unknown enemy managed to locate and breach our biosphere harvest point beneath the Forest of Death. Initial analysis point to a white Zetsu presence." "White Zetsu?" Shino's eyes widened, a mix of surprise and anger flickering across his face. "As expected, we can't underestimate that Black Hand's investigation abilities. They've already begun searching for us. Fortunately, we've taken every precaution to keep the location hidden, and left decoy biospheres out in the open." Karina sighed, her shoulders slumping slightly. "Shino-sama, I thought you were too cautious before. But now, Karina knows Shino-sama is right." Karina still couldn't believe there are such highly adaptive creatures, even with the Shino-sama's records in the database. There was too little data regarding the full extent of its capabilities in comparison with our Zerg abilities, and it's difficult to calculate whether it would pose a threat, until now. Shino's fists clenched at his sides, his determination evident. "So, this is why we must always remain cautious, even if others tell us it is not necessary. We don't want our boat to domination to capsize before it reaches its destination." "Karina, did you handle the situation as I prescribed?" A faint smile tugged at the corners of Karina's lips. "I activated the fail-safe we had installed in the biosphere. The entire structure was rigged with explosive Zergs and bugs. It blew the enemy and the harvest point to smithereens. Was there any leftovers of its body we can collect?" Shino's inquiry slipped from his lips, laced with a sliver of hope. Karina's head swayed ever so slightly in response. "No, Shino-sama. Either the intruder escaped or it was cleanly incinerated. No unknown substances were found even after the Zergs consumed all residues at the site." Shino didn't show too much surprise, his mind still processing the gravity of the situation. "But what about the loss? How much biomass did we lose?" Karina's eyes turned somber as she responded, her voice tinged with regret. "Approximately 6% of the biomass we had harvested was destroyed in the explosion. Moreover, our biomass harvesting efficiency has been reduced by 2%. It will take a significant amount of time and resources to create another harvest point." Shino's brow furrowed in contemplation, his analytical mind working overtime. "I understand the cost, Karina, but sometimes deterrence is necessary. We must keep the secrets of our creeps away from the hands of our enemies. If they were to learn how to counter our methods, it would pose a significant threat to our cause." "Understood, Shino-sama. I have factored the loss into the implementation of our projects. Should we pause some projects to conserve biomass for the Six Paths project?" Karina's voice dripped with intrigue as she conjured a holographic display in the air, illuminating the hidden depths of their project list once again. "Yes, the Six Paths project is crucial to our expansion to the ninja world beyond the walls of Hidden Leaf Village. Pause the deciphering of the incomplete Thunder God Seal and the summoning contract research. Also, delay the Uchiha blood cultivation. Let's get the first flesh clone into action before we focus on personal upgrades." In a voice laced with unwavering confidence, Shino issued a directive to Karina, followed by a tantalizing hint of curiosity as he questioned, "By the way, Karina, have you analyzed and created a suitable template according to my ideas?" "Yes, Shino-sama." Karina's voice, laced with an alluring air of confidence, resonated with unwavering affirmation as she summoned a captivating 3D holographic model, materializing in the air before them. Using Kidomaru's body, the cultivation of the essence clone had already begun. The Kidomaru template and appearance has been modified according to Shino-sama's specifications. The location of the web creation had been altered, the extra hands have been removed, and it has been imbued with our accumulation of genetic codes in the fields of perception and anti-detection. "Good." Shino's words dripped with fascination and admiration as he praised Karina, his eyes locked onto the mesmerizing model brimming with intricate details, his finger deftly tapping the screen to seamlessly transition between its dual forms, one adorned in casual attire, the other clad in a strange full bodysuit. Finally, there was an extra Easter egg, triggered under certain conditions. What about its character? Its ICAP, or Eye Character Assistive Program, is still being implemented within the system space. Once the clone is completed and forms a connection to the system through Shino-sama's essence, the ICAP will be integrated into the clone, controlling the puppet body from the system space and granting it a pseudo-personality, but the necessary computation power is still required to automate the clone. Naturally, the specifications of the personality matches Shino-sama's request, a tailor-made dark persona that harmonized with the unforgiving nature of the cruel ninja world. Karina's voice held an air of intrigue and anticipation as she delivered her report, her hand unveiling a mesmerizing 3D holographic screen that materialized into a brain-shaped structure, its contours formed by intricate lines of code. Mysterious symbols of an unknown language continuously emerged, seamlessly integrating into the evolving neural framework. Karina's voice, tinged with a captivating vulnerability, pierced through the air as she cautiously acknowledged a flaw lurking within the design. However, without manual control, the clone may be rigid in some unexpected situations not recorded in the database. Although the core system won't be affected, the clone will also be susceptible to disturbance from Genjutsu. Good enough for now. A mysterious smile played upon Shino's lips, his gaze locked on an unseen horizon, as he discerned the delicate balance of their development, his voice cloaked in an intriguing blend of certainty and enigma when he finally spoke again. The ICAP will always be upgrading along with our growth, and the clone will also contribute to this once it is deployed. As for the Genjutsu issue, we can temporarily resolve it with the chakra disruption network in the database. We just need to monitor the clone and manually trigger it when we discover the clone being under the influence of a Genjutsu. Oh, by the way, the clone's strength had been enhanced, right? Yes, Shino-sama. But it is impossible for us to grant it a permanent strength enhancement with our current abilities. Instead, the clone will be able to temporarily enhance its strength when necessary, at the cost of a large consumption of biomass. Close enough. Shino's anticipation swelled within him, igniting his imagination like a smoldering ember, his mind dancing with vivid images of the iconic character he had envisioned. Continue the cultivation of the clone. I look forward to its debut. So, Shino-sama, what name should we give it? Karina's voice, laced with a tantalizing hint of anticipation, resonated with a captivating allure as she posed her question, her interest simmering just beneath the surface. 3 names. A breathless hush filled the air as Shino lingered in suspense, before declaring, Toby, Peter, and... Chapter 58, Catching Up. Shino Abraham, a reserved and mysterious shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village, found himself immersed in the captivating world of nostalgia. Seated comfortably in his private lounge, he watched the replay of the iconic battle between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha at the Valley of the End. The holographic movie theater screen before him brought the epic clash to life, casting vibrant hues across the room. The intense energy emanating from the hologram fueled Shino's excitement. As he marveled at the display of extraordinary powers, his mind wandered to a different matter. Turning his gaze to Karina, who was deeply immersed in her studies, he admired her dedication for a moment before asking, Karina, how is your progress in unraveling the secrets of chakra nature transformation? Karina's eyes flickered with a mix of enthusiasm and determination, gazing up in a provocative manner. Lord Shino, Karina have meticulously recorded and documented the chakra nature transformation methods utilized by both Naruto and Sasuke, the seals they formed, the motions they made, even the routes of their chakra pathways when they used Chidori and Rasengan. Every detail has been captured. Karina can assure you, Lord Shino, it won't be long before Karina masters the method. Shino's normally impassive face betrayed a hint of intrigue. He had always admired Karina's unwavering commitment to her studies, her thirst for knowledge rivaling his own. Observing her hands, he noticed her fingers skillfully manipulating 2 miniature Rasengans, trembling with vibrant energy. The sheer control and precision she exhibited left no doubt in Shino's mind about her capabilities. I have faith in your abilities, Karina, he affirmed, a rare smile gracing his lips. Your dedication and attention to detail are commendable. Karina's eyes sparkled with appreciation, and she reciprocated the gesture by immersing herself deeper in studying the piercing power of the Chidori. Lord Shino, Karina won't disappoint you. Intricate details of the battle were etched into the holographic projection, providing an immersive experience for Shino and Karina. They watched in awe as Naruto's determination clashed with Sasuke's unwavering resolve. Each move was executed with precision, showcasing the vast arsenal of techniques they had mastered. Sasuke's Sharingan blazed crimson, reflecting his thirst for power and vengeance. Naruto, fueled by his indomitable will, channeled the Nine-Tails chakra, creating an aura of intensity around him. The clash of their ideals reverberated throughout the valley, as their final attack approached. In the midst of the chaos, Shino's analytical mind worked furiously. He scrutinized every minute detail of the battle, observing the interplay between chakra and technique. Unbeknownst to him, Karina's own deductions were progressing rapidly. Her mind, like a finely tuned instrument, pieced together the puzzle of chakra nature transformation, guided by the majestic display before her. As the holographic screen continued to play, the battle between Naruto and Sasuke intensified, reaching its climax. The Chidori ultimately triumphed, piercing deeply through its target and releasing its lightning fury. Whispered gulps reverberated through the hushed room, their tantalizing cadence betraying the intoxicating anticipation that gripped the occupants, their eyes fixated on the unfolding climax, ready for what was coming next. Outrageous hacks were switched on one after another, transforming the exhausted combatants into monsters, rejuvenated to continue the battle. As Naruto and Sasuke neared their ultimate clash, their eyes locked in a fierce gaze. The world seemed to stand still, and time itself held its breath. Chidori. Rasengan. With a primal roar, they unleashed their final attacks, hurtling towards each other with indomitable force. The Chidori and Rasengan collided, their opposing forces generating a thunderous energy field that rippled through the battlefield. The air crackled with raw power, and the clash of their techniques sent shockwaves through the valley. The resounding gulps that echoed through the hushed room grew even louder, their intensity reaching a crescendo, for an even larger climax had just unfolded. As the dust settled and the echoes of the clash subsided, a hushed silence enveloped the room. "Karina," Shino began, his voice filled with a mix of content and relief. "I believe we have discovered the key to chakra nature transformation. The intricacies of their techniques, the flow of chakra, the combination of seals. It's all there." Karina's eyes gleamed with excitement, a spark of accomplishment dancing within them. "Shino-sama, you're right, it's all here," with an exhilarated exclamation, her voice brimming with joy as she licked her lips. Karina's anticipation surged, igniting a hunger for the untapped secrets that awaited her. This clash has revealed the essence of chakra nature transformation. Karina had witnessed something extraordinary. "Karina, be serious." A mischievous glimmer danced in Shino's eyes as he affectionately tapped Karina's head. Her gaze locked with his, Karina's tongue slithered its way upward with an enticing allure, playfully caressing the tip of the Chidori in her hand, teasingly lingering for a fleeting moment to avoid letting the lightning searing might burn herself. And then, with an air of tranquility, she slowly lifted her head. "Shino-sama, Karina is being serious." As the reality of their breakthrough sank in, Shino and Karina exchanged a knowing glance. Shino leaned forward, his eyes narrowed with curiosity as he regarded Karina. "Karina, do you truly believe that collecting essence from me is necessary for our project? Can't we replace it with something else? I've noticed that even when we go all out, the collection pace remains slow, relative to the enormous supply we need. I don't want to become a mindless slave to pleasure or a breeding machine." Karina met his gaze, her expression resolute. "Shino-sama, your essence is not just any substance. It is a unique and vital component we require," she replied, her voice carrying a hint of urgency. "Normal fluids like blood and tissues can be altered, but the essence is irreplaceable. It possesses a power unlike anything else." Shino's brow furrowed in contemplation. "But what makes my essence so special? Why can't we use your essence?" Karina took a deep breath, her eyes filled with determination. "Shino, you must understand that unlike normal humans, the Zerg race doesn't reproduce in a conventional manner. Their essence serves as the life force, the very essence that allows them to give birth to new Zergs," she explained. "And Shino-sama's essence, it holds a unique power, a force I've come to call the Zerg factor." Shino's eyes widened in surprise, the weight of the revelation sinking in. "The Zerg factor? What does that mean?" Karina leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. "You, Shino-sama, are the Zerg Dominator. Your essence possesses the ability to assimilate others into the hive by connecting them to the system, an authority only Shino-sama has." "My own essence can't do that," she revealed, her words tinged with both awe and trepidation. "Shino-sama's essence holds a power that could grow and reshape our hive, unlocking untapped potential, and it is indispensable." A mix of astonishment and concern crossed Shino's features as he grappled with the magnitude of his own essence's significance. "So, you're saying that only my essence can connect and assimilate others into the Zerg system? My blood can't work? I can't just give permission through the system?" Karina nodded, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of excitement and caution. "Yes, Shino-sama. Your bloodline can be changed. So can your genetic code. These are all a part of Shino-sama's evolutionary powers. But only your essence holds the unchanging key to evolution. The source of this uniqueness is undetermined, but Karina speculates it comes from Shino-sama's personality, a higher-class existence hidden within the system bound to Shino-sama." Silence settled between them, the weight of their conversation hanging in the air. Shino contemplated the immense implications these speculations brought. His unique essence, the potential it held for both creation and destruction, and the potential existence behind his transmigration. He knew that the path ahead could be a treacherous pit, one which can transform all his efforts into a wedding dress for others, but he also understood that it was a journey he couldn't shy away from. Shino's voice held a tinge of frustration as he voiced his complaint. "Karina, isn't this just a forced setting filled with nonsense? It feels as if it's only added to manipulate the story, steering it towards a certain direction." Karina gracefully rose up, her body stretching, accentuating her curves and presenting a mesmerizing feast that beckoned Shino's gaze. Karina giggled, her eyes sparkling mischievously. "Ah, But Shino-sama, sometimes a bit of nonsense is exactly what we need, she replied playfully. It adds an element of unpredictability, a spice that keeps things interesting. Shino's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Karina. Are you implying that this nonsense is good for me? He questioned, a hint of curiosity coloring his tone. Karina leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper, teasingly asking, Shino-sama, do you want this to change? Are you tired of me already? A warm smile spread across Shino's face as he pulled Karina into his embrace, holding her close. Never, Karina, he said, his voice filled with genuine affection. I could never tire of you. You are the anchor that keeps me grounded. Their bodies entwined, the two of them settled comfortably on the couch, their eyes fixed on a holographic screen. They watched as Sasuke, his resolve unyielding, left the battlefield, leaving behind an unconscious Naruto sprawled on the ground. Shino couldn't help but muse aloud, his voice a mere whisper. Will Sasuke still survive like in the original plot? Especially now that he has lost his important medic tool. A contemplative silence enveloped the room as they pondered the uncertain future. Shino knew the challenges that lay ahead for Sasuke. But, he continued, his voice tinged with a sense of certainty, Uncle Snake's attempt to take over Sasuke's body will certainly fail. The will of Indra within Sasuke is no joke. Karina's fingers traced patterns on Shino's chest as she rested her head against his shoulder. You're right, Shino-sama. Sasuke's journey will be arduous, and the outcome uncertain. But this is his matter, not something Karina will care about. After all, my body, my soul, and my heart belongs only to Shino-sama now. A tender smile curved upon Shino's lips. Their bodies pressed together, finding solace in each other's presence. Embraced in each other's arms, Shino's mind flickered with a sudden recollection, prompting him to inquire about the status of their newly deployed hero unit. With a hint of concern, he turned to Karina and asked, has the transport drone successfully delivered the new employer to his intended destination? Karina, ever efficient, nodded and activated a holographic screen display, her fingers dancing across the interface with practiced ease. Yes, Shino-sama, she responded, her voice laced with a sense of assurance. The unit was deployed to the area between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain. The unit should have commenced its assigned tasks by now. Here, Karina is pulling up the footage now. As the holographic screen materialized, showcasing the hero unit's actions, a strange mixture of surprise and confusion washed over both Shino and Karina. Their expressions twisted into an amalgamation of dumbfoundedness and bemusement, their eyes locked on the peculiar behavior unfolding before them. Karina's voice carried a note of unease as she offered a solution. Shino-sama, Karina can fix the bug in the character eye, she suggested, her tone tinged with a hint of awkwardness. It seems to be causing some unusual actions. Shino's lips twitched, but he still refused Karina's offer. No need, Karina, he said, his voice laced with amusement. This quirk in the hero's personality. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Just a delightful part that makes him unique. Karina blinked, surprise mingling with amusement as she regarded Shino. The two then continued to gaze at the holographic screen, witnessing the unconventional actions of their hero unit. And their hero is saying hello from the other side. In his own way. Chapter 59, the hero debuts in the quaint streets of a bustling town. A peculiar sight captures the attention of curious onlookers. A young man, dressed in a black outfit that was drastically different from the villagers, drew the attention of the masses. His slanted side-swept hair hung over his eyes, perpetually kissed by the wind, frames a face that carries the weight of untold stories. A pair of discerning eyes, harboring an ocean of wisdom, observe the world with a blend of curiosity and a touch of arrogance. A long-sleeved, form-fitting black shirt molds itself to his torso, its fabric seemingly imbued with a hint of shadow, betraying a faint sheen when touched by a glares of sunlight. The shirt hints at the coiled power that resides beneath, the latent strength waiting to surge forth at the command of its wearer. Accompanying the shirt, a pair of black trousers envelops his legs, their sleek texture promising ease of movement and agility. The fabric stretches with each calculated step, allowing him to navigate the labyrinthine streets and alleyways with unparalleled grace. Completing the ensemble, a jet black jacket rests slightly upon his shoulders, its collar raised, as if to shield him from prying eyes. Its smooth surface reflects the ambient glow of the town lights, adding a touch of understated elegance to his dark attire. If someone had watched the original iconic Marvel hero films or the newer one with all three iconic figures, they would perhaps recognize this young man to be the actor. Tobey Maguire. Now, Tobey, known for his endearing portrayal of the iconic Peter Parker, finds himself swept away by a wave of uncontrollable dance moves on the streets of Tenzaku Quarters. With an intriguing blend of grace and awkwardness, he channels his inner groove, showcasing a dance known far and wide as the Bully Maguire dance. Clad in his signature black suit, Peter swings through the streets with an unmatched exuberance, his movements equal parts mesmerizing and perplexing. His limbs flail and sway in a delightful display of rhythmic chaos, a dance that seemingly defies the laws of conventional motion. His fingers snap to his own rhythm, capturing the attention of those nearby. Passers-by can't help but pause in their tracks, their gazes fixed upon this unexpected performance. As the spectacle unfolds, the villagers' reactions range from bewilderment to amusement. An elderly woman, clutching her cane, raises her eyebrows and leans towards a young boy beside her. Is that the famous ninja? Well, he doesn't look like it, but he's got some fancy footwork, I'll give him that. She muses, her voice a mixture of surprise and delight. Clap. With an attention-drawing clap, a passing delivery man, perspiration glistening on his brow, skids to a halt, his eyes widening in disbelief as he watched Peter showcase his spider hip shimmy, rhythmically thrusting his hip towards him. I don't swing that way. A smile continued to decorate Peter's nonchalant face, his hands performing the web spinner gesture, twirling around each other to complement his dance. A group of beauties, their hands held aloft, peeked through their fingers at the scene unfolding before them. When Peter aimed his finger guns at them, giggles erupted from their lips as they exchanged animated comments. Ladies, this guy is more extreme than the hero of that infamous book. One of them chortles, struggling to contain her mirth. Amidst the murmurs of the gathering, another lady's voice delicately brushed against the air, carrying with it a whisper of secrets and a blush that danced upon their cheeks. Do you mean that book about paradise? The ladies' banter were ignored by the carefree Peter after he shot them a charm. Peter resolutely committed to his performance, strutting down the street with confidence. As Peter Parker continues his impromptu dance routine, his infectious enthusiasm spreads like wildfire, turning bewildered looks into genuine smiles. The once ordinary streets become a stage, and the onlookers transform into an impromptu audience, some clapping and cheering, while others denounce him for being a pervert. With every twist and turn, Peter Parker unwittingly enchants the townsfolk with his inexplicably captivating dance, gracing this ninja world with its first unique dose of a hero's indomitable spirit. It's a moment where the extraordinary meets the ordinary, reminding us all that even the most unconventional acts can bring joy and laughter to the hearts of those lucky enough to witness them. In the midst of Peter's lively dance, a fortuitous collision altered the course of his whimsical performance. The swaying of his hips came to an abrupt halt as he bumped into a burly figure, a scarred visage cutting through the ordinary crowd that consciously kept their distance. The scar-faced man towered over Peter, his gaze piercing, his presence demanding attention. As the scar-faced man glared down at the unexpected interruption, Peter's carefree expression turned into an arrogant grin. "Oh, sorry about that," Peter offered with a flick of his hair, showing no nervousness nor genuine remorse, his voice filled with an underlying hint of mischief. Having just lost all his money, the scar-faced man's anger simmered just below the surface. His growl echoed through the air, a low rumble of discontentment. Gripping Peter's head with a forceful hand, he leaned in, his voice laced with a dangerous edge. "You think you can disrespect me, little man?" he snarled, his eyes narrowing with intensity. Peter, though caught off guard by the man's aggressive response, refused to cower. He met the scar-faced man's gaze defiantly, his resolve unyielding. "I missed the part where that's my problem." With a formidable presence, the man loomed over Peter, his scarred face etched with a simmering fury. With a low, growling laugh, he confronted Peter with his silence. The man's grip, as strong as iron, closed tightly around Peter's head, slowly tightening and seeking to assert dominance. Unfazed by the man's aggression, Peter locked eyes with him, his voice calm and resolute. "But if you push me, I'm gonna have to put some dirt in your eye," he retorted, a playful glimmer in his gaze. It was a verbal jab, a light-hearted yet pointed warning of his ability to defend himself. A flicker of ferocity crossed the scar-faced man's countenance, his anger reaching its boiling point. As tension hung in the air, the man's ferocity surged, his grip tightening with the intention to crush Peter's skull. Yet, Peter, harnessing his agility and strength, swiftly reacted, using his own hand to expertly pry open the man's fingers, freeing himself from the menacing grip. It was a testament to Peter's own physical strength, an ability granted along with his enhancements. Seizing the opportunity, in a stunning display of agility and finesse, Peter executed a slick sliding dance move, gracefully gliding across the ground. He cast a provocative glance over his shoulder, a playful challenge to his pursuer, before darting into an adjacent alley, his nimble form disappearing into the shadows. The scar-faced man, consumed by his rage, wasted no time in pursuing his elusive quarry. "I'm going to kill you, little twerp." From his back, he unsheathed a pair of gleaming double blades, their blades stained with the remnants of dried blood. In hot pursuit, the enraged man surged forward, the glint of menace reflected in his eyes as he raced after Peter, driven by a desire to settle the score. In the labyrinthine depths of a dimly lit alleyway, darkness clings to every corner, shrouding the impending clash in an air of suspense. The enraged man, his face contorted with malice, charges into the confined space, his voice echoing through the narrow confines. "Come out, coward. Face me like a man." Unbeknownst to the prey below, a figure dangles silently from above, hanging upside down like a nocturnal predator. As the villain paces and taunts, mischievous chuckle escaped through the figure's mouth. With a sudden swing, the figure gracefully descends along his web, hanging upside down with unparalleled finesse behind his victim. His sudden voice came like the wind, startling the prey, the glow of his white eyes piercing the darkness like twin beacons of determination. "Well, well, well, look who's eager for a showdown," the hunter quips, his voice laced with a playful yet confident tone. With a fluid motion, the man's body contorted, his lethal blade cutting through the stillness of the air, aimed at his own back. Yet, as his blade sliced through nothing but empty space, a figure materialized above him, defying gravity itself. With remarkable agility, the figure executed a gravity-defying backflip, traversing the expanse of the air with effortless grace. The figure's descent was nothing short of mesmerizing, a dance of poise and precision. Landing with an ethereal elegance, the figure gracefully crouched down, one knee bent firmly, while the other leg extended straight in a sublime display of balance. To ensure stability, a single hand delicately touched the ground, connecting the figure to the earth as if drawing energy from its very core. In this fleeting moment, time seemed to suspend, the symphony of movement and stillness merging into a captivating tableau, fully revealing the figure hidden in the shadow. This figure donned a full body suit, a uniform adorned with an abyssal black and dark gray web design, the bold blue accents weaving throughout the suit in a mesmerizing web-like pattern. Emblazoned proudly on his chest, the unmistakable spider emblem stands as a striking symbol of his arachnid-inspired abilities, completing the ensemble. A sleek black mask molds to the contours of his face, leaving only a pair of distinct, expressive white lenses in place of his eyes. This outfit was a visual embodiment of his iconic identity. He was Spider-Man. Oh, but it's only a symbiotic relationship with the original because of copyright issues. Ahem, this version will definitely be unique. The enraged man observed the delicate webs, gracefully swaying to the whims of the breeze. With a focused gaze that pierced through the chaos, his eyes locked unwaveringly on his target. Clutching a pair of wicked double blades stained with the residue of past battles, he sneers at the web slinger. "What's this? A stinking ninja brat playing dress-up and weaving? Countless ninjas have fallen under my hands, and you won't be an exception for crossing me. You won't be jumping away from me this time," he growls, his voice dripping with malevolence. The battle ensues, a dance of speed and precision. Spider-Man's lithe movements prove to be a stark contrast to the man's brutish aggression. With each fluid dodge and nimble sidestep, Spider-Man gracefully eludes the deadly swipes of the double blades, seemingly evading them by mere inches. As the duel intensifies, Spider-Man peppers the encounter with his signature brand of comedic banter. "Hey, buddy, did you practice those fancy knife moves in front of the mirror? I hope you didn't cut yourself because you're blinder than Little Goblin Jr." he jibes, his quips adding a touch of levity to the tense atmosphere. "Shut up, twerp, and quit dodging my moves." From the depths of his battle-worn visage, the scarred man's voice reverberated with an ominous growl, a symphony of unleashed menace, and with lightning precision, his blades cut through the air. Alas, the alleyway continued to be a stage for acrobatic prowess and strategic maneuvers. In a mystifying display of arachnid prowess, webs materialized from the depths of Spider-Man's wrists, cascading forth with calculated intent. Like ephemeral strands of fate, they served as both a formidable offense and a beguiling means of evasion. Spider-Man employs a combination of agile flips, web slinging, and quick strikes, exploiting the man's momentary vulnerabilities. His movements possess an almost choreographed elegance, a testament to the database of fighting experience imbued within him. In a dazzling display of reflexes, Spider-Man flips and twists, disarming the enemy with an intricately timed maneuver, his web embedding the blade to a wall. As if touched by alchemy's enchanting hand, the web swiftly underwent a captivating metamorphosis, solidifying into a resplendent violet hue, preventing the enemy from reclaiming it. With a nimble retreat, Spider-Man unleashed a relentless barrage of web projectiles, cascading forth like a symphony of bullets from a machine gun. In a mesmerizing cadence of motion, his hips undulated with synchronized precision, each thrust a tantalizing flourish that intensified the very essence of his rapid-fire prowess. Brandishing his lone blade with a mix of desperation and determination, the man unleashed a fervent assault upon the web entanglement, yet the tenacity of the webs defied his wildest expectations. His blade couldn't cut through them. "Damn, brat." In a thrilling display of desperate resourcefulness, his heart pounding with an irresistible blend of helplessness and ingenuity, he hurled his blade forward as a sacrificial shield, a mesmerizing act of self-preservation that momentarily defied the entwining fate of the encroaching webs, allowing him to evade their clutches. The remaining blade clattered to the ground, its metallic echo punctuating the rhythm of the battle as it was sealed in place by the web. As the villain regains his footing, seething with anger, Spider-Man maintains his composure. "You know, it's always a double-edged sword when you bring knives to a web-slinging party," he quips, an irreverent grin playing upon his lips. "Damn, brat. Don't get cocky." From his pocket, the man pulled out a glinting metal trench knife, his chakra surging forth towards his hand. "I didn't want to use this, but you forced me. I'll show you why you shouldn't mess with me." As chakra was infused into the trench knife, under Spider-Man's enhanced chakra senses, a resplendent chakra knife, bathed in a captivating azure glow, materialized and extended from the metallic confines of the trench knife. Concealed beneath the mask, Spider-Man's eyes shrunk with surprise, for deep within his vast database of knowledge, he recognized the manifestation before him, a chakra blade. With a swipe of his chakra blade, the incoming web's bolts were diced and shredded, losing their once formidable momentum. "Hey! Let's see what you can do after your stinky webs become useless." A primal growl escaped the man's lips, carrying with it an air of untamed fury, as he lunged towards Spider-Man with an uncanny swiftness that defied the limitations of his previous double-bladed assault. As danger loomed, Spider-Man's instincts kicked into high gear, his heightened senses alert to the impending threat. With lightning reflexes, he swiftly raised his arm, fingers flexing with purpose. From his wrists, a cascade of silky strands shot forth, entwining the alley walls like ethereal threads. In one fluid motion, Spider-Man seized the opportunity, harnessing the power of his webbing to evade the oncoming assault. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he activated the tensile strength of the web, propelling himself upward into the air with exhilarating velocity. Like a coiled spring released, he ascended, defying gravity with an otherworldly grace. The man's gaze followed him skyward, his eyes suddenly widening with a mixture of disbelief and sheer horror. Chapter 60. Observers in the dark. In that chilling moment, time seemed to stand still as he beheld an ominous sight that defied comprehension. High above, an intricate network of giant, hardened spikes loomed with deadly intent, suspended from the alleyway by powerful webs. Unbeknownst to the man, the web strands that Spider-Man had expertly deployed throughout their intense confrontation were not mere evasive measures. They had been meticulously crafted, each strand serving a purpose in an elaborate trap, concealed in the air like a dormant beast awaiting its moment to strike. An unseen siege had taken shape, coiled and ready, poised to unleash a devastating assault should the man falter. The realization struck the man like a thunderbolt, sending a surge of terror through his veins. He desperately yearned to escape the impending doom, to flee from the clutches of this webbed snare. But his frantic screams were lost in the grip of fate as the siege in the air sprang into action with ruthless precision. In an instant, a flurry of golden spike arrows hurtled forth, launched with deadly accuracy from the myriad of slings. They sliced through the air like vengeful specters, their trajectory perfectly calculated to ensnare their prey. The man's attempt to block and evade was in vain as he was ensnared by this deadly symphony of projectiles, trapped within an inescapable web of piercing doom. His anguished cries were stifled by the onslaught, each arrow finding its mark, transforming the man's retreat into a futile dance of torment. He became a mere sieve, a canvas pierced by the relentless barrage, as the violet spikes penetrated his defenses and painted a grim portrait of his demise. The alleyway reverberated with the echoes of his agonized screams, fading into a haunting silence as the assault subsided. The deadly ballet of the siege in the air had reached its crescendo, leaving behind a chilling reminder of Spider-Man's resourcefulness and the unyielding strength of his new web-based arsenal, one even more versatile than the original Spider-Man. As the echoes of his landing subsided, Spider-Man's voice, tinged with an intriguing nonchalance, pierced the silence of the alley. "Hey, I didn't want to do this either. But, I need that money." A figure shrouded in shadows, meticulously cleared the remnants of his encounter, the eerie silence of the alley permeating the air. With a deftness honed by countless models, he skillfully bundled the lifeless form with his intricate webbing. His eyes, concealed behind the gleaming lenses of his mask, flickered with a mix of determination and intrigue as he regarded a chakra blade clutched within his hand. In a display of delicate dexterity, he toyed with the weapon, his fingers dancing along its metallic surface before securing it within a hidden pocket. With a bundled burden securely fastened to his back, Spider-Man unleashed a resolute web shot into the sky, anchoring himself to the unseen threads of destiny that hung suspended above. As the web stretched taut, he soared effortlessly, carried aloft by the unseen forces of his web-slinging prowess. Unfortunately, the sprawling town lacked the towering skyscrapers of his customary domain. So, like a nimble predator navigating an urban jungle, Spider-Man traversed the town's buildings with unmatched grace, his body leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Amidst his seamless acrobatics, a holographic display materialized before Spider-Man's vision, its ethereal glow illuminating his masked visage. His keen eyes locked onto the visage that adorned the screen, a reflection of the very man he had just hunted down. Their encounter was not a cliché arranged by a storyteller, it definitely wasn't an attempt to fill word count. From the very beginning of his performance, he had already determined his prey to be this man. It wasn't a coincidence that he bumped into him. Although the target was a two-dimensional cannon fodder existence that an author would probably not even give a name, a spider never hunts unprepared. So, he had woven an intricate web of schemes to hunt his prey in the most efficient fashion, luring the prey into a battlefield where his webs were the most effective. His success was a foregone conclusion, and his success meant he gets to enjoy his favorite activity. In his vision, the display revealed a tantalizing bounty below the man's portrait, part of a large list he had scanned when he visited the underground bounty hall. This was his reward. A smile played at the corners of Spider-Man's lips as he processed the information before him. His voice, tinged with a hint of satisfaction, escaped his lips, betraying his thoughts as he spoke aloud. My favorite, it's time to get paid. The notion of getting paid distracted him for a moment, causing him to falter, his footing betraying him. With a scream, he plummeted into the shadowed depths of the alleys below. Moments later, a haunting echo emerged from the embrace of those murky corridors. My back. My back. Unbeknownst to Spider-Man, as he departed the alley with purposeful strides, a mysterious figure began to stir from the very ground he had vacated. Emerging with an eerie grace, the ominous presence revealed a visage that defied convention, half black and half white, spoke of a duality that permeated every fiber of his being. Dressed in the distinct Takatsuki cloak and surrounded by a Venus flytrap's insidious embrace, a sinister smile crept across his face, a gleam in his eyes betraying a diabolical interest with the lingering remnants of Spider-Man's webs. Engaging in an unsettling conversation with the empty air, his voice a chilling whisper, he posed an enigmatic question, seeking validation from unseen entities. What do you think? The words dripped with a sinister anticipation, hinting at an insidious purpose behind his actions. In the dimly lit alley, cloaked in an air of mystery, a ripple in reality heralded the arrival of a figure long shrouded in secrecy. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and warp to the figure's presence, distorting the figure's entry point with a mysterious swirling phenomenon. Like a specter from the realm beyond comprehension, a figure seamlessly traversed the boundaries of space and time, stepping out from the distorted space and into the alley with an otherworldly grace. In stark contrast to his companion, whose attire bore the iconic Akatsuki black cloak adorned with crimson clouds, this new figure stood draped in an ensemble that exuded an aura of individuality, a black long-sleeve top that extended to conceal his neck and chin, a pair of black gloves, a thick black belt cinched at his waist, his lower body clad in dark-colored pants, and a long green scarf draped around his neck. The figure had short, spiky, black hair, a style which didn't appear too obtrusive in the ninja world. But what truly captivated the gaze was the mysterious mask that bore an intricate design, a hypnotizing swirl pattern. Crafted from vibrant orange material, it concealed all but the piercing gaze of their right eye. It was through that singular exposed eye that the truth was unveiled, a revelation that would shock those who weren't privy to the truth. Within the depths of that mysterious hole, a radiant crimson Sharingan gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance. Its pinwheel design swirled in hypnotic harmony, marking the figure as a bearer of the renowned Uchiha bloodline, another powerful but unknown owner of the rare Mangekyō Sharingan. The Sharingan swiveled with a mesmerizing cadence, observing subtle details of the alley before and seemingly honing in on the retreating figure of Spider-Man in the distance. Moments later, as the man closed his eyes, a chilling voice emanated from beneath the mask, its icy tendrils creeping into the very fabric of the alley, hinting at a darkness that lurked within. Usable, but observe for a bit longer. If there are no problems, you can arrange his invitation. He, as you command. Madara-sama. A wide, taunting grin slithered across the monstrous humanoid's visage, its malevolent contours betraying a hidden knowledge that whispered of the truth behind the mysterious man's facade. Unfazed by the monster's slight taunts, the masked man forged ahead, his steely resolve shielding him from distractions in the face of a deeper purpose. I still have arrangements to be made. In an instant, his eyes snapped open, the fiery glow of the red Sharingan pulsating with an unfathomable power as the atmosphere crackled with a palpable tension. As the fabric of reality rippled and warped around him once more, the mysterious figure sank into the vortex of swirling spectacle, vanishing from the alley through his mysterious ability. In the desolate alley, the monstrous entity with its visage split between darkness and light stood as a lone sentinel, a chilling grin etching itself upon its face, a sinister invitation into the depths of its twisted nature. A hauntingly high-pitched voice seemingly reverberated through the depths of the dark alley. I don't know how you keep dealing with his arrogant attitude. It's just some trifling attitude. He is still a useful chess piece, and a little sacrifice on our part is nothing. A resonant growl, emanating from the depths of an enigmatic presence, rippled through the air in response, before it inquired, so, Did one of your clones manage to locate the real body of the interesting brat from the bug clan? The countenance of the speaker contorted, caught in a peculiar interplay of emotions, as its face morphed from an unsettling grin to a disapproving frown, casting an eerie ambience that defied comprehension. The resonant growl dissolved into an abrupt transformation, seamlessly shifting back into a disconcertingly high-pitched voice. No. The boy was more cautious than expected. My clone seemed to have located one of his holes, but he immediately detonated it, sacrificing his hidden army and burying all traces along with my clone. Decisive and ruthless, the solemn frown abruptly gave way to a malevolent grin, as if a hidden darkness had surfaced, accompanied by a wicked tongue teasingly sliding out to moisten its lips, evoking a sense of sinister anticipation. It seems it will take some effort to locate him. Why are you so interested in him, Kuro? The high-pitched counterpart posed the question, its tone betraying a perplexed inability to fathom the intricate workings of its neighbor's thoughts. I just have a feeling. Within the darkness of the black half's countenance, the yellow eyes glimmered with an ominous gleam, their piercing radiance hinting at an unfathomable depth of hidden malevolence. That boy may become a variable in our plans. Variable? How so? Does he know our plan? Does he possess the power to hinder us? The unsettling grin on the face contorted unnaturally, as if engaged in a clandestine struggle for dominance. No. Narrowing with an air of calculated scrutiny, the yellow eyes within the black half of the face intensified, converging as the countenance underwent a unanimous transformation into a resolute frown, instilling a sense of anticipation and foreboding in the air. I am not quite sure. It's a strange feeling. Perhaps, I will have to meet his main body to confirm. It seems I will have to arrange some more clones to search for his whereabouts. No need. We don't need to push him too hard, lest he hides even deeper. When he relaxes his vigilance, sooner or later, he would show his tail. And even if he doesn't, once the plan succeeds. He. In a gradual descent, the monstrous form began to merge with the rippling earth beneath, becoming one with the shadows, while the chilling cackle of the Mastermind reverberated through the alley, an eerie reminder of the malevolent orchestrations that unfolded within the unseen depths. Chapter 61, Funds Collection. At a considerable distance from the secluded alley, Spider-Man, having collected his bounty and nimbly traversing the rooftops, finally allowed his meticulously concealed tension to dissipate, his lithe frame finding a brief respite amidst the town's rooftops. Phew, the tingling from being secretly stared at is finally gone. Damn, which villain is after my salary? I still need to pay rent to the landlord, otherwise I would be thrown into the furnace to be reborn. They better not touch my money or I'm gonna put dirt in their eyes. Propelled by a powerful leap, Spider-Man swiftly altered his trajectory, skillfully navigating the intricate pathways that led him away from the confines of the town, his departure shrouded in an air of mysterious purpose. Entering the serene embrace of the forest's shadows, the tightly clad full-body suit he wore gradually unraveled, as if guided by unseen hands, revealing a transformative spectacle. Sinuous tendrils emerged from his form, intricately interweaving to craft his distinctive and favorite Black Bully Maguire outfit, an embodiment of his iconic identity in the fandom. With a weighty sack of money securely fastened to his back, Peter traversed the depths of the forest with an air of confidence, his stride infused with a playful swagger as he whimsically aimed finger guns at the towering trees, a light-hearted dance of bravado echoing through the tranquil woodland. It wasn't long before Peter's keen senses guided him to a secluded clearing within the depths of the forest, where a massive boulder lay dormant. With a swift and calculated motion, his web shooters sprang to life, propelling strands of resilient webbing towards the boulder's formidable mass, harnessing his superhuman strength to exert a forceful tug that shifted the rock, gradually unveiling a concealed cavity beneath. Nestled deep within the concealed recesses of the unearthed hole lay a mysterious metal chest, its presence evoking an aura of enigma. After Peter approached the chest, a slender tendril, like an ethereal extension of his very being, delicately emerged from his finger, seeking entrance to the chest's lock. With a subtle touch, the tendril gracefully navigated the contours of the keyhole, its intangible essence intertwining seamlessly with the mechanism within. And in a resonant click, the lock relinquished its grasp, surrendering to the unseen power that Peter possessed. As the lid of the chest lifted, a veil of anticipation lifted, revealing a captivating sight within, a chest full of Ryo, the coveted currency that held sway in this ninja world, for both normal humans and ninjas alike. Having discreetly secured a few bills for himself, Peter carefully added the remaining stack of hard-earned pay into the depths of the chest, the weight of his actions intermingling with a sense of dissatisfaction. With a decisive snap, the chest sealed shut, encapsulating not only the tangible fortune it held, but also a whispered greed that lingered in the air, leaving Peter with a sense of relief that washed over him. With this, the landlord should be satisfied. Damn, I hate paying rent the most, but I can't escape the wrath of the landlord. Hey, I hope I can find some pizza to comfort myself in town. Having meticulously concealed the hidden passage once more by deftly repositioning the boulder, Peter embarked on a swift retreat into the depths of the forest, gracefully traversing the wooded expanse with the aid of his trusty webs, his nimble swings propelling him closer to the allure of the town's pulsating energy, where an air of excitement and the allure of captivating babes awaited his return. As the ebb and flow of time remained a mystery, a peculiar couple approached the heart of the forest clearing, their bland countenances seemingly devoid of distinct features, blending seamlessly into the tapestry of anonymity. The man adopts an alluring guise, reminiscent of a mysterious wanderer. He wears a sleek black trench coat that cascades down to his ankles, its tailored design adding an aura of sophistication. The coat's collar stands tall, providing an air of enigmatic allure, while the fabric shimmers with a subtle iridescence, hinting at hidden depths beneath its surface. Underneath, he adorns a form-fitting black turtleneck, accentuating his slender physique. His lower half is clad in dark, fitted trousers, allowing for swift and agile movements. Completing the ensemble are comfortable, lightweight black boots that ensure silent steps and effortless maneuverability. Perhaps the only distinguishing feature lies in his penetrating gaze, intensified by his dark eyes that hold a captivating depth, effortlessly captivating those who dare to meet his gaze. On the other hand, the woman embraces a persona of intellectual intrigue, accentuated by her unique eyewear. She wears a sophisticated ensemble that marries elegance and intellect. Her attire features a form-fitting, charcoal gray dress that gracefully drapes around her figure, exuding understated allure. The dress is adorned with delicate patterns that intertwine like intricate webs, subtly reflecting her connection to a mysterious power. Completing her disguise, she dons a pair of sleek, narrow glasses with slim frames, adding an element of intellectual charm to her appearance. The glasses exude a touch of subtle sparkle, symbolizing her keen perception and insightful nature. Her luscious brown locks cascade in gentle waves, framing her face with a touch of natural elegance. A warm smile hung on her lips, but the slight aggressive twinkle in her eyes hints at the dangerous spirit that lies beneath her unassuming facade. With a calculated pause by the towering boulder, the man's hand slid into the depths of his cloak, retrieving a scroll seemingly from within his body. With an air of anticipation, the man gingerly unfurled the scroll upon the forest floor, as if unsealing a portal to another realm. In a mesmerizing display, swirling smoke exploded from the scroll, and as the smoke dissipated, it revealed a colossal Zerg drone. This was the transport drone. As the ground quivered with anticipation, the transport drone gracefully disappeared beneath the Earth's embrace, its sleek form melding seamlessly with the soil. Time lingered in suspended breaths, each passing second pulsating with the precious energy of transformation. Then, with a surge of rippling power, the drone resurfaced, its jaw yawning open in a display of unrestrained might. Like a mythical beast unveiling its hidden treasure, the gaping maw revealed a tantalizing sight, the chest, nestled within the drone's gaping mouth. With an air of unwavering determination, the man's bare hands closed around the chest, his grip resolute as he wrested its weighty form from the transport drone's formidable maw. A cascade of anticipation shrouded the clearing as he retrieved yet another scroll from his possession, its surface adorned with strictly organized words and strange symbols. Positioning the scroll before him, his hand delicately traced the labyrinthine ink patterns, the pulsating essence of chakra dancing beneath his touch. As he channeled his energy into the scroll's intricacies, a formidable surge of chakra erupted forth, a tempestuous wave of power that reached out, embracing the chest with ethereal chakra cloak. In a moment of mesmerizing unity, the chest yielded to the pull of the chakra-infused scroll, drawn inexorably towards its enchanted embrace. With a final surge of mystic energy, the chest was sealed within the scroll's mystical confines, disappearing from reality. Just when the man was stashing away the scroll, in the midst of an ethereal silence, the tranquil equilibrium shared by the duo, the man and his female companion, was violently shattered by a sudden intrusion of unfriendly men, their presence heralding an impending storm. That fool, prancing around with his bag of money. We've hit the jackpot, boys. I can already taste the Rio. This idiot won't know what hit him. The air filled with a chilling aura as the voice's words concluded, leaving behind a lingering trace of malevolence accompanied by a haunting symphony of greedy laughter. Their footsteps echoing amidst the rustling leaves as they tirelessly pursued their quarry, an unsuspecting fool who flaunted a bag of money in plain sight. Amongst their crude banter and boisterous laughter, the bandits reveled in their imminent triumph, confident that the coveted riches would soon fall into their clutches. Yet, in a sudden twist of fate, their attention shifted, fixated upon an unexpected duo concealed within the shadows of the woods. Their gazes locked onto the woman, the embodiment of vulnerability amidst the wilderness. Lucky us, stumbling upon a helpless lady in the middle of nowhere. Maybe we can have a little fun before we claim our prize. A wicked grin curled upon the lips of one of the bandits, his lustful desire made manifest in his suggestive words, for stumbling upon a woman in the midst of nowhere seemed an enticing twist of fortune. Oh, You know how I love playing with women. It's been a while since we had such an opportunity. Another bandit grunted with a sinister grin. She'll be ours to play with. I can't wait to relieve this urge. Another bandit rubbed his hands lustfully. This is going to be fun. Let's give her a taste of our power before we take everything they have. Another bandit joined in with a malicious laughter. Hey, lady. Lost your way, huh? How about we show you a little hospitality? Leaning into the shadows, his voice dripped with a toxic blend of disrespect and unbridled desire, taunting the lady with a venomous undertone. Come on, sweetheart, don't be shy. We won't bite. Well, not too hard. Prepare yourself, darling. Sinister laughter echoed through the air, enveloping the scene in an eerie symphony of malevolence, as the bandits closed the distance, their steps infused with predatory intent, their dark souls hungering for dominance and gratification. A chilling aura of danger permeated the air as the bandits approached. Driven by their lust and hubris, they relentlessly pursued their ill-fated quest, oblivious to the danger of the silent wanderer. The man's piercing gaze fixated upon the marauding interlopers, an unfathomable abyss devoid of emotion that mirrored the unyielding resolve within his soul. A subtle mutter escaped his lips, a mere whisper of disdain, questioning the futility of their endeavors. Dare to covet my woman? Why bother? With a flicker of unseen power, a tempestuous tide of sentient insects surged forth from the man's body, an ominous wave towering into the skies before crashing down to engulf the stunned bandits from all sides, ensnaring them in an otherworldly grip. What? Ninja. Noog. The once boisterous cries of the bandits, now replaced by anguished screams, reverberated through the forest, intertwining with the mournful lament of nature itself. Minutes later, the torture ended with the bandits stripped of their flesh, their futile pleas for mercy echoed in the ethereal forest, their skinless bodies collapsing to the unforgiving ground. A horrifying scene unfolded, a testament to the twisted fate that had befallen the bandits. It was also a testament to the growth of the master of the bugs, his precise control allowing him to dictate the life and death of his victims. As the bandits' final weak pleas for life resonated through the trees, an unexpected horror emerged from the depths of the earth. A colossal Zerg drone, a monstrous creation born of nightmare and primal instinct, burst forth with an insatiable hunger. Its scathing maw devoured the remnants of the fallen bandits, their torment finally silenced by the merciless jaws of the relentless abomination. In the aftermath, the forest stood as a solemn witness to the enigma that had unfolded, the echoes of suffering and chaos seeping into the very fabric of its being. The man, his countenance revealing no trace of remorse, turned to his companion, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. In the quietude that followed, the passage of minutes whispered secrets of transformation and mastery. The transport drone was returned within the confines of yet another scroll, its imposing presence hidden from the realm of mortal sight. As he gazed into the distance, a knowing gleam danced in the man's eyes, reflecting a blend of anticipation and triumph. With an almost imperceptible motion, he turned his gaze towards his enigmatic female companion, their connection woven through shared purpose and unspoken understanding. Let's go, Shino. Yes, Kano-sama. Like a flicker of mystery in the depths of twilight, his female companion gracefully responded to his command, a captivating smile tugging at the corners of her lips, hinting at hidden layers of intrigue. Melting into the forest's verdant embrace, the duo slipped away from prying eyes, their footsteps muffled by the secretive whispers of nature. As they embarked on a journey towards the town, their hearts aflutter with the anticipation of spending their newfound funds. Chapter 62, Building Bonds. Danzaku town bustled with life as its streets teemed with locals and tourists alike, their footsteps blending harmoniously with the vibrant sounds of commerce and gambling. The air was filled with the aromas of delicious street food, enticing passers-by with tantalizing scents. On this sunny day, Shino found himself strolling through the lively town, his heart buoyant with anticipation. Accompanying him on this special outing was Karina. Needless to say, it wasn't their main bodies that graced the world. Instead, it was their new meticulously crafted clones, under the pseudonyms of Kano and Shino. With the upgraded clones' newfound ability to use the transformation jutsu, they were no longer confined to the shadows. No longer did they fear the piercing gaze of those who might recognize them, for their disguises were indistinguishable from reality. They could now traverse the world unhindered, their steps cloaked in secrecy, their true identities concealed. As Shino and Karina walked side by side, their playful banter filled the air, laughter dancing on their lips. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, a testament to their deep bond. Shino marveled at Karina's wit and charm, finding himself more captivated by her with each passing moment. They meandered through the busy streets, their hands naturally finding each other, their fingers intertwining like two puzzle pieces destined to fit together. The touch sent a comforting warmth coursing through their veins, grounding them in the present moment. Shino, ever the thoughtful companion, had prepared a few surprises for Karina. He led her to a quaint little shop, its shelves adorned with various trinkets and treasures. With a gleam in his eyes, he presented Karina with a delicate necklace, its pendant an intricate ladybug made of precious imperial red jade. "It reminded me of you," Shino confessed, his demeanor composed but the hint of doting betrayed his affection. "Just like the ladybug, you possess a fiery grace that captivates me. It is my luck to have you by my side, and I am happy to protect you, my queen." Karina's eyes sparkled with delight as she accepted the gift, her fingers brushing over the smooth surface of the pendant. "Thank you, Shikano-sama," she whispered, her voice laced with genuine gratitude. "It's beautiful, and the sentiment behind it means the world to me." Their journey continued, their steps leading them to a spot of historical significance, the Danzō castle. Though reduced to ruins, the castle held an allure that fascinated both Shino and Karina. They stood at a distance, gazing at the construction workers toiling diligently to restore the castle to its former glory. Shino's voice broke the tranquil silence. "Orochimaru's deeds brought this castle to ruins," he remarked, his tone tinged with a mixture of sadness and determination. "But now, with every brick that is laid, we witness the resilience of this town and its people, similarly reflecting the rest of the ninja world." Karina's gaze followed Shino's, her thoughts mirroring his own. "It's a testament to the strength and indomitable spirit of the life born in this world, ninjas, humans, and other creatures alike," she agreed, her voice carrying a quiet reverence. "Rebuilding something that was lost, restoring its former splendor, it's a symbol of hope and the ability to rise above even the most devastating circumstances. It is also this that hinders the path of destruction." They shared a moment of silent understanding before continuing their journey. As the sun began its descent, casting a golden hue over the town, Shino and Karina decided to make their final purchases for the day. They visited large shops and markets, acquiring the resources they needed for their research and base fortifications. Karina's eyes widened with excitement as she stumbled upon rare books, scrolls, and historical analects, ones that can bolster their database, containing knowledge that would enhance their strategies. Shino's expertise in insect scouting led him to merchants who specialized in rare species of insects and creatures, and he acquired a few specimens to expand his gene pool. He also skillfully wove his inquiry into the tapestry of conversation, unraveling the thread of information regarding the hunting grounds. With their funds wisely spent, they bid farewell to Danzō town, their steps guided by a serendipitous encounter. As they walked, they noticed a familiar figure wandering the streets. It was Peter Parker, the first Six Paths clone deployed, in his civilian attire. Shino and Karina's eyes met, a knowing smile tugging at their lips. It seemed that fate had interwoven their paths with Peter's, albeit in a passing moment. But something was amiss. Peter walked past them without a flicker of recognition, his attention seemingly elsewhere. Karina's gaze followed Peter's retreating figure, a playful smile hanging on her lips. "Did you see that, Shino-sama?" Karina's voice laced with intrigue directly appeared in Shino's mind. Shino nodded, his analytical mind already piecing together the puzzle. Similarly, he responded in his mind. With the profound connection that bound them together, Karina could naturally read his thoughts. "It's as if he deliberately avoided noticing us. It's not a mere coincidence. You're utilizing your authority to control the clone and alter his vision, aren't you, Karina?" "Correct, Shino-sama." A veil of feigned astonishment draped across Karina's widened eyes, concealing the hidden secrets that danced upon her lips, while a mischievous smile played a tantalizing game at the corners of her mouth. "Karina can upgrade and replace their personality completely. Naturally, I can also manipulate their perception to naturally avoid any accidental encounters, even keeping us unnoticed in plain sight. This helps to avoid drawing the attention of hidden observers. After all, the clone's eye is still rigid and may not act normally when it recognizes its creators. Or landlords in this one's case." The revelation sparked a sense of adventure in both of them. They finally could go on an outing. Naturally, they don't want to be disturbed, even by their own minions. As they ventured beyond Danzō town's borders, Shino and Karina found themselves contemplating the extent of their newfound abilities. They discussed strategies and scenarios, their minds alight with excitement. "In the light, we have the Six Paths clone to earn funds, while also serving to gain the attention of that mastermind, in preparation for our following plans. If it becomes necessary to step into the world ourselves, we have our own bug clones, now with the combat capabilities indistinguishable from a real ninja." The world of espionage and covert missions suddenly seemed all the more intriguing, for they had an unparalleled advantage, pseudo-immortal clones to do their bidding. Alas, the bug clones were only deemed to be pseudo-immortal. In the face of powerful combatants, the bug clones were susceptible to obliteration by ninjutsu or taijutsu, and seals may work wonders. However, the bug clones could be considered to be immortal because their base could spawn the clones without end as long as their reservoir of bugs was sufficient, reminiscent of the respawn points in a game, where fallen players would seamlessly re-emerge into the fray. Not only that, they could also respawn the clone on the battlefield through the bugs sealed in the storage scrolls, akin to the mystical scrolls of revival within games. At this rate, if I could get my hands on souls to stuff into the clones, maybe I'll have a player army one day? Hold up, I'm a Zerg Dominator, why are my methods getting more and more crooked, gearing towards a game master? No one says I couldn't be both, right? As for other abilities, within the intricate labyrinth of Shino's mind, a symphony of calculations and deductions swirled, dissecting the fruits of their relentless experiments and unveiling a myriad of tantalizing possibilities, for they had opened up new paths of development. With the bug clone's ability to use ninjutsu, they have the initial capabilities to handle most troubles, without the need to reveal his other trump cards such as his plague abilities. The bug clones are also flexible enough to deal with many situations, ones the previous insect clones could never do. An example would be sealing content through the enclosing technique, instead of only being limited to unsealing through a trigger action. Hey, this means I can finally have a method to efficiently collect samples of new gene data, without having to risk sending batches of Zergs back to base. There is also more freedom in gathering resources not available in Hidden Leaf Village. Shino-sama, please do note that we should still leave computation power for my bug clones to conduct research. We can't deploy all our clones. Just the 6 Sage clone alone will already delay countless research projects. We will have to keep these 2 clones dormant most of the time, and can at most temporarily deploy one of them on collection duty when required, otherwise our research may come to a standstill due to restricted computation power. Like a harbinger of shadows, Karina's voice emerged, its undertones dripping with a cryptic admonition, a whispered warning to prevent Shino from throwing caution to the wind. Shino-sama, please also note that we are using our main consciousness this time, and this poses a risk if these clones are targeted. It's best to use these clones through the system's control. Stability, that's the creed Shino-sama always abides by. I know. Amidst the delicate pause that lingered in the air, Shino's fingers reached out, bridging the chasm between them with a tender caress upon Karina's head, a gesture of unspoken affection that held within its gentle touch a tapestry of secrets and emotions. But, even if it is just once, I wanted to give you something you deserve, Karina. In the moonlit night, as they sat beneath a canopy of stars, their fingers intertwined once more, Shino leaned in closer, his voice a gentle whisper. Karina, I want you to know you are not just a tool for me. In you, I have found a partner, a confidant, and a love I never thought possible. Karina's visage mirrored her astonishment as the weight of the unexpected confession settled upon her, yet an enigmatic surge of emotions, long concealed and now surging forth, enveloped her being, compelling her to lower her head in silence. With you, I feel my future is boundless, and I want to face the world, the universe, and even the multiverse, with you by my side. Shino's gentle voice, brimming with affection, lingered in the air. As he awaited her response, Shino's gaze was unwavering, fixating upon the delicate, trembling figure before him. Karina's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she met Shino's gaze, her voice laden with emotion as her hand traced a path across Shino's face with unyielding tenderness. Shino, you've filled a void within me that I never knew existed. You had been my light from that moment in the forest, and with you, I have discovered a new emotion I didn't know I possessed. I will stay by your side eternally, not just to serve you, but just to be with you. Her response was the key to his heart. In a magnetic convergence of souls, their eyes locked with an intensity that defied the boundaries of comprehension, brimming with an enigmatic blend of devotion and desire. As their faces drew closer, a tempest of anticipation swirled between them. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Shino and Karina sealed their bond with a tender kiss, a promise to navigate the shadows together, to protect each other, and to cherish the love they had found amidst a world of chaos and uncertainty. In the ethereal embrace of their parted lips, a symphony of unspoken desires unfolded, as Karina's eyes, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of emotions, locked onto Shino, her visage adorned with a delicate blush. With a tantalizing display of allure, Karina removed her glasses, her slender fingers guiding them down her face in a slow, deliberate motion, the gentle caress leaving an indelible path along her features until they delicately nestled upon her bewitching lips, promising a seductive enchantment. Shino, this new experience was too exhilarating and Karina can't hold back any longer. My dear, how about we go home to discuss more? In depth? A mischievous glimmer danced within Shino's eyes, his lips curling into a tender smile as his hand descended, gently grazing Karina's forehead with a knowing touch, a silent gesture that carried the weight of cherished memories and unspoken promises. All right, silly girl. With a gentle motion, Shino wrapped his arm around Karina's slender waist, drawing her close. His hand rose gracefully towards the heavens, as if summoning an unseen force. A single thread shot forth from his sleeves, piercing the air with a determined purpose, its path reaching toward the vast expanse above. As the thread connected with an ethereal anchor, its tension rippled through the atmosphere, becoming taut with an unseen weight. Shino's grip tightened, his eyes locking onto Karina's with a silent understanding that spoke volumes. In a moment of shared anticipation, he issued a simple command, unleashing a force that defied the laws of gravity. As if guided by an unseen hand, the thread tightened further, reeling the thread with an undeniable force that lifted the couple from the ground. The world below grew smaller, its details blending into a mosaic of fading colors, as Shino and Karina were propelled into a realm hidden from mortal eyes. Through an invisible barrier they vanished, leaving behind subtle ripples in space, like whispers in the fabric of reality. With the disturbance from the ripples, the outline of an obscured, bloated sack came into view, hovering ominously amidst the sky. Its form remained concealed from prying eyes, its camouflage bugs readjusting to maintain its seamless integration with the sky. The world below, unaware of the horror above, continued its daily affairs as the colossal sack, now an invisible apparition against the expanse of blue, began its silent and imperceptible journey towards a destination known only to its creators. Meanwhile, in their secret home, the main body of Shino faced the fervent passion of his beloved, a fiery assault held a tempestuous intensity that surpassed all prior encounters. As the sun completed its cyclic dance across the sky, marking the passage of almost a week, and Shino harnessed the life-giving essence of his own biomass, infusing his being with renewed vigor, while a murmured curse escaped his lips as he beheld the slumbering enchantress before him. Damn. So, she had always been holding back. If it wasn't for these events akin to fillers in a story, I wouldn't have known. Seriously, how did the fastest man alive handle the Uzumaki fox with his endurance? I need some quick tips. In the realm of dreams, the sleeping beauty remained ensconced, her visage an enchanting scene of serenity, yet a subtle trickle of drool betrayed her subconscious desires, as if her slumbering mind waltzed amidst tantalizing visions of delectable delights, a feast reserved solely for her ethereal fantasies. A flicker of amusement danced within the depths of Shino's gaze as he shook his head, a wry smile curling upon his lips. His hand, imbued with gentle tenderness, delicately erased the remnants of her slumbering indulgence, tracing a path across her visage as his touch embraced the beautiful contours of her face. Well, as long as you are happy. I don't know what the future holds, but you will certainly hold a place in my heart, a weight beyond the limitations of what a mere filler can convey. Shino drew her into the sanctuary of his embrace, his eyes shuddering closed as a veil of tranquility settled upon them, savoring the precious respite found within this ephemeral refuge, recharging for the ceaseless storms their existences would bring. Unbeknownst to her lover, a beautiful smile blossomed upon the slumbering beauty's lips, a whispered echo of bliss that adorned her face, while her form, imperceptibly but instinctively, nestled closer within the comforting sanctuary of her lover's embrace. Chapter 63, Biomass. Everywhere in the vast expanse of the land of wind desert, where the scorching sun reigned supreme and the wind whispered tales of ancient secrets, a small lizard scurried across the scorching sand dunes. Its sleek scales glinted with a touch of iridescent green as it sought nourishment amidst the unforgiving landscape. Unbeknownst to the unsuspecting creature, danger lurked just beneath the shifting grains of sand. Suddenly, as if summoned by some unseen force, a scorpion erupted from the arid ground. Its stinger, dripping with venomous potency, struck the defenseless lizard, injecting a lethal dose of poison into its veins. The lizard convulsed, its life force fading away with each passing second until it finally succumbed to the toxic invasion. Yet, before the scorpion could claim its victory and feast upon its prey, a disturbance rattled the desert floor. Like a thunderclap, the ground split open, revealing a massive Zerg drone. Towering above the lifeless reptile and the defeated scorpion, the monstrous creature flexed its claws, as if taunting them with its indomitable strength. With calculated precision, the Zerg drone scooped up the vanquished scorpion, its mighty claw reducing the arachnid to a mere husk. The lizard, slain by the other, was also not left behind. The drone began to descend back into the sandy depths. The desert sands swallowed the disturbing scene, erasing any evidence of the struggle that had unfolded mere moments ago. The Zerg drone traversed the labyrinthine tunnels that snaked beneath the land of wind desert. Its chitinous exoskeleton scraped against the rough walls, a symphony of eerie echoes reverberating through the dimly lit passageways. It moved with a purpose, its single-minded determination evident in every mechanical twitch. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of subterranean travel, the Zerg drone arrived at its destination, a hidden cave nestled within the bowels of the earth. The air within the cavern was heavy with the stench of decay, a putrid reminder of the countless lives that had met their end within its sinister embrace. The Zerg drone carefully deposited its hard-won spoils atop a grotesque mound of decaying corpses. The sight was chilling, a horror scene frozen in time. The bodies, in various stages of decomposition, formed a grotesque tapestry of death. The drone's appendages danced over the rotting flesh, as if paying homage to the fallen. Just as the Zerg drone turned to depart, an unnatural disturbance rippled through the ground. The air crackled with anticipation as the cavern floor gave way to a gargantuan Zerg drone. Towering over its smaller brethren, it exuded an aura of malevolence, its gaping maw a black void hungry for souls. Out from within the colossal creature's shadowy depths emerged a figure clad in a tattered trench coat. It was Kano, Shino's persona for external activities. His dark eyes, brimming with malice and amusement, scanned the eerie cemetery before him. His slender fingers deftly retrieved scrolls from the depths of his coat, their intricate seals pulsating with hidden power. Kano moved with an otherworldly grace, his steps echoing through the chamber as he traversed the sea of corpses. Each seal he meticulously placed upon the scrolls unleashed a wave of chakra, sealing away the soon-to-be biomass within its confines. With each completed seal, the cavern seemed to tremble in acknowledgement, as if whispering the count of the harvest to the wind. As the last scroll was sealed, Kano's lips curled into a wicked grin. Onwards to the next location. His ride arose from the ground, devouring all traces of existence, leaving a blood-stained cavern where drones mechanically continued to deposit new harvest. Meanwhile, Temari and Kankuro strolled along the bustling streets of the Sand Village, their eyes trained on their younger brother, Gaara. Freshly returned from a mission, the trio made their way through the familiar sandy paths, their footsteps lost amidst the murmurs of the villagers. As they walked, their ears caught fragments of conversations drifting through the air. Worried voices lamented the scarcity of creatures that once thrived in the desert. The village's hunts had grown increasingly unsuccessful, leaving the residents anxious and disheartened. Food wasn't an issue, but the lacking harvest of poisons from poisonous creatures was detrimental to many ninjas. As if that wasn't enough, even the daimyo had used this as an excuse to lodge a complaint with the Sand Village, further tightening their already dwindling funds. The weight of the villagers' concerns settled heavily upon Temari's shoulders, casting a shadow of unease upon her features. Kankuro, ever the voice of reason, attempted to assuage his sister's worries. "Don't fret, Temari. It's probably just a temporary lull in the desert's ecosystem. These things happen from time to time. Plus, the village's main food source is imported from other countries anyways," he offered, his tone laden with optimism. Temari glanced at him skeptically, her fan strapped securely to her back. "I hope you're right, Kankuro. But it seems more than just a coincidence. Although not a lot, the desert has always provided for us, but now it's as if nature itself has abandoned us. I'm not too worried about the food problem, but the dangerous creatures are one of the Sand Village's natural barriers against foreign enemies." With them dwindling, Gaara, walking a few steps ahead, seemed lost in his own thoughts. His jade-green eyes, usually unreadable, flickered to the side as he raised his hand. Instantly, a swirling cyclone of sand materialized, engulfing a minuscule bug that had unknowingly strayed too close. The sand tightened its grip, reducing the insect to nothing more than a mere memory. The siblings paused, their attention captured by Gaara's display of power. The weight of the moment hung in the air, the silence broken only by the sound of sand grains cascading back to the ground. Temari's voice broke the stillness, laced with curiosity and concern. "Gaara, is something bothering you? Your control over sand has always been remarkable, but lately, it feels different." Gaara turned to face his siblings, his gaze intense and introspective. "I can feel the pulse of the desert. It's troubled, just like the villagers. The creatures that once thrived here, their numbers dwindle. The desert itself is suffering, and I can't ignore its call." Temari and Kankuro exchanged perplexed glances. What nonsense is their brother up to now? He's been different ever since he came back from Hidden Leaf Village. Well, it seems to be better than before? So, let's not worry about it. Kankuro's brows furrowed, his concern mirrored in his voice. "Whatever you say, Gaara." Temari nodded, her resolve firm. "You're right, Gaara. We cannot ignore any signs. Let us gather information, speak to the other ninjas, and delve into the depths of the desert. Maybe unraveling this issue may help you gain the recognition of the others." As the wind whispered ominous secrets through the streets, the Sand siblings embarked on a path that would lead them deep into the heart of the cause. Will they be encountering an enemy that may perhaps change their fate? Who knows, but the decision is in the hands of one man. Inside the confines of their secretive base's nursery room, Shino's eyes were fixed on the blank holographic screen before him, disappointment etched across his features. The once steady signal had faltered, disrupted by the ever-vigilant Sand boy. Still so vigilant, I really can't underestimate this future Kazekage. Shino's fingers caressed the nascent larvae in front of him, their writhing forms pulsating with untold potential, before turning his attention to Karina, dancing amongst a tapestry of holographic displays, her ladybug necklace swaying with each captivating motion, as if possessed by an unseen rhythm that synchronized with the enchantment of her movements. Shino's tone remained steady as he inquired, "What is the progress of our biomass and gene harvest?" Karina, her gaze unwavering, delivered her report with a mixture of pride and deep warning. Shino, the gene bank had expanded exponentially, its repository now brimming with genes, enough for us to fortify the durability of our base. Additionally, we unlocked a couple new Zerg units such as the Zergling, and many others are on the precipice of completion, previously only lacking some rare species. The once limited gene bank is no longer a hindrance, opening the floodgates to new developments for the Zerg army. However, there are still some restrictions to our development. Oh? A glimmer of intrigue danced in Shino's eyes as he welcomed the challenge, his patient demeanor concealing a hunger for the secrets that lay dormant in the depths of her forthcoming explanation. First, we are restricted by our calculation power. As the Zerg army grows, the required power to manage and command them grows correspondingly. Although Karina had tried to mitigate this issue through the creation of our new Zerg supply unit, this is only a temporary fix. If these new supply units are wiped out, our Zergs will run amok unless we order them all to hibernate. The only way to have a true firm control over the Zergs is the growth of our own spiritual prowess, which in turn enhances our computation power. A faint furrow marred Shino's brow before he shook his head, a wry smile tugging at the corners of his lips, for even in the realm of reality where stakes ran high, some echoes of the RTS game logic reverberated into reality, still applying its effect on his Zergs. Once the formidable Zerg army had expanded to a certain size, further expansion required more housing space or max population capacity. For the Zergs, that essential housing space was in the form of a basic unit, the Overlord, a flying supply depot, its exorbitant price and extended breeding time in reality contrasting the game from which it emerged, exchanged for its heightened performance and capacity. Fortunately, akin to the elusive cheats found in games, reality allowed the player to hack the confines of housing space by applying their own personal power. In this case, it would be Shino's spiritual energy and the computation power of his hive mind, aka the system. Needless to say, the growth of his spiritual energy and his system would result in a growth in the maximum Zerg capacity he could control. Karina had already divulged the method to augment the power of the system or hive mind, a journey of assimilating souls. On the other hand, spiritual energy growth was the true challenge. The Naruto world wasn't an immortal cultivation world, where any random protagonist can coincidentally acquire some fortuitous inheritance or chance encounters that can grow their spiritual energy. Within the definitive rules of the ninja world, the spiritual power capacity was a mystifying talent intricately woven into the fabric of one's very existence, predetermined from the moment of birth, and while a faint glimmer of hope lingered in the potential for incremental growth during the natural progression from childhood to adulthood, the boundaries of their limits, like celestial decrees etched in stardust, remained resolute and immutable. Some ninjas were born with heightened senses, wherein the Uzumaki and Uchiha clan stood as exemplars, many born gifted with heightened spiritual power that transcended the ordinary mortal realm, while others were languished in the realm of mediocrity for life. Yet, even those blessed with exceptional spiritual power would find their power constrained, unable to unlock the depths of their latent abilities, unless guided by the right methods. A good example would be Naruto. It's clear he was born with formidable spiritual prowess, evident since a young age, allowing him to fearlessly use the multiple shadow clone technique without succumbing to its feedback and becoming crazy. As his journey unfolds, he ventures forth to learn the immortal arts, a method for ninjas to reach the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, but an indispensable prerequisite was a strong spiritual perception. Otherwise, one will not be able to harmonize nature energy with physical and spiritual energy to use sage mode. On the other hand, an ill-fated example would be the original Karen, a haunting embodiment of untapped potential who hadn't learned the immortal arts. Without immortal arts, she found herself consigned to the role of a mere supporting role, her heightened senses relegated to the confines of a sensory ninja, resulting in the vast reservoirs of her untapped spiritual capacity remaining idle and neglected. In a profound twist of destiny, Karina had now been assimilated by the unfathomable hive, allowing her unimaginable potential to be harnessed, the full extent of her spiritual power being utilized by the system as a wellspring of computation power, even more so than Shino himself. But even though this was the case, a disheartening truth cast its shadow upon Shino and Karina: it wasn't enough, their growth demanded more. And if Shino wanted to grow his or Karina's spiritual power, it was a daunting task. Why? Because. Chapter 64, Exposition continues. Oh? Where was he again? The exposition was a bit long, and even Shino almost lost himself. Perhaps if this was a story, the author would have been infected by the Shino interruption disease, cutting off the chapter and starting a new one because, well, it's not a story. Therefore, that can't be the case. So, as he was saying, Shino wasn't sure if there were methods to cultivate spiritual energy in the ninja world, but he knew the elusive art of spiritual energy cultivation, if it existed at all, lay veiled in secrecy, guarded by the untouchable echelons of the world's top combatants, and it was definitely not something they could get their hands on. Fortuitously, nestled within the amazing arsenal of the Zerg Dominator lay a remarkable ability, an inherent power to metamorphose their own life forms, an evolutionary journey that held the promise of heightened mental acuity. Yet, this treasured capability came at a profound cost, demanding caution and calculated deliberation, for just as the first metamorphic upgrade had paved the way for them both, the subsequent ascension of their life forms required meticulous research, an intricate dance of growth and adaptation that dared not be approached with reckless abandon, lest it causes their existence to be cast into peril. He is essentially immortal, there was no need to venture beyond the confines of caution, gambling on risky methods, but swift and secure growth was still necessary. Within the realm of immortality, where time's labyrinth held no dominion over him, he originally could be a salted fish, distributing his growth through the infinite labyrinth of time. However, the looming urgency pierced through the fabric of Shino's consciousness, like a forbidding specter of destiny beckoning him to hasten his growth in order to confront the inevitable deadline of the infinite Tsukuyomi, a disastrous world event set to unveil the long-dormant progenitor of Chakra. While the tempting notion of surrendering to the confines of the dream and relying on the fated intervention of Naruto for salvation flickered in his mind, Shino knew deep down that complacency held no solace, for the sands of fate are shaped not solely by the hands of others, but by the resolute steps one takes on their own treacherous journey. Who knows if his abnormality would arouse the attention of the lady boss, causing her to divert her attention from Sasuke and Naruto to focus on dealing with him. Or maybe his transmigration would cause a butterfly effect, resulting in Naruto and Sasuke's failure. Shino wasn't going to bet his future on this uncertainty. Hey, why can't this be the Bleach world? If I get my hands on a Zanpakuto to support spiritual power growth. Or maybe learn Haki and eat the soul fruit in one piece. Or perhaps grow soul power with spirit rings into Uodalu. Eh? Could these arbitrary words be my future hinting to me? Hearing his musing, Karina puffed her mouth in response, her gaze penetrating Shino's consciousness, a silent reproach lingering in her eyes like smoldering embers, silently questioning his attentiveness amidst her intricate exposition. Well, it was better to not dream too much. Those worlds were definitely out of reach. However, he already had some methods he could try. But they were risky. And slow and steady wins the race, right? Maybe in the unknown journey that lay ahead, he'll be able to get his hands on some special eyes that could be switched as easy as light bulbs, a shimmering possibility that offered the hope for a decent expansion of his spiritual abilities. Who knows what would happen? With a resolute shift in his focus, Shino centered his attention upon Karina, no longer puffing her mouth because the once flared ember of her indignation was now submerged within the depths of her being. She was now poised to resume her explanation. Second, the amount of biomass we can harvest is limited. We have discreetly hunted creatures, sealed them in scrolls with our clone, and delivered them back in batches through our new concealed flying unit, but this amount is still limited because you didn't want to hunt wantonly to avoid attracting too much attention. Here, Karina's tacit agreement wove a delicate web of resonance with Shino's chosen actions, eliciting a profound surge of gratification that surged through his being, akin to a melody harmonizing with his soul. Yet, amidst this fleeting euphoria, a subtle undercurrent of concern rippled within Karina's subsequent actions, a touch of apprehension adding a layer of spice to their shared journey, as if the tendril of fate unraveled in unpredictable patterns, whispering of unforeseen challenges that awaited its embrace. However, it seems the decline in the number of creatures has not gone unnoticed. Ninja villages have already launched investigations to uncover the cause. Even the Hidden Rock village, where we avoided deploying Zergs, had begun investigations. Fortunately, we had proceeded with caution, for our actions to collect biomass everywhere was not immune to scrutiny even with our discreet actions. In the face of this unfolding revelation, Shino's response manifested as a single, resolute motion, a mere shake of his head, his confidence unshaken by the news. This is inevitable. Sooner or later the Zergs will have to surface in the eyes of the world. We just need to win as much time for development as possible before we get on their watch list. Once our strength grows sufficiently, we wouldn't have to worry as much over being discovered. This reminds me, Karina, how far is our biomass supply from the requirement for our next six-path clone? With measured deliberation, Karina's face ascended in a deliberate ascent, her gaze scanning the vast expanse as if calculating the intricate length and height dimensions of the biomass storage, her voice interwoven with a hint of slurred articulation due to practicing a new language, a testament to her earnest endeavor to grasp the nuances and subtleties of her mother tongue. Shino, based on Karina's estimation, this upcoming harvest should be sufficient for success. Good. In a moment of unguarded contentment, Shino's words conveyed his honest thoughts. When we meet the quota, temporarily let the Zergs stay dormant. This will let the ecosystem recover, free up some computation power for other matters, and lower the suspicions of the investigating villages, resulting in them giving up their investigations. Shino, what if they don't give up? Well, everyone deserves a good rest after their arduous investigative efforts, especially the nosy ones. Shino's retort dripped with an air of dismissiveness, his eyes firmly shuttered to ward off the burgeoning warmth that threatened to infiltrate his resolve, a calculated defense to shield himself from the clutches of empathy, lest it weaken his resolve and unravel the carefully constructed layers of his unyielding determination. Karina's head bobbed in a rhythm, silently signifying her understanding of Shino's profound meaning. Understood, Shino. Karina will notify you of any changes when required. After all, not everyone deserves the rest. There are many who still have roles to play in your plans. A fleeting nod from Shino ushered in a subtle shift in his focus, his attention like a swiftly changing current veering towards another matter. What about the harvest from the cemeteries? In a profound display of disappointment, Karina's head dipped lower, her graceful bow bordering on the precipice of her own limits, an emblem of disheartenment that mirrored the depths of her disappointment with the harvest. As you predicted, there wasn't much biomass to be harvested. Most of those buried had become bare bones, with many graves being empty, their owner's body lost in the wars or for other reasons. The corpses buried in the public cemeteries also did not have the worth to be lugged back for research because important corpses are kept in well-guarded and hidden locations, ones our Zerg's burrowing ability can't penetrate. A shadow of disappointment draped over Shino's countenance, tinged with a begrudging acknowledgement that the seemingly impenetrable security he encountered surpassed his initial expectations. After all, if the Zerg's burrowing ability could succeed, the Hidden Rock Village, known for its ruthless tactics, would have long robbed the corpses of every village. This revealed the final destination of Shino's pursuit, cemeteries of ordinary civilians and ninjas, devoid of the formidable security available to important figures. The harvest is lacking, however, even mosquito meat is food. In seamless synchrony with his body, Shino's shoulders rose and fell in a nonchalant shrug, a gesture devoid of remorse. With a profound rhythm, Karina's head bobbed in a symphony of approval, each nod descending to the depths of agreement, adding a deliberate pause accentuating the gravity of her unwavering support, before rising again. Shino, Karina has harvested what could be harvested without disturbing the graves itself. As for the funeral objects, we can never have enough money. Find a time to sell them on the different black markets with our clone. Immersed in a reverie of the wealth he will soon acquire, Shino's mind conjured vivid images of counting stacks of illegal money, his senses attuned to an ethereal symphony of whispered curses emanating from the depths of readers' imaginations. Yet amidst this backdrop of disapproval, a resolute absence of remorse pervaded his being, as if the allure of his forbidden desires outweighed the disapproving chorus that echoed through the shadows of an audience that shouldn't exist. After all, his life wasn't a story. How could there be an audience? Moreover, Shino believed Tomb Raiders, with their audacious exploits and unwavering resolve, were also a respectable profession. And those hailed as strong players embodied the essence of professional Tomb Raiders, embodying a captivating mindset that dared to seize and loot all that lay within reach. Despite Shino's morally dubious methods, Karina's head bobbed with an almost feverish velocity, a rapid affirmation shrouded in her unique grace, signifying her resolute agreement with the unfolding path that lay ahead. Shino was bad, but she, Karina, liked a big bad Shino. Affirmative, Shino as Karina's meticulous report came to a close, her unwavering fiery gaze intertwined with Shino's, igniting a spark within him that resonated with the fervor of a seasoned gamer, for her professional demeanor and attention to intricate details awakened his dormant player spirit. During her post-report assignment, the depths of Shino's eyes swelled with an intensity that spoke volumes, foretelling the grave consequences that Karina's report bore upon him, casting a shadow that hinted at the impending gravity of their shared destiny. In the mesmerizing display of Karina's holographic projections, Shino's discerning gaze honed in on the simulated tomb, a mere mirage veiled within the beautiful expanse. As he anchored the vast expanse of the projection, which cradled the tomb, against the very fabric of the wall, a profound energy resurged within him, a testament to his profound prowess as a tomb raider. With unwavering resolve, he embarked on a perilous journey, putting his tomb raiding abilities to the test, his every move a calculated testament to his mastery in the art of plundering ancient secrets. Ha! 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 Not long later, Karina's laughter permeated the air, a captivating melody that wove through the currents of their shared endeavors, but her next tantalizing reminder stirred the depths of Shino's consciousness, leaving a trace of intrigue lingering in its wake. Ha ha Shino, it's almost time ha don't forget to send your clone on the mission today ha ha. Amidst the captivating dance of Shino's relentless raiding, a fleeting pause ensued, his countenance betraying a beguiling mixture of perplexity and curiosity. Mission? What mission? Chapter 65, Mission to Capital. The morning sun cast a warm glow over the gates of Hidden Leaf Village as Kiba and Hinata waited anxiously. teammate was about to embark on their first mission without the guidance of their trusted Jonin sensei. Kiba's restless energy manifested in his restless pacing, while Hinata stood quietly, her white eyes scanning the surroundings. "Where is Shino?" "He's never late," Kiba muttered, glancing at the sun for the umpteenth time. He was known for his impatience, but today it felt justified. Hinata looked up from her gentle contemplation and said softly, "Did you inform Shino about the mission, Kiba-kun?" Kiba's eyes widened in shock as he realized the grave oversight. "I thought you were going to tell him, Hinata. We can't go on this mission without him." Hinata's face turned a delicate shade of pink as she stammered, I thought you would. I mean, I was sure you would inform him." They stood there, the weight of their mistake hanging in the air. The uneasy silence grew, each blaming themselves for the oversight. It was then that Takamaru, Kiba's faithful canine companion, took matters into his own paws. He leaped from Kiba's shoulder and nipped him on the head, a playful but reproachful reminder. "Ouch! Akamaru, not now." Kiba winced, rubbing the spot where Akamaru had bitten him. "You could have reminded me earlier, you know." "Arf!" Akamaru barked in response, his eyes gleaming with mischief, as if saying, "That's what you get for forgetting, Kiba." As the dog and human engaged in their silent blame game, unbeknownst to them, Kurenai Yui, their former Jonin sensei, observed the scene from the shadows. Her slender form was barely visible among the buildings as she watched her team's mishap unfold. Her usually composed demeanor faltered, and she couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. "Seriously, Kiba and Hinata? I've taught you better than this," Kurenai muttered to herself. "I used to be the one responsible for notifying Shino about missions, and now they've completely forgotten without me." She couldn't help but feel a mix of annoyance and amusement at her team's inattentiveness. The young Gainins had grown so accustomed to her reminders that they had taken her role for granted. It was a valuable lesson for both Kiba and Hinata, one that Kurenai hoped they would learn from. But it also couldn't be completely blamed on them. After all, Shino's presence was really. As Kurenai contemplated her next move, Kiba finally snapped out of his reverie. He turned to Hinata with a sheepish grin and scratched the back of his head. "Well, this is awkward," he admitted, his voice tinged with embarrassment. "I guess we should go and find Shino then." Hinata nodded, a small smile playing at her lips. "Yes, we need to find him and explain what happened. I hope Shino-kun will not be too upset with us." "No need." As Shino's words resonated through the atmosphere, leaving an intriguing undertone in the surroundings, a sudden commotion caught the attention of Kiba and Hinata as a mass of bugs swarmed in front of them, swiftly coalescing into the distinct form of Shino. The two Gainin jumped at the sudden appearance of their teammate. Kiba scratched the back of his head, trying to hide his embarrassment, while he mumbled, "Damn, he didn't even give me a chance this time." "A chance to do what, exactly?" A subtle twitch flickered across Shino's eyebrow, an almost imperceptible gesture that hinted at hidden depths of his annoyance. "Shino, Karina says we prepare missing dog posters." Caught in the inner turmoil of Karina's tempting proposition, Shino's gaze bore a weight of foreboding as his eyes locked onto Kiba, hinting at a deeper danger beneath the surface. Sensing the weight of Shino's unfriendly stare, Kiba's awareness heightened as he abruptly became aware of his own blunder, decisively changing the subject as he blurted out, "Hey, Shino, how did you know about the mission? We didn't remind you." From one landmine, Kiba jumped to another. Shino, ever calm, simply raised his hand and presented his bugs as an answer without uttering a word. His actions spoke volumes, conveying that he was aware of their mission despite not receiving any reminders. Kiba couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly, breaking the silence with his trademark humor. "Yo, the abilities of your bugs are clearly buggy, aren't they? Yo, it bugs me just thinking about it." Shino's stoic expression remained unchanged, no amusement flickered in his dark eyes. It was a subtle acknowledgement of Kiba's horrible jest. "Shino-kun. I'm glad you showed up." With a gentle smile that held a glimmer of hidden depths, Hinata intervened, attempting to soothe the situation, her voice seemingly brimming with genuine remorse and happiness. "Sorry, we forgot to remind you." "Alright, enough time wasted. Listen up, Hinata, Shino." With an audacious interruption that betrayed his impatience, Kiba's voice cut through the air, devoid of remorse regarding his actions. The default wannabe leader, Kiba, took charge and explained their mission to his teammates. "We've been assigned to investigate a serial murder case in the political capital of the Land of Fire, Ujisama City. It's the place where the daimyo resides, a city mostly ruled by normal humans and largely outside the influence of ninjas. However, if there are complex or unsolvable problems, it falls to us, the shinobi, to tackle them. This mission will be a training experience for us, to see if we're ready to handle missions independently. If we do this properly, Kurenai-sensei will let us take missions on our own." Hinata nodded attentively, her eyes shining with determination. We can do this, Kiba-kun. We've trained hard, and we're ready to prove ourselves, to Kurenai-sensei, and to Nana. In a twist of events, Kiba unexpectedly interjected, his interruption hanging in the air with a mysterious undertone. Yahoo! Just proving it to ourselves and Kurenai-sensei is already enough, right Shino? Shino, as always, remained quiet but displayed a subtle nod. At last, the tables had turned, and the interruption was not directed at him this time. But the reason behind Kiba's interruption is intriguing, to say the least. Alright. Let's set off. Hinata, Shino, don't fall behind. With a commanding presence, Kiba's words hung in the air for a brief moment before he rushed forward with Akamaru. Hinata's gaze briefly met Shino's, nodding with determination before swiftly giving chase to Kiba. Shino calmly followed behind, outwardly showing no emotions, but inwardly complaining about his team's lack of consideration. The two just decided to take a mission and set off, but never asked him once if he wanted to go on one. With a composed exterior that concealed the storm of conflicting emotions within, Shino trailed silently behind, his stoic facade betraying no trace of the brewing turmoil and simmering anger over his team's apparent disregard for his desires and preferences, a mission embarked upon without so much as a single inquiry directed his way. His opinion seems to no longer matter as they had taken him for granted. The unsettling truth emerged that his fate was becoming inexorably intertwined with the role of a mere background board and perpetual pushover, solidifying his place in the unfolding narrative. Time was like climate change, the steady growth of his team was like an iceberg peeking through the receding sea, while his presence was like the sea level, declining more and more over time. Yet, there was a hidden brilliance in this masquerade, for while others might scorn him for his perceived passivity, Shino found solace in the shadows, relishing the deceptive allure of his pushover persona. Behind the scenes, it was only an act to amuse himself, the cost was one simple clone. He wielded his clones like marionettes, orchestrating their intricate dance with meticulous precision, a master of manipulation, and the scheming puppeteer of his own grand design. The true masterminds behind the scene were probably privy to his act, and now this was simply a game between them, a tantalizing game of wits and strategy, to see who discovers the weakness in the other first. And once the time was right, the lurking danger will surface into the light. Should I punish them? Sinister intentions simmered within Shino's psyche, his tongue slyly tracing his lips in a tantalizing gesture, concealed from prying eyes beneath the veil of his collar. Blissfully unaware of the dark designs concealed within the heart of one among their own, teammates set off from Hidden Leaf Village on their missions. As they set off, Shino's observant gaze briefly darted towards a concealed location where Kurenai had been watching. It was a fleeting acknowledgement, a silent assurance that he was aware of her presence, and a gaze that belied unspoken motives. As the Geinin team ventured further away, Kurenai emerged from the shadows of the building, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She was proud of Shino, proud of how far he had come to the point where he could find her without any overt cues. Yet, there was a hint of disappointment within her own heart, realizing that her own strength hadn't grown as much as she had hoped. To slowly be surpassed by my own student, this feeling. A bittersweet sensation engulfed her, but Kurenai gently dismissed it with a solemn shake of her head. With a graceful leap, Kurenai stealthily pursued her team, taking on the role of an unseen guardian. Her duty as their Jonin-sensei compelled her to keep a watchful eye, ensuring their safety and success. Although she was confident in their abilities by now, her presence offered a comforting assurance, a guiding force in the shadows in case of sudden changes. And if they were ready, it will be the last time she serves as a safety net for them. After all, as a Jonin, she also has critical and important missions, ones too perilous to bring a team of Geinin along. Also, she had her own life. But she was responsible enough to not skimp on her duties just to cater to a man. But soon, she may be granted her anticipated freedom. But will it be as she imagined? Unknown to all three members of the team, all their actions and facial expressions were monitored by their mysterious team member, one they still hadn't fully grasped the depths of. In the depths of the base, Shino's unwavering gaze locked onto the captivating live footage of Kurenai, carefully studying every contour of her alluring, matured form as it flickered across the screen, his eyes concealing a hidden fascination and forbidden desire. As he honed his rating skills, Shino's unwavering focus remained locked on Kurenai's alluring figure, igniting a primal fire within him that fueled his movements with a newfound intensity and determination, hinting at a hidden motivation driving his relentless pursuit of mastery. Ha! Ha! Is Shino-sama interested in her? Karina's seductive laughter reverberated through the room, its intoxicating melody swirling with an irresistible allure, casting a mesmerizing spell that lured untempted with a promise of hidden secrets and forbidden desires. Ha! How about Karina helps Shino-sama start a student-teacher relationship? Shino's gaze shifted from the captivating holographic display, his eyes now locked onto his lover with a penetrating intensity. Leaning in closer, he breathed a whispered message, tickling the depths of her ears. Jealous? Pa. No, of course not. Karina had already said, she will help Shino-sama acquire all he desires, whether by hook or crook. Haha, intertwined with her evil laugh, Karina's dark thoughts were conveyed, hinting at the sinister intentions within her depths. Shrouded in an air of ambiguity, Shino's gaze held an alluring depth as he playfully nibbled Karina's ear, his whispered words trailing off. You already changed the way you are calling me, still saying you aren't jealous. Karina's face turned subtly, a veil of secrecy concealing the flicker of jealousy within her eyes. Pa. Karina isn't. How cute. The flames of jealousy ignited within Karina, spreading like wildfire to engulf Shino, compelling him to daringly drive the fire truck with increasing speed, eager to reach the final destination and unleash the hose's torrential downpour that would quell the burning inferno. Intriguingly perceptive, Karina's eyes shifted, capturing the subtle shift in the atmosphere. Karina's eyes swiveled to meet Shino's intense gaze, and from her lips dripped an ambiguous laugh. Haha, yes, Shino-sam. Her ambiguous laugh was swiftly silenced by Shino, their tongues entwining in a fateful dance. Like the mechanism of a cunning trap set into motion, the very walls of the tomb commenced a calculated contraction, poised to unleash a final strike upon the audacious intruder. And the fire truck also arrived in the capital city, ready to put out the fire. Chapter 66, The Dark Side. The midday sun bathed Ujasama City, the capital of the Land of Fire, in a warm golden glow. Shino, Hinata, and Kiba stood at the grand entrance, their eyes wide with awe as they took in the bustling streets and ornate buildings that surrounded them. It was a city unlike any they had ever seen before, a testament to the prosperity and grandeur of the Land of Fire. As they made their way through the crowded streets, the trio couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. This was a place where power and privilege resided, and as small-time ninjas, they felt out of place. They had been summoned to meet the commissioner of the mission, a noble from the capital, but they knew it was unlikely that they would have the honor of meeting the noble themselves. Instead, they found themselves standing before a grand mansion, guarded by stoic attendants in formal attire. One of the attendants approached them, his voice tinged with politeness but also a hint of condescension. Welcome to Ujasama City. I am the attendant of the noble whom has requested your presence. Please follow me. The attendant led them through the sprawling mansion, its opulent halls adorned with fine art and intricate tapestries. They entered a lavish study, where the noble's presence was symbolized by a large portrait that hung prominently on the wall. The attendant gestured for them to take a seat, and they obliged, feeling both nervous and intrigued. I apologize for the absence of the noble, the attendant began. He is preoccupied with matters of state. However, he has entrusted me to convey his wishes and provide you with the necessary information for your mission. Shino, always composed and observant, studied the attendant carefully. Hinata politely bowed, displaying the exemplary manners learned in the Hyuga clan's training. We appreciate your assistance. Could you please enlighten us about the nature of the mission and the recent serial murders? The attendant nodded, his gaze fixed on Hinata. Certainly. We have been plagued by a series of gruesome murders in Ujasama City. The victims all share a common trait: they were members under the city's elite, the influential figures that shape the fate of this nation. It is imperative that we put an end to these heinous acts and restore a sense of security to the city. Hinata's eyes widened in shock. Members of the elites of society? Why would someone target them specifically? The attendant's head bowed further, obscuring his countenance, as his reply came with a tinge of sadness. That is precisely what we hope you can uncover. The commissioner has compiled a list of the murder sites for your investigation, but we have reason to believe the murderer has to do with a mysterious new group. We have also marked their area of activity on the map. You are to gather any information you can and report back to us when the problem is solved. It would be ideal if you could solve the case within a week. Kiba leaned forward, his curiosity getting the better of him. Why are the murder sites concentrated in this outer area of the city? Shouldn't the elites be in the inner area? Are the residents involved? The attendant's face tightened, a shadow of discomfort crossing his features. That. The members under the elites perform their respectable jobs and missions there. Yo, so they were murdered when they went to work? What a strange place to start. Kiba grinned, clearly excited by the mystery. The attendant stared at Kiba, a neutral smile on his face. Yes. And a fair warning. It's best to not dig too deeply into the inner workings of their jobs. Some nobles wouldn't be too happy if you learn their confidential hobbies. It's best to focus on solving the problem, the murderers. Kiba and Hinata silently exchanged glances, clearly noticing something suspicious. However, Kurenai-sensei had taught them not to be nosy. Meanwhile, Shino stood silently in the background, adjusting his glasses that were glinting with interest, his mind connecting the clues. With the briefing concluded, the attendant handed them the list of murder sites and bid them farewell, his parting words carrying a hint of urgency. Please, Bring an end to this darkness. The future of Ujasama City rests in your hands. As they followed the winding streets, their steps became slower and more cautious. It wasn't long until they realized that the marked area on the map led them straight into the slums. The vibrant and prosperous cityscape they had initially encountered quickly gave way to dilapidated buildings and narrow, garbage-filled alleyways. The narrow, winding alleys were lined with dilapidated houses, their roofs patched with tattered sheets, and walls adorned with faded graffiti. The sounds of laughter and music were replaced with the murmurs of desperation and the occasional cry of a hungry child. The air was heavy with the scent of decay and desperation, a far cry from the fragrant gardens and perfumed corridors of the noble's mansion. Akamaru doesn't like the smell of this place, but we can't help it. Our mission seems to be here. With a tender touch, Kiba comforted the whimpering Akamaru with a rub on its head. No matter which world, and no matter how prosperous a country may seem, the slums seem to exist. Despite not being depicted in the anime, the hidden details revealed in reality were only more cruel. Shino adjusted his glasses, his stoic expression not betraying any emotions. He surveyed the area with a keen eye, taking in the sights and sounds of the slums. The air was heavy with the stench of decay and poverty, yet amidst the despair, he could sense a flicker of hope and resilience. The slums, despite their hidden existence, were a testament to the hidden reality of the world's cruelty, but was also proof of humanity's resilience. Hinata's heart ached at the gloomy sight. It's hard to believe that such poverty exists within the same city. These people must face unimaginable hardships every day. Kiba nodded in agreement, his canine senses picking up on the weariness that seemed to hang in the air. Yeah, it's a harsh reality, alright. It really doesn't look like elite members from the noble families would work here. But our only clues point to this area. If we want to solve this case, we'll have to dive deep into these slums and uncover the truth, whatever it is. Hinata's Byakugan traced a last sweep across the expanse radiating suffocating darkness, a final moment of acknowledgement before she lowered her head, her fingers anxiously fidgeting, betraying the torrent of thoughts and emotions cascading through her being. Suddenly, Kiba, unknown to what reckless ideas he had, turned to his teammates, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Yo, guys, I've got an idea. Since Shino can handle himself, why don't Hinata and I split up and cover more ground? We'll find those responsible faster that way. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to Hinata. Hinata, her white eyes filled with concern, looked at Shino, a silent plea for reassurance. I think it would be better if we stick together, Kiba-kun. This place can be dangerous, and Shino-kun's combat prowess would greatly benefit us. Besides, teamwork has always been our strength. A subtle nod of agreement escaped from Shino, his countenance an emotionless mask, concealing the intricate labyrinth of schemes silently brewing within his mind. Kiba's face contorted into a scowl, his canine teeth poking out. Fine, have it your way and stay with Shino. But I'm confident Akamaru and I can handle anything that comes our way. I'll go investigate the site of that mysterious new group. We'll meet back here in 2 hours. Yana. With that, Kiba and Akamaru bounded away, disappearing into the labyrinthine alleys of the slums. The worried Hinata turned to Shino, her voice filled with concern. Shino-kun, are you sure it's okay? I can't help but worry about Kiba-kun going off on his own. Shino placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder, offering her a reassuring pat. No need to worry, Hinata. Kiba has grown stronger over the years. We must trust in his abilities and have faith in his judgment. For now, let us focus on our task at hand. Hinata's solemn nod mirrored her introspective gaze, lost in the expanse of the distant horizon, while Shino's own eyes followed a concealed figure with a hidden intent, a subtle smile adorning his features, as if his intuition had once again proven astute. Indeed, it appeared that Kurenai-sensei's concern would now gravitate towards Kiba, allowing the responsibility of ensuring Hinata's safety to be entrusted to Shino's capable hands. Will she regret her decision today? Shino didn't know, but he knew that the impending events would be disturbing, unsettling, and dark. If this was a story, Shino would warn the readers to not proceed further to avoid being triggered over the violent and dark content. Even with this warning, perhaps many would still delve headfirst into the darkness. Who would go to hell if not me, right? Despite being wordy, but important warnings must be mentioned twice. For those with a faint heart, bugger off before it's too late. You still have a choice. Alas, unlike some who still had a choice, this was reality for Shino, and the truth, the tendrils of cruelty could never truly be evaded. But at least it wasn't directed at him this time. Hey! Shino and Hinata walked side by side, their steps synchronized as they ventured deeper into the heart of the slums. The narrow, winding streets were shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint flickering of dim streetlights that struggled to pierce through the thick haze of despair that permeated the air. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to cling to the very walls of the dilapidated buildings, as if it had seeped into the bricks and mortar, infecting every inch of this forgotten corner of the village. Dilapidated houses with makeshift roofs, children huddled around meager fires for warmth, and weary adults going about their daily routines with a quiet determination. The harsh reality of poverty etched itself onto every corner and crevice, making it impossible to ignore. Shino's keen senses picked up the subtle movements and whispers within the slums. His bugs flitted around, gathering information from the shadows. Hinata, on the other hand, kept a watchful eye on their surroundings, her Byakugan activated to its full potential. As they pressed forward, Shino's keen senses detected the subtle movements around them. The pair was being watched, observed from hidden corners and concealed alleyways. Eyes peered out from the shadows, glinting with a mixture of curiosity and caution. However, no one dared to confront them. It wasn't their youthful appearance that deterred those who lingered in the darkness, but rather the unmistakable symbol of Hidden Leaf Village adorning their forehead and neck, the forehead protector. Most of the people who made their living in the underbelly of society knew better than to meddle with shinobi. They understood that ninjas were an entirely different breed, capable of unleashing swift and deadly retaliation. Without any hindrance, their investigation led them to a rundown warehouse on the outskirts of the slums. Its decaying walls held secrets and whispers of the disappearances that plagued the area. Embedded between other dilapidated buildings and separated by dark alleys, the warehouse certainly did not belong in the safe area. Shino's bugs alerted him to a group of suspicious-looking individuals huddled within those dark alleys and the rooftops of the buildings. However, there was no need to mention them because they were irrelevant to their investigation. Even their numbers were inconsequential in the face of the tempestuous might of ninjas. Hinata also knew this. They only needed to maintain their basic vigilance. The duo cautiously approached the entrance, soon realizing their investigation target, the warehouse, had been sealed off. As Hinata's determined gaze fell upon the chain obstructing sealing the door, her palm moving with precision, snapping it with an audible crack. The door to the warehouse groaned in reluctant compliance as it swung open after a single push and the duo vigilantly entered. Hinata's pale eyes scanned the area, taking in the dirty surroundings. It felt eerily empty, devoid of any signs of the gruesome murder that had brought them here. There was no trace of blood, no lingering scent of violence. It was as if the very essence of death had been meticulously eradicated from this place. Hinata's voice was tinged with confusion as she broke the silence. Shino-kun, something doesn't feel right. The place doesn't look like it has been cleaned, but there are small spots cleaner than the rest. There should be some evidence of a murder here, at least some traces of blood. Where could it have gone? Shino remained silent, his dark eyes scanning the surroundings with a penetrating gaze. He wore an inscrutable expression, his mind working behind the mask of his stoic demeanor. It seems he already had some speculations regarding the incident, but he didn't divulge it. After a moment, he finally spoke, his voice low and measured. "You're correct, Hinata. The absence of blood suggests that there may be more to this situation than meets the eye. We must proceed with caution." Their investigation of the warehouse yielded no answers, only more questions. At least for the innocent Hinata. As they exited the desolate building, the duo was met with a cacophony of desperate cries. A woman's voice pierced through the air, accompanied by the chilling sound of ripping fabric and the lecherous laughter of rough men. The source of the commotion emanated from a nearby alley, shrouded in darkness and obscured by the tall, decaying structures that surrounded it. Hinata's heart wrenched with a mixture of empathy and determination. Her white eyes fixated on the alley, her mind torn between the urge to help and the knowledge of the dangers that lurked within. She took a step forward, ready to intervene, to be the compassionate shinobi she had always strived to be. But just as her foot touched the ground, Shino's firm hand rested on her shoulder, stopping her in her tracks. "Are you sure, Hinata?" Shino's voice was seemingly laced with concern, his eyes meeting hers with a depth of understanding. "Kurenai-sensei has taught us, being nosy could expose you to unknown risks. We must consider the larger picture." Hinata's gaze wavered, her resolve tested by the anguished cries that continued to echo through the darkness. She felt a swell of frustration, knowing that she possessed the strength to aid those in need, yet feeling the weight of responsibility that came with her role as a shinobi. With a determined nod, Hinata met Shino's gaze once again, her voice filled with conviction. "I can't stand by and let this continue, Shino-kun. She needs my help. I'll face whatever risks may come." Shino's grip on her shoulder tightened momentarily before releasing its hold. "Very well, Hinata. I'll take care of the ones hidden around us." As Shino's gaze transfixed upon the insatiable maw of the dark alley devouring Hinata's vulnerable form, his own presence seemed to be suspended in a bewildering trance, as if the consciousness had left to engage in a cryptic communication with someone elsewhere. Within the confines of the base, Karina relinquished her control over the projected clone within the flickering holographic display, her body brimming with electrifying anticipation, bouncing with fervor as she avidly observed the live feed, eagerly ensnared by the unfolding spectacle of Hinata's perilous encounter. Shino, are you sure you want to let Hinata experience this? Isn't his too cruel? Reclining upon the couch, his fingers idly caressing the smooth surface of the firm white cushions, Shino met the inquiry with a cunning grin playing upon his lips. Some things, she must experience herself to understand. Let's treat this as a small punishment for her ignorance. As Shino detected the brewing tension woven within the fabric of Hinata's circumstances, his eyes betrayed a glimmer of his scheming intentions. Plus, only in despair can we gain her true gratitude. Chapter 67, Desperate Situation. As Hinata cautiously entered the alley, without hesitation, Hinata unleashed her Byakugan, her vision piercing through the darkness and analyzing the situation with unparalleled clarity. The scene before her unfolded like an adult film. A group of men surrounded a helpless woman, their predatory grins revealing the depths of their depravity. She could see the desperation etched on the woman's face, her torn clothes a testament to the torment she had endured. The thugs, emboldened by their vile acts, reveled in their power over her. Hinata's breath caught in her throat, her instincts urging her to act, but her hands trembled, fear rising in her heart. It was the first time she was exposed to this horrifying act. However, the women's cries didn't allow her to hesitate any longer. Taking a deep breath, Hinata steadied herself and stepped forward, her voice ringing with a mix of determination and authority. Release her immediately. You will answer for your crimes. The thugs turned their attention to the young girl, their eyes widening with a mixture of surprise and fear when they noticed her forehead guard, as if they had not expected interference from such seemingly powerful beings. There is none of your business here, ninja. Quit being nosy and mind your own business. A low, menacing growl escaped from the depths of one thug's throat as he took a deliberate step forward, his very presence exuding a palpable intimidation aimed squarely at Hinata. Bam! He was met with a palm, the sheer force sending him hurtling backward until he crashed against the unforgiving wall. Blood erupted from his mouth, staining the air with a vivid scarlet before he slumped unconscious, surrendering to the cold embrace of the ground. One of them, the apparent ringleader, sneered and spat on the ground before defiantly stepping forward. Are all you ninjas this arrogant these days? You think you can stop us, little girl? We'll show you what happens when you meddle in our affairs. Hinata's resolve remained unshaken as she assessed the situation. She faced the looming threat, ready to defend the innocent and uphold justice in this forsaken corner of their village. As the second blow was struck and the clash of wills ensued, the shadows of the slums whispered their secrets, bearing witness to the beginning of a relentless battle against the darkness that threatened to consume their home. The alley, once filled with the moans of thugs, became a battleground for a different kind of darkness. A ninja versus normal humans, the result was an inevitable one-sided slaughter. After dealing with the scums of society, the air crackled with an unsettling tension as Hinata cautiously approached the woman she had just rescued. Her heart swelled with a mixture of relief and concern, not knowing the true depths of the danger that lay ahead. As she extended a trembling hand to help the bruised woman up, Hinata's voice quivered with empathy, yet at the same time, not too clear on how to handle the situation. Are you okay? We need to get you to safety. What should I do to help? The woman weakly leaned against Hinata's body, her arm slowly wrapping around Hinata for support, discreetly snaking towards a pouch. Gratitude dripped from her whispered words like a desperate plea. Thank you for saving me. If you want to help me. Then but before Hinata could fully register the gratitude, the woman's expression morphed into something sinister, a twisted grin spreading across her face. In a shocking twist of fate, the woman's hand darted forward, holding a syringe filled with an unknown substance. Hinata's eyes widened in horror as the needle pierced her skin, injecting the mysterious concoction into her bloodstream. With a surge of adrenaline, she struck the woman away, stumbling backward. The effects of the drug were immediate. Hinata's once steady legs wobbled, betraying her as a wave of dizziness swept over her. She fought against the encroaching darkness, her vision blurring at the edges. Determination burned within her, refusing to succumb to this treacherous assault. Leaning against a wall, the woman, now sporting a trail of blood leaking from her mouth, revealed a ferocious expression, her hand holding Hinata's ninja pouch. Her laughter echoed through the alley, piercing the chaos. The fun's just getting started. We've hooked another one. Join us, boys. From all directions, more rough thugs emerged, crawling out from the shadows like predators sensing vulnerability. Some descended from the rooftops, surrounding the faltering Hinata with a menacing hunger in their eyes. Their tongues ran over their lips in a grotesque display of anticipation, savoring the prospect of a new victim. Why you? Hinata's gaze fixed onto the woman, her heart pounding with a mixture of fury and disbelief, as she watched the woman being forcefully lifted by a thug's callous grip, his hand freely roaming across her shameless form. After their tongues entwined in a rough dance in a harrowing alley, the woman's voice reverberated with a coquettish allure, But her words betrayed her twisted intentions. "Remember my portion of the sales, leader." Naturally. With a twisted sense of amusement, the thug leader's hand delivered a playful slap to the woman, the sharp sound echoing through the air as a cruel prelude to the impending darkness. "Now go satisfy the boys. They've been thirsty camping here for so long." A charming giggle escaped the woman's lips, her movements infused with a seductive allure as her waist seductively twisted, drawing the attention of the crowd of thugs as she strutted towards them. Watching this, Hinata clenched her fists, her resolve rekindling within her weakened form. She refused to become a pawn in their sinister game. She refused to fall here. Her voice, though strained, radiated defiance. "You won't get away with this. I'll protect myself and put an end to your depravity." The leader of the thugs stepped forward, a sadistic smile twisting his features. His voice dripped with malevolence as he taunted Hinata. "Oh, little girl, you think you stand a chance? It's just a mere game-in, we have dealt with many. Don't worry, we'll have our fun with you before selling you off. It's a rare treat to break someone of your caliber." Hinata's mind raced, searching for an escape, an opportunity to turn the tide. Despite the weakness seeping into her limbs, her training and determination remained unwavering. She focused her Byakugan, honing her vision in the face of imminent danger. "Boys, the one who brings her down gets first dip." As the reverberation of his commanding voice lingered in the air, the leader's arms crossed confidently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, ready to revel in the unfolding spectacle before him. The atmosphere crackled with ominous energy as the thugs, some of their fists cracking with a foreboding promise, and others with hands gently caressing the weapons in their grasps, closed in on Hinata, poised to unleash a wave of violence upon her. With a sudden burst of speed and precision, Hinata launched herself into action. Her movements became a blur, evading strikes and countering with swift, calculated strikes of her own. Her palms met flesh with precision, each blow infused with the strength of her training and a desperation to protect herself. Yet, the odds stacked against her grew with each passing moment. Hinata's slender form stood amidst the fallen, her chest rising and falling with exertion. More thugs closed in, their numbers overwhelming even for a skilled shinobi like Hinata. She fought against the fatigue threatening to consume her, a valiant struggle against the encroaching darkness. As the battle raged on, the echoes of pain and determination reverberated through the alley, intertwining with the shadows that cast their dark influence upon this forsaken place. Hinata's unwavering spirit clashed against the cruel machinations of those who sought to exploit her. And in that convergence, a glimmer of hope flickered, reminding her that even in the face of adversity, the light of justice would never be fully extinguished. After all, her teammates had her back. "I'm sorry, Shino-kun, I should have listened to you. Please come soon." Hinata's desperate plea for Shino's assistance hung in the air, unanswered, as her strength waned with each passing moment. The silence between them felt heavy, almost suffocating, amplifying the direness of her predicament. She was alone, surrounded by the cruel intentions of the thugs closing in on her. As the assailants closed in, their sinister grins mirrored the darkness that encroached upon Hinata's dwindling resolve. The leader, his malevolence etched across his face, unleashed a chilling laugh that echoed through the alley. His voice dripped with sadistic pleasure as he commanded his underlings, "Boys, be careful. Avoid causing too much damage to her body." In a final burst of effort, Hinata summoned the remnants of her strength. Her strikes landed with calculated precision, pushing the thugs back momentarily. But her energy was waning, and the weight of her injuries threatened to pull her into the abyss. Leaning heavily against the cold, unforgiving wall, Hinata struggled to find her footing, her breaths labored. Her vision blurred with tears, both from physical pain and the growing despair that clawed at her spirit. She fought against the encroaching darkness, willing herself to stay conscious, to keep fighting. The leader of the thugs, a sadistic grin etched on his face, saw her vulnerability as an opportunity for his own twisted desires. With a sudden burst of swift movement, he closed the distance between them, his kick landing with brutal force. Hinata was sent sprawling to the ground, pain searing through her body. The echoes of his laughter filled the alley, a cruel symphony to her torment. "It seems I get first dips." As the leader triumphantly declared his place of dominance, he commanded his lackeys to restrain Hinata, to ensure her compliance. Despite her valiant struggles, their numbers overwhelmed her. Multiple thugs converged, locking her arms and legs, pressing her body down against the unyielding ground. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes, a mixture of pain, desperation, and flickering hope. She refused to let despair consume her completely. With every ounce of her remaining strength, she struggled, calling out in her heart for her team to come to her aid, to arrive in the nick of time. As the thugs tightened their grip, Hinata's heart clung to the belief that her team would not forsake her. Though her body was held captive, her spirit soared with the knowledge that in the face of darkness, there was always a glimmer of hope, a thread of strength that refused to be extinguished. And so, with tears streaming down her cheeks, Hinata clung to that thread, yearning for the arrival of her comrade, for the unwavering support that would see her through this bleak moment. Shino-kun. Where are you? Naruto-kun. Come save me. Chapter 68, Kiba Investigation. Kiba, along with his desire to prove his strength, embarked on a journey through the slums of the capital city. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the narrow alleyways that snaked through the impoverished district. With his loyal companion, Akamaru, by his side, Kiba ventured forth, his senses sharp and his instincts honed. As they made their way through the labyrinthine streets, Kiba engaged in a conversation with Akamaru, relying on their unique bond to gather information. Keep your nose sharp, Akamaru, Kiba whispered, glancing around at the wary eyes peering at them from the ramshackle buildings. Something's not right here. Akamaru let out a low growl, his ears perked up as he scanned the surroundings. I sense fear and unrest, Kiba. The people here seem troubled. Kiba nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. We need to find out what's going on. Let's start by asking around. He approached a group of locals who had been covertly watching their every move. Hey, you there? Have you heard anything about a mysterious new group in the area? The bystanders exchanged glances, their faces filled with caution and trepidation. Finally, a middle-aged man was forced to step forward by the others, his voice trembling slightly. Yeah, I've heard whispers. They call themselves the Shin Gang. Came out of nowhere a month ago, and they've been causing trouble ever since. Kiba's interest peaked as he leaned in, his gaze focused. Tell me more. What do you know about them? The man's voice dropped to a hushed tone. They've been growing in numbers rapidly, absorbing smaller gangs along the way. But here's the thing. Once they take someone in, they never come back. It's like they vanish without a trace. Kiba's eyes narrowed, his mind racing with possibilities. That's suspicious. Do you have any idea where they take them? The man pointed towards a direction in the distance. That warehouse over there. It's rumored to be their headquarters. But be careful, kid. The Shin Gang isn't to be trifled with. None of the gangs here are good things. Undeterred, Kiba thanked the man and set off towards the warehouse, which corresponded with the marked location on the map, his heart pounding with anticipation after confirming the map's validity. Easier than I thought. At least the employer is not pitting us this time. Kiba grinned, walking forward with confidence. Akamaru sniffed the air, his nose twitching in search of any scent that might hint at danger. Approaching the nondescript building, Kiba studied its exterior. The windows were boarded up, and the entrance seemed guarded, but something felt off. Akamaru, do you sense anything strange? Akamaru tilted his head, his nose twitching. The guards, Kiba. I don't smell a lot of guards, if any at all, unlike the typical security of a gang's base. It's almost as if they want us to enter. Kiba's suspicions grew stronger, but his curiosity got the better of him. Let's take a closer look, but we'll need to be stealthy. Follow my lead. Tell me with the agreed paw signals if necessary, your barks will alert others. With the grace of a predator, Kiba and Akamaru slipped into the shadows, their movements blending seamlessly with the fading daylight. Seemingly undiscovered, the duo infiltrated the warehouse, expertly maneuvering through the darkened corridors of the warehouse, their senses on high alert. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the building, Kiba's eyes widened in surprise. Instead of encountering fierce gang members, they stumbled upon rows of empty crates and abandoned equipment. The warehouse appeared to be nothing more than a facade. Kiba whispered to Akamaru, his voice tinged with skepticism. This doesn't add up, Akamaru. How can there be no one? It's as if they wanted us to find an empty base. Akamaru let out a soft growl, his eyes darting around the room. Stay vigilant, Kiba. I smell a rotten smell in the air disturbing my senses. There's something hidden here, something we haven't discovered yet. My smell can't find them, but I'm sure suddenly, Akamaru's keen senses had picked up on something amiss, and before Kiba could comprehend what was happening, his faithful companion's barks sliced through the silence, warning him of impending danger. Reacting on instinct, Kiba leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the earth-shattering eruption that followed. The ground trembled violently, and from the depths of the earth, a grotesque figure emerged. The human form was contorted, its pale body marred by strange tendrils and sarcomas. Its eyes were rolled back, revealing nothing but empty sockets that sent a chill down Kiba's spine. This was an abomination, a twisted fusion of humanity and monstrosity. A trap? But what is this creature? With a growl rising in his throat, Kiba steadied himself, his eyes narrowing as he assessed the unholy creature before him. It lurched forward with alarming speed, its movements erratic and unsettling. Without hesitation, Kiba struck out, his fist meeting the abomination's face with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent it hurtling backward, crashing into the ground. As Kiba caught his breath, he couldn't help but notice the eerie similarity between the creature's pallid skin and that of the undead zombies he had encountered in a previous mission. The realization sent a shiver down his spine, and a flicker of unease danced in his eyes. However, he didn't have much time to think. The abomination, though momentarily incapacitated, refused to stay down. It clawed its way back up from the dirt, a sinister determination gleaming in its vacant eyes. Sensing the impending danger, Kiba knew he had to act swiftly and decisively. With a fierce determination burning within him, he gathered his chakra, channeling it through his body, and unleashed his signature technique. Tunneling Fang. Kiba roared, his voice resonating with primal energy. In an instant, his body became a blur as he launched himself towards the abomination. The ground quivered beneath his feet as he spun like a whirlwind, the sheer force of his motion churning the earth beneath him. The whirlwind drilled through the air with a deadly precision. As Kiba's attack connected, the abomination was thrown off balance, its body crumpling under the onslaught. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the ground, causing the warehouse floor to crack and splinter. With one final surge of power, Kiba's attack culminated in a devastating blow, his drill crushing the abomination's skull. Silence enveloped the scene as Kiba stopped his ability, his breath mingling with the stillness of the air. The lifeless body of the abomination lay motionless before him, the threat extinguished, at least for the moment. Arf! 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 Just as he prepared to catch his breath, a cacophony of grotesque sounds reverberated through the warehouse. His heart skipped a beat as rotten hands clawed their way out from the depths of the earth all around the warehouse, accompanied by a horde of emerging monsters. They bore the same twisted features as the fallen abomination, their twisted forms a testament to the unholy merging of flesh and abomination. Just how many of them are there? The battle raged on, and Kiba's instincts took over. With a commanding gesture, he called upon Akamaru to join him in a synchronized assault. Chakra surged through their bodies as they both unleashed the man-beast clone jutsu. Instantly, a replica of himself formed beside Kiba, mirroring his every move. The ground trembled beneath them as they initiated the Fang over Fang technique, their bodies becoming spinning whirlwinds of destruction. As the monstrous abominations closed in, Kiba and his clone became a force of nature, tearing through the enemy ranks with relentless ferocity. They spun like a maelstrom, their fangs gnashing, and their claws slashing, pulverizing everything in their path. The monsters were thrown back, their twisted forms reduced to mere debris in the wake of their onslaught. The air crackled with the energy of their combined assault, each rotation of their devastating attack decimating the group of monsters. Finally, Kiba ceased his whirlwind assault, panting heavily as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Damn, they were tougher than imagined. It took a couple of hits to take each one out. For a brief moment, he believed the battle had reached a lull, allowing him to catch his breath. But fate had other plans in store. Without warning, an unknown ninja materialized before him, his presence shrouded in swift speed. Instinctively, Akamaru's warning bark pierced the air, granting Kiba a hairbreadth of time to evade the incoming attack. With lightning reflexes, Kiba activated his swift four legs jutsu, his body shifting and contorting in a blur of motion. The enemy's strike missed its mark, barely grazing Kiba's cheek as he swiftly evaded the lethal blow. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a sinister realization dawned upon him. More adversaries had emerged, encircling him on all sides. This time, they were actual ninjas. The group of ninjas closed in, their kunai slicing through the air with lethal intent. Shurikens followed suit, launched at him from every angle. Kiba's eyes widened as he witnessed one of the assailants manipulating their shurikens with wires, twisting their trajectories in an attempt to ensnare him. He was left with no choice but to dodge, weave, and roll, his instincts guiding him through the chaotic dance of blades. Despite his nimble maneuvers, Kiba was not without injury. The kunai grazed his arm, leaving shallow cuts that oozed crimson. But his determination burned brightly within him. With a fierce roar, he summoned his strength, muscles rippling as he broke free from the encirclement, smashing his way through his assailants with Akamaru. As he retreated steadily, Kiba's hands began to form intricate hand signs fluidly yet, just as Kiba prepared to unleash his ultimate ability, tragedy struck. A sharp pain erupted from his back, the searing agony coursing through his body. He coughed, blood staining his lips as he turned his gaze behind him. Standing there was a masked ninja, his figure appearing out of thin air, a master of camouflage. Ganjutsu? No. That's Bugs. Kiba's shock was palpable as he recognized the similarity between the ninja's camouflage bug and Shino's signature techniques, camouflage insects. Why is that here? The revelation sent a surge of adrenaline through his veins, mingled with a newfound sense of danger. His heart pounded, his mind racing to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Who were these masked assailants, and what were their motives? With a steely resolve, Kiba tightened his grip on his remaining strength. Blood trickled down his wounded form, but his spirit remained unbroken. There was still hope because the wound was surprisingly not fatal, miraculously deviating from his vital organs. It was unknown if the first strike was a mistake, but the masked assailant's next move hinted at a sinister desire to press forward and unleash a deadly strike. Just when the masked assailant wanted to pierce the kunai deeper, Akamaru's swift reaction saved Kiba from the lethal strike, sinking his teeth into the assailant's hand, forcing them to relinquish their hold. Simultaneously, Kiba launched a powerful punch, aimed backward, intending to connect with the ninja's face. But to his surprise, the enemy displayed an uncanny agility, evading the blow with a graceful dodge, leaving Kiba's fist to collide with nothing but empty air. Retreating to dodge the assailant's blow, the pain from the kunai lodged in his back throbbed mercilessly, its presence a constant reminder of the battle's toll. But Kiba's determination burned brighter than ever, urging him to press forward, to pursue the enemy who had wounded him. His teeth gritted, his muscles tensed, he sought to break free from the shackles of pain and beat down his assailants. However, as Kiba made his move, a startling development occurred. From the very ground beneath him, two hands emerged, their fingers curling tightly around his legs, ensnaring him within their cold grip. He struggled against their hold, muscles straining, but the grip only tightened, unyielding in its determination. To his dismay, two more ninjas closed in, their presence like a vice, locking his arms in a firm hold. Kiba's heart pounded, his mind racing for a solution, a way to escape this desperate situation. But before he could formulate a plan, the retreating masked assailant surged forward, their hand poised with another kunai, aimed directly at his heart. Dread washed over Kiba as the reality set in, he had no chance of dodging this attack. And then, in a moment of pure heroism, Akamaru leaped forward, throwing its own body into the path of the deadly projectile. Time seemed to stand still as the kunai approached Akamaru's resilient form. Kiba's eyes widened in shock and fear, his voice escaping him in a strangled yell as he witnessed his loyal partner risking everything to protect him. "No, Akamaru." Kiba's voice cracked, filled with a mixture of awe and terror, his heart pounding in his chest. Clang. However, it was not the sound of metal meeting flesh echoing throughout the warehouse, but metal meeting metal. As the clang of metal subsided, a figure emerged from the chaos, stepping into Kiba's line of sight. Holding a kunai held firmly in her grasp, its gleaming blade serving as a barrier against the enemy's advance, her crimson eyes burned with a mixture of determination and intensity, reflecting the flickering flames of the battlefield. Her flowing black hair swayed gracefully in the chaotic winds from her graceful movement, a stark contrast to the turmoil that surrounded them. Kurenai-sensei? Chapter 69, Trap. Kurenai's crimson eyes burned with resolve as she assessed the situation. "Are you alright, Kiba?" "No problem, Kurenai-sensei." Kiba replied through gritted teeth. Nodding slightly, Kurenai's voice carried the mix of authority and concern, spurring her student to push through the pain. "Stay strong, Kiba. We'll get through this together." Akamaru, Kiba's loyal companion, sensed his master's distress and sprang into action. With a fierce growl, the faithful ninja dog sank his teeth into the enemy ninja's hand, causing him to release his grip on Kiba's trapped arm. The Inuzuka prodigy seized the opportunity, summoning his remaining strength to deliver a devastating blow, his fist crashing into the other assailant's jaw. The impact reverberated through the night, and the ninja crumpled to the ground. But Kiba's ordeal was far from over. His legs were still ensnared by the other enemy ninja, their grip vice-like and unyielding. Undeterred, Kiba's determination flared, his hands reaching for a kunai with lightning speed. As he brandished the blade, he sliced through the hands restraining his legs, causing them to recoil in pain. Kiba twisted his body, leveraging the newfound freedom to launch himself backward, barely avoiding collision with a third ninja who seemed trapped in Kurenai's genjutsu, frozen in place like a statue. Sweat dripped down Kiba's brow as his eyes darted from one adversary to another. His adrenaline-fueled senses caught sight of the presented opportunity, and he struck with precision, slashing his kunai across the immobilized ninja's throat. The clash of steel against flesh echoed in the night, punctuated by the enemy's lifeless thud to the ground. However, a chill ran down Kiba's spine as his eyes locked onto the grotesque wound adorning the ninja's lifeless body. No blood? Meanwhile, Kurenai found herself locked in a deadly dance with the masked assailant. Their kunai clashed with lightning speed, the metallic echoes ringing in their ears. Kurenai's battle-honed instincts warned her that her opponent's taijutsu skills were on par, if not superior, to her own. Realizing that she needed a tactical advantage, Kurenai leaped backward, creating distance between herself and her foe. Kurenai's heart pounded in her chest as she calculated her next move. She swiftly executed her signature genjutsu, seamlessly vanishing in place as she burrowed deep into the ground. The masked assailant appeared momentarily disoriented, his body standing stiffly in place as if trapped, his eyes dully scanning the area for any sign of his elusive opponent. Kurenai materialized with alarming swiftness behind the masked assailant, her kunai poised to sever the vital connection between life and death. This is the end, but a mysterious glimmer in the masked man's dull eyes hinted at a cunning plan yet to unfold. It seems Kurenai still didn't learn to be wary even after her lesson with Itachi. In that moment when her kunai met the enemy's flesh, a sharp pain tore through her abdomen, causing her to gasp in surprise. Kurenai looked down, horror etching across her face as she discovered the masked ninja's kunai embedded in her belly, his hand actually piercing backwards and passing through his own body. Time seemed to slow as Kurenai's mind raced, trying to comprehend the treachery that had unfolded before her eyes. The realization dawned upon her with crushing weight: the assailant had merely feigned vulnerability. He had long escaped from her Genjutsu or wasn't affected by her Genjutsu at all. Not only that, the opponent also had a strange assassination technique. Gritting her teeth against the agony coursing through her, Kurenai mustered her remaining strength. With a burst of chakra, she willed herself to burrow into the ground once more, narrowly evading a lethal follow-up strike. Dirt and debris flew into the air as she emerged beside Kiba, her breath labored, her body trembling. A shiver danced down Kurenai's spine as her eyes swept across the battlefield, revealing a chilling truth that sent a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. The fallen ninjas, but defeated, had cunningly rose once more, each risen corpse serving as a harrowing testament to their enemy's relentless stratagem. Their death was a web of deceit spun to lure them into a false sense of security. Even her initial illusion that ensnared the unsuspecting ninja seemed now to be nothing more than a meticulously crafted ruse, a web of deceit spun to lure her into the treacherous depths she now found herself entangled within. The pieces of the intricate puzzle clicked into place. Everything was a scam, one solely aimed at her from the very beginning. Kiba's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Kurenai's deteriorating state. "Kurenai-sensei. You're hurt." He moved to support her, concern etched deep within his voice. "I was careless." Clutching her stomach, Kurenai's voice came out strained, laced with pain. We need to retreat, Kiba. I've been injured. Poison perhaps." Poison?" A flicker of confusion danced across Kiba's face. How come he wasn't affected? Kiba forcefully banished the bewildering thought from his mind, his resolute nod betraying an unyielding determination that blazed within his eyes. "Don't worry, Kurenai-sensei. I'll get us out of here." "Good, Kiba, make it cough." A tumultuous wave of coughs plagued Kurenai's frail form, forcing her to succumb to one knee, her other hand desperately clasping her mouth, her eyes reflecting a mixture of pain, alarm, and an unsettling realization that her adversary's strike held far more sinister consequences than she had initially feared. Fear clawed at Kiba's heart as he saw the toll this short battle had taken on his powerful mentor. The ninjas lunged forward, sensing an opportunity to overwhelm the wounded duo. But Kiba, fueled by a potent mix of desperation and righteous anger, stood his ground. His muscles trembled, his senses heightened, as he prepared to face their attackers head-on. "Come on, Akamaru," Kiba commanded, the bond between man and beast stronger than ever. "Let's open us a way out of here." "Arf." Akamaru, who had stood steadfastly by Kiba's side, transformed in a cloud of smoke, emerging from the dissipating mist as a perfect replica of Kiba himself. With a synchronized battle cry, Kiba and Akamaru leaped forward, their bodies a blur of fangs, claws, and elemental fury. Fang over fang. The clash of strength, agility, and unyielding resolve echoed through the night, as the battlefield became a stage for their relentless breakthrough. The duo's drills struck with unyielding force, sending the remaining three ninjas hurtling backward. Then, the duo deftly weaved through the chaos, engaging the dangerous masked assailant, keeping him at bay. "Kiba, go." Amidst the fray, Kurenai's command reached Kiba, a silent understanding passing between them. Bringing the momentum of their hasty ninjutsu to an abrupt halt, Kiba and his canine companion drilled their feet into the ground, drawing a trail of claw marks on the warehouse ground, their synchronized movements positioning them protectively at Kurenai's side, their unwavering loyalty pulsating with an unspoken vow to shield her from any impending danger. With a swift motion, both Kiba grabbed hold of the pale Kurenai, securing her in their arms, while Kurenai swiftly flung a barrage of kunai adorned with explosive tags. Boom! The resounding explosions reverberated through the warehouse, filling the air with a cacophony of chaos and billowing smoke. It provided the perfect cover as the trio dashed through the now obscured corridors, their desperate footsteps echoing against the walls. Boom! Another thunderous explosion echoed through the air, a resounding testament to the activation of the intricate web of traps Kurenai had hastily laid to cover their retreat. A fragile figure weakened by her injuries, yet beneath the surface, Kurenai's strategic mind worked with remarkable swiftness, laying a treacherous path of concealed destruction to punish their pursuers, a stark reminder that a true Jonin's capabilities surpassed mere appearances and that underestimating her prowess would prove to be a grave mistake. Ha! They fell for it. Kiba grinned, his eyes betraying his excitement over the success of their strategy. But their respite was short-lived as Kiba's quickened pace abruptly came to a halt. His widened eyes reflected shock and disbelief. No. It can't be. Kurenai, pale and weakened from her wound, followed Kiba's gaze, her heart sinking. The corridor they had previously traversed now lay entangled in a labyrinth of intricate spiderwebs, sealing off their escape route. The gate of the warehouse was beyond reach, buried deep within the recesses of webs. Akamaru's warning growls added a chilling accompaniment to their predicament. When? It wasn't like this when we came in. Kiba's voice trembled with a mixture of shock and frustration. Kiba's determination flared as he brandished his kunai, intent on severing the suffocating amount of the web that barred their escape, only to be met with a disheartening revelation as his kunai couldn't even cut through a single layer. Damn. These aren't normal webs. Why are these webs tough like that spider guy's webs? Kurenai-sensei, go back. When they turned around, a sense of dread washed over them as their hopes of retreat crumbled. The charred gap in the wall that once offered an escape route now blocked by an imposing formation of giant spiders, their predatory presence looming ominously as they crept along the walls. And standing amidst the arachnid guardians, the stark sight of three lifeless, charred bodies served as a haunting reminder of the dangerous survivors of the perilous battle, while the masked assailant, seemingly undeterred by the chaos, stood resolute, exuding an aura of malevolence that intensified the air of impending doom. Arf! 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 Akamaru's wild barks warned the duo of the impending danger. Following Akamaru's line of sight, together, they looked upward, their eyes widening in dread. The ceiling teemed with a grotesque multitude of giant spiders, their hairy legs scuttling with predatory anticipation. The air became heavy with the foreboding presence of these arachnid guardians, ready to launch their assault. An onslaught of glistening webs hurtled down from the shadows above, descending upon them like a torrential rain. Swift as a darting shadow, Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, skillfully evaded the ensnaring webs, evading their grasp with seamless grace. However, the same could not be said for Kurenai, her movements hampered by her deteriorating injury, as the insidious strands wrapped tightly around her vulnerable form, ensnaring her in a web of immobilizing confinement. Kurenai-sensei. However, Kiba's concern morphed into alarm as a relentless onslaught of webs surged from the shadows behind him, their purpose clear as they swiftly enveloped the space, effectively closing off any avenue for evasion. Caught within the relentless barrage, not even Akamaru with his small form and agility, could elude the clutches of the entangling webs, rendering the duo immobilized. It's too late to even use their ninjutsu to drill out now. The web of danger had ensnared them entirely. There was no escape. Like ominous specters descending upon their ensnared prey, the colossal spiders, their monstrous forms etched against the dimly lit backdrop, closed in with calculated precision, their venomous fangs puncturing the skin with a sinister purpose, injecting a potent concoction that induced a creeping lethargy. The realization dawned upon them, painting their situation with shades of hopelessness. Cough cough as her senses were suffused senses with a soporific haze, a minuscule trickle of blood escaped Kurenai's pale lips, her voice quivering with a mix of disbelief and mounting apprehension, a haunting testament to the realization that the depths of the unfolding calamity far surpassed her initial comprehension. Strained human puppets, a powerful poison, spider summons. And such an elaborate layout, who is targeting us? Unfortunately, the spoken question hung heavily in the air, her inquiry shrouded in a veil of unnerving silence. As the layers of intricately spun webs enveloped them, Kiba couldn't help but mutter under his breath, frustration lacing his words as the spider's lullaby orchestrated his descent into an unsettling slumber. Bugs again, I hate bugs. Damn it, where is Shino when you need him? Chapter 70, saved. The dimly lit alley was shrouded in an air of darkness and despair. Hinata Hyuga, her once vibrant spirit now reduced to a mere flicker, found herself at the mercy of thug lackeys. Tears streamed down her face as their callous hands held her to the cold, unforgiving ground. Her heart pounded in her chest, a mix of fear and helplessness enveloping her being. Will she be defiled here? Just as despair threatened to consume her entirely, a deep, resonating voice boomed through the alley, cutting through the tension like a knife. That is enough, it commanded, sending a chill down the spines of the thugs. Get your dirty hands off her. A sudden gust of wind swept through the alley, swirling dust and debris into a frenzy. Hinata's teary gaze lifted, locking onto the astonishing sight unfolding before her. From the darkness, a swarm of bugs converged above Hinata, forming a concentrated mass in the shape of a human torso. The bugs shifted and twisted, coalescing into the unmistakable upper body of Shino Ibrahim, his steely resolve emanating from every pore. The thugs surrounding Hinata froze in their tracks, their sadistic intentions eclipsed by disbelief and fear. Shino's presence alone was enough to ignite a sense of dread, amplified by the menacing aura of his insect companions and his ghostly appearance. Floating above Hinata, who stared up at him with eyes full of hope, Shino expertly brandished a kunai in his hand, a tangible symbol of his unwavering determination. Without hesitation, Shino's body twisted through the air, a blur of precision and deadly intent. His kunai found its mark with ruthless accuracy, swiftly slicing through the throats of the thugs. Blood spurted, staining the ground crimson and splattering across Hinata, who lay beneath in a mix of shock and awe. The thug leader, his instincts barely keeping him alive, narrowly evaded Shino's attack. But he could not escape the fate that awaited him. As if sensing his fleeting defiance, another swarm of insects descended upon him, wrapping around his body with an iron grip. His agonized screams pierced the darkness, echoing through the alley as his struggles were swiftly quelled. Meanwhile, on the other side of the darkened passage, a group of thugs reveling in their lust and pleasure met a similar gruesome fate. The air became thick with the sound of their harrowing demise, accompanied by the haunting screams of a woman whose torment had finally reached its dreadful climax. As the remaining parts of Shino's body condensed, he stood tall beside Hinata, his gaze unwavering and filled with determination. He reached out a hand toward her, an offer of salvation amidst the chaos that had surrounded them. "Are you okay, Hinata?" he asked, his voice laced with genuine concern. Hinata's wide, tear-filled eyes met Shino's, flickering with a newfound glimmer of hope. She hesitated for a moment, her body trembling from both fear and relief, before accepting his outstretched hand. As he gently pulled her up from the cold ground and into his embrace, she found solace in the warmth that emanated from his touch as he gently wiped her tears. Despite the bugs crawling over her skin to clean the blood off her, for the first time ever, she didn't feel disgust from his bugs. I am now," Hinata stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, Shino-kun. You saved me." Shino's expression softened, his usually stoic features revealing a rare glimpse of empathy. "It was my mistake, I thought you could handle it alone," he replied, his tone laced with humility. "No one should suffer at the hands of such cruelty. But let us not linger in this place." Shino's gaze shifted towards the thug leader, still tightly restrained by the relentless grip of his bugs. A glimmer of curiosity danced in his eyes as he turned to Hinata, a question hanging in the air. "Hinata," he began, his voice laced with a gloomy undertone, "do you wish to deliver justice yourself?" The thug leader's eyes widened with terror, his head shaking frantically as he tried to vocalize his plea. However, his muffled cries were lost amidst the cacophony of buzzing insects lurking in his mouth, their presence suffocating his very words. Hinata trembled, her entire being caught between conflicting emotions. She couldn't bring herself to face the man directly, the trauma still fresh and raw within her. Sensing her hesitation, Shino's touch turned gentle yet firm. He placed the blood-stained kunai into Hinata's trembling hand, intertwining their fingers as his arm wrapped protectively around her waist from behind. His voice, a captivating whisper, enveloped her senses, urging her forward like a devil. "Hinata," he murmured, his words a spell woven through the darkness, "let him face the consequences he truly deserves." Driven by a mixture of emotions, Hinata allowed herself to be guided by Shino's steady presence. With a subtle manipulation of his insects, he brought the restrained thug leader forward, placing him in her line of sight. Hinata's hand tightened around the kunai, its cold blade a stark reminder of the power she now held. Shino's whispered words echoed in her ears, their impact reaching deep into her soul. "Give him the punishment he deserves, Hinata," he encouraged, his voice a bewitching symphony. It was a plea that resonated with a desire for justice, a yearning to right the wrongs inflicted upon her. As Hinata's gaze met Shino's eyes, a surge of determination coursed through her veins. She took a step forward, her trembling hand finding newfound strength. The kunai trembled in her grasp, poised to deliver a reckoning that echoed through the darkened alley. The sound of horrid screams shattered the silence, reverberating off the walls and causing the denizens of the slums to retreat further into the depths of their hiding places. Each cry was a testament to the pain and suffering that had plagued the alley, a cathartic release of anguish and despair. Not long later, together, Hinata and Shino made their way out of the alley, leaving behind a scene of chaos and despair. Their path was guided by the dim moonlight, casting intermittent shadows upon their journey. It was a moment of solace, a brief respite from the darkness that had threatened to engulf them. "Hinata, we'll continue the investigation later. Let's go find an inn and let you wash up." From the ahead, Shino's voice beckoned to Hinata. A subtle yet determined reply escaped Hinata's lips. As they ventured forth, Hinata's hand discreetly clung to Shino's sleeve, and she couldn't help but steal glances at Shino. As usual, he appeared both mysterious and resolute, his presence a testament to the strength that lay within him. She found herself drawn to his mysterious nature, and couldn't help but question why she had remained oblivious to the captivating allure hidden beneath the surface of her silent teammate all this time. At this moment, a revelation stirred within Hinata's heart, for she had unknowingly overlooked the intriguing depths that her teammate possessed. Not only that, in the shadows of their shared journey, their interactions never allowing Shino to truly emerge from the background, mostly overshadowed by the boisterous presence of Kiba-kun. and Kibakun's constant interruptions only serve to bolster this effect. A sudden realization dawning upon Hinata. Is this Kibakun's deliberate ploy to diminish Shino's presence within their team, a goal accomplished by interrupting Shino as much as possible? However, Kibakun clearly didn't succeed. In the depths of her conflicted emotions, Hinata acknowledged the undeniable truth that, despite his subdued presence, Shino had become the mature figure upon whom she secretly relied, the confidant to whom she surreptitiously sought solace and guidance from time to time. She had taken this for granted and confided to him many of her secrets. As she delved into the labyrinth of her thoughts, a disorienting wave swept over her. Shino was probably aware of her unspoken affections for Naruto-kun, and probably harbored no interest in her, right? No, what is she thinking? Silence enveloped them as they navigated the city streets, each lost in their own thoughts as the weight of the recent events lingered in the air. In the depths of their secret base, Karina and Shino engaged in their usual discussion, their voices hushed yet laced with ambiguousness. Karina's gaze fixated on Hinata, observing the emotions playing across her face like a canvas of vulnerability. With a sly smile, she turned to Shino, her words tinged with a mixture of admiration and calculation. It seems you have easily claimed Hinata's heart, Shino, Karina murmured, her tone carrying a hint of mischief. She will soon be a pawn in your hands, to be played with as you please. And in doing so, we can further strengthen our hive. Shino's response was measured, his voice carrying a note of skepticism. It's not so simple to break the bond between the female lead and the protagonist, he countered. This emotional fluctuation is temporary. Once the trauma settles, Hinata will likely flock back to Naruto, unless we take measures to firmly anchor her heart in place. Curiosity sparked within Karina's eyes as she leaned in, her voice laced with anticipation. And how, pray tell, do we achieve that? She inquired, eager for Shino's cunning strategy. A sly smirk curved Shino's lips as he contemplated his answer. With the help of another person whom Hinata trusts, he replied, his voice dripping with intrigue. Someone who can sway her emotions and reinforce the bonds we seek to create. Karina's dissatisfaction seeped into her grumbled response. Ah, so you not only want one, but two, don't you? She muttered, her voice laced with a hint of jealousy. Undeterred, Shino wrapped an arm around Karina's waist, pulling her closer, his expression tinged with mischief as his gaze lingered on her beautiful facial expressions. Jealousy is unnecessary, Karina, he whispered, an evil smirk playing on his lips. We have both time and planning on our side. Rest assured, I will satisfy your desires thoroughly along the way. Karina's frustration melted into a begrudging pleasure as Shino's words resonated within her. She couldn't help but acknowledge the intricate web he was weaving with his skills, the layers of manipulation designed to achieve their goals. Enveloped in a state of awe, she instinctively pressed her hand against her trembling lips, stifling any sound that threatened to escape and disturb his efforts, as she witnessed the masterful art of his manipulation, realizing the intricate web of planning that unfolded before her very eyes. Shino's gaze lingered upon Karina's flushed visage, an intriguing curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he posed his question, the air crackling with unspoken implications. So, have you delivered the supply of essence to the external base? A blaze of fury ignited within Karina's eyes as she directed a piercing glare towards Shino, her lips concealed beneath the barrier of her hand, her muffled retort seeping through the gaps, laden with unspoken coyness. It's not fair to keep using that spot, but I haven't lost yet. Shino suddenly, a surge of astonishment coursed through Karina's widened eyes, darting erratically in every direction, her entire being seized by an intense tremor that gradually dissipated. With her hands now lowered from her gasping mouth, she bowed her head in defeat, locking her gaze with Shino, her voice transforming into one infused with an overwhelming affection and submissiveness. It's already on its way. Now, Shino, let Karina help speed up its arrival. Good. With a serene sense of satisfaction, Shino's voice resonated, carrying a hint of content, as he delved deep into the recesses of his consciousness, transitioning seamlessly to the other part of himself, a presence residing in a distant part of the world. Within the depths of an underground laboratory, nestled near the capital of the Land of Fire, a dimly lit chamber, its architecture reminiscent of a honeycomb, housed ominous shadows, their elongated silhouettes resembling giant bees lurking in the darkness. The clone of Shino, his figure dressed in a lab coat, stood within the lab, silently surveying the eerie glow emanating from the biochambers before him. Suspended within each biochamber were unconscious beings of significance, one cradling a loyal canine companion, another embracing a fervent dog lover, and the final chamber enveloping the dormant form of a beautiful teacher. The air itself crackled with anticipation, for the true purpose of this secret experiment remained shrouded in mystery. Now, what should I do with you three? Chapter 71, Shadows of Reflection. Shino sat in the dimly lit hotel room located in the bustling commercial area of the capital city. The faint hum of the city's activity outside formed a distant backdrop to the room, but it was the alluring sound of water flowing from the bathroom that commanded his attention. It was Hinata, who he had saved not long ago, who stood under the cascading streams. Surprisingly, despite her shyness, it was she who had asked him to stay with the pretense of watching out for potential ambushes. As Shino contemplated the situation, he couldn't help but shake his head at Hinata's innocent little tricks. Though he was attracted by her, it was the Hinata after the time skip, the one who had transformed into a strong and independent woman, that captured his imagination. The childish Hinata of the present held no allure for him. He had Karina, and she was a far more attractive option at the moment, both appearance-wise and emotion-wise. Well, perhaps Hinata was really just traumatized and needed my company. Shino's thoughts traveled back to the recent events that had led them to this hotel room, recalling his cruel plan. He had seen enough of the world's cruelty and understood the sacrifices necessary to achieve his goals. Shino was not one to shy away from breaking others if it meant accomplishing what he set out to do. However, as much as he yearned for power and control, Shino knew better than to meddle with Hinata. She was not just any ninja he had encountered along his journey, she was the female protagonist of the story, essentially a child of luck of this world. Shino had delved into enough novels to understand the unwritten rules: never confront the protagonist head-on, and never underestimate the uncanny luck that seemed to accompany the protagonist and his lovers. If he were to blacken Hinata's path now, in this very moment, he risked gaining an avenger, one who may become his undoing in the future once she embarked on her own path of vengeance. However, if he were to earn her affection through natural means, he may be blessed by luck. Or become a tragic supporting cast like Neji. It's a gamble, but also part of the process of conquering a world. Of course, this was all speculation. Cause and effect, it is a mysterious subject his current powers couldn't delve into. Suddenly, the sound of running water ceased, drawing Shino back to the present. Hinata emerged from the bathroom, her short damp hair clinging to her delicate frame. Her eyes, a reflection of both innocence and strength, met his gaze. A faint blush arose on her face as her gaze shifted away. Hinata's voice trembled with a hint of apology as she said to Shino, "I'm sorry for all the trouble, Shino-kun. It wasn't fair of me to ask you to stay here and watch over me." Shino's face remained stoic as he patted the bed next to him. "No problem, Hinata. Come, sit beside me." Hinata's face flushed with a mixture of gratitude and embarrassment as she awkwardly made her way to the edge of the bed, bowing her head slightly. Shino, unfazed by her temporary emotional fluctuations, remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. From the corner of her eye, Hinata stole a few glances at Shino, studying his calm demeanor from time to time, curious regarding his thoughts. However, when Shino had movement, her habit kicked in as she bowed her head and fidgeted her fingers. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the faint sounds of the city outside. Eventually, Hinata's curiosity got the better of her, and she risked stealing another glance at Shino, only to find his gaze already upon her. "What is it, Hinata?" he asked, his voice gentle but demanding. Startled, Hinata stumbled over her words. Well, I was just wondering. When do you think Kiba-kun will come back? And will he be able to find this hotel?" Shino considered her question for a moment before responding. "Kiba is resourceful, and Akamaru's smell is strong. He'll find us on his own, guided by both our scent. There's no need to worry." Shino's words reassured her, but a different sense of unease gnawed at her due to the silence. On the other hand, Shino had a sly countenance hidden behind his glasses and collar. He knew Kiba wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Sensing her silence, Shino decided to take his leave. "I think I should go back to my own room now." Panic flashed across Hinata's eyes as she looked up, her hand instinctively reaching out to hold Shino's sleeve. She pleaded in a soft voice, "Shino-kun, please. Can you stay a little longer? I don't want to be alone." Shino stared at her for a moment, his gaze unwavering. Slowly, he relented. "Very well. Hinata, I believe you will be strong enough to get through this, and I will accompany you until you do." With those words, he made his way to the nearby chair, settling himself with closed eyes. Hinata watched him, a mixture of relief and gratitude washing over her. She had managed to keep him by her side, at least for a little while longer. Unbeknownst to Shino, Hinata continued to secretly observe him, her thoughts swirling in a storm of confusion. She muttered under her breath, torn between her lingering feelings for Naruto and her intriguing teammate. Meanwhile, Shino closed his eyes, his consciousness transcending the confines of the hotel room, transferred to other tasks. Far away, the hidden rock village was abuzz with a mix of tension and confusion. In an office sat a short, old dwarf with an air of ancient wisdom, possessed features that seemed to tell tales of a lifetime lived in the shadows, his face adorned with a triangular beard and a mustache that curved sharply at the corners, while his prominent red nose and thick eyebrows added an intriguing depth to his countenance. Atop his weathered visage, a smooth expanse of baldness contrasted with the ethereal white hair that gracefully adorned the lower half of his head, meticulously arranged into the traditional chonmage haircut, culminating in a captivating top knot secured by a vibrant yellow ribbon. Draped around his small stature was a split-apart green coat, partitioned into 4 distinct sections adorned with trims of luminous yellow, and an ornate red collar, the representative color of the Hidden Rock Village. This old man with an unassuming stature was Onoki, the 3rd Sushi Kage of the Hidden Rock Village. Right now, Onoki sat in his office, his aged eyes scanning the complaint report before him. It was a joint complaint from the other ninja villages, accusing the Hidden Rock of being responsible for the loss of corpses. The blame had fallen on the Hidden Rock because of their ninjas with burrowing abilities, but as Onoki delved deeper into the matter, he discovered something unexpected. His face contorted with anger, the Sushi Kage slammed the report onto his desk. "Bugs!" he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. "They suspected us, but it was bugs all along? Unacceptable." His subordinates stood before him, trying to gauge his reaction. "Sushi Kage-sama, we have conducted a thorough investigation," one of them spoke up. "It seems that the culprit behind the missing corpses is indeed a swarm of bugs. But our graves remain undisturbed. Which may be why we became the main suspect." Onoki huffed, his brows furrowing deeply. "Do they think I'm a soft persimmon just because I'm old?" he muttered under his breath, his frustration palpable. He clenched his fists tightly, the pain in his back intensifying as he vented his anger. As the Sushi Kage's fury gradually subsided, he took a deep breath and composed himself. He leaned back in his chair and fixed his gaze on his subordinates. "Sazumbachi," he said, his voice stern but tinged with concern. "Locate her immediately. She disappeared some time ago, and I want to know if she has any connection to this grave-digging incident." The subordinates exchanged glances, their faces filled with worry. "Sushi Kage-sama, we have been trying to find Sazumbachi, but her whereabouts remain a mystery," one of them admitted reluctantly. Onoki rubbed his temples, a mix of frustration and concern evident in his eyes. "Troublesome," he muttered. "Why are the newer generations of this village so troublesome? No talent, no sense of responsibility. Should we send out search parties, Sushi Kage-sama?" Another subordinate suggested cautiously. "Yes, gather a team and search every corner of the land of Earth," Onoki commanded. "We cannot afford any loose ends. If Kamizuru clan is involved, I want to know." One of the subordinates stepped forward, a hesitant expression on their face. "Sushi Kage-sama, what about the complaints? Should we address it?" Onoki smirked, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Oh, we will address it, but not in the way they expect," he said slyly. "Pouring dirty water, who can't? File a complaint on our own, shifting the blame to the Aburame clan. Let them deal with the fallout for once. Let's see Hidden Leaf Village's reaction." The subordinates exchanged surprised looks, but they knew better than to question their leader's decisions. They nodded in unison and quickly left the room to carry out his orders. Left alone in his office, Onoki leaned back in his chair once again, his mind consumed with thoughts. He had to find Sazumbachi, not only to unravel the mystery of the grave-digging incident but also to ensure the safety and integrity of the Hidden Rock Village. His thoughts shifted to the bugs that had caused such chaos. "These new traces of bugs," he muttered to himself, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "If they can be controlled and put to use by our village, we may have a powerful weapon at our disposal. But we'll have to find their lair first, or at least whoever is behind this incident." Unknown to Onoki, as he sat in his office, his every word was being intercepted by a swarm of tiny bugs that had discreetly made their home on the walls of the buildings. These bugs served as the silent messengers for the mastermind behind the grave-digging incident. Amongst the Zerg network, Karina, who constantly monitored the network, listened intently as the bugs relayed Onoki's speech to her in real time. In their main secret base, Karina played back the recording of Onoki's conversation for Shino. Shino's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he absorbed the old man's words. "So, he is open to collaboration," he murmured, his voice laced with calculated contemplation. Shino body paced at a steady rhythm, his mind spinning with possibilities. "Onoki is willing to hire even the likes of Akatsuki, he has the resources, and now he shows interest in our bugs. If we can present a mutually beneficial proposition, we may just secure the stable job for our Zergs," he pondered aloud, his voice a low whisper. Karina, her neck perched on the edge of a table, her back laying flat, watched Shino with a mixture of affection and admiration. She knew his mind was already working tirelessly, crafting intricate plans within plans. She had seen his strategic prowess in action before, and now she was witnessing it once again. Shino's sly grin surfaced, a glint of excitement dancing in his deep, penetrating eyes. His hand approached Karina's head and gently traced over her face, praising her for her remarkable planning abilities. "Karina, my dear, you have always been an excellent strategist," he commended, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "Together, we will navigate this delicate path and exploit the opportunities that lie before us. I trust you will optimize our plan and minimize the danger." Karina leaned into his contact, a hint of a smile playing on her lips, her eyes never leaving his. "Shino, your trust means everything to me. Feel free to go into deeper details regarding your plan." Their minds aligned, Shino and Karina began to forge a plan. Their voices blended in a symphony of whispered strategies and shrewd calculations, each idea building upon the next. They analyzed Onoki's unscrupulous methods, realizing they needed to exercise caution in their collaboration with the cunning old man. In this shadowy game of manipulation and power, they were determined to emerge as the masterminds orchestrating their own destiny. With his plan taking shape, Shino's fingers continued to roam Karina's beautiful visage, a soothing gesture amidst the intensity of their plotting. "We must be meticulous, Karina. Onoki may be a valuable ally, but his true nature demands wariness. Be careful of his unscrupulous means," he warned, his tone laced with a touch of caution. Karina nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with a mix of determination and anticipation. "I understand, Shino. Karina will tread carefully and ensure that our interests remain protected." Shino can leave his trust with Karina anytime, anywhere. "Oh, then what if one day you betray me, Karina?" Shino's eyes, brimming with ambiguous depths, stared down at the captivating face suspended upside down before him. In the stillness that enveloped them, Karina's silent demeanor concealed a world of unspoken emotions, her eyes affectionately locked onto Shino's, yet he could already feel her response unraveling through the subtle dance of her tongue. So, he hesitated no longer and rewarded her with his complete trust as her response echoed in his mind. Chapter 72, Dark Heart. The morning sun bathed the city of Ujasama in its warm glow as Shino and Hinata emerged from the hotel where they had spent the night. Hinata trailed behind Shino, her steps less hesitant than the day before and her hands less clingy, but unease still lingered in her eyes. She couldn't shake off the worry that gnawed at her heart. Kiba had yet to return. They walked in silence for a while until Hinata mustered the courage to speak, her voice laced with concern. "Shino-kun, do you think something happened to Kiba-kun? He's never been gone for this long before." Shino glanced over his shoulder at Hinata, his gaze steady. "If you're worried, we can go look for him. It's possible he encountered some trouble." Hinata hesitated, her mind filled with the memories of the slums and the fear that still clung to her. She wanted to resist the thought of returning there, but her concern for Kiba won over her hesitations. "All right, let's go find him," she replied, her voice determined. As they made their way back to the slums, they began asking the locals if they had seen a young man with a loyal canine companion. Once again, their inquiries led them to the warehouse of the Shinigami, a place teeming with danger and secrets. At least, according to the locals. Approaching the warehouse, they found it eerily empty, with signs of scorch marks and charred ground from previous explosions, but there were no other clues. Hinata's heart sank as she realized there was no trace of Kiba. Disappointment washed over Hinata, but she refused to give up. "Let's search somewhere else. I'm sure we'll find Kiba-kun eventually." Just as they were about to leave the desolate warehouse, their ears caught the anguished cries of a woman in a nearby alley. The echoes were hauntingly familiar, mirroring the events of the day before. Hinata froze in her tracks, her body trembling. Images of her nightmares resurfaced, threatening to paralyze her. Shino observed Hinata's inner struggle and silently stood by her side, his expression stoic. He knew the torment she was experiencing, but he also understood her compassionate nature. The decision rested with Hinata, and he respected whatever path she chose. Torn between her fears and her innate kindness, Hinata battled with her emotions. In the end, the weight of her empathy and the memory of her nightmare propelled her forward. She mustered her strength and stepped into the dark alley, leaving Shino to shake his head with a sigh. "I suppose it's too difficult to change the personality of important characters," he muttered to himself, a hint of amusement in his voice, "but I suppose this is also part of the fun of the game." Hinata cautiously approached the source of the cries and found a distressed woman cornered by a group of unruly men. Ignoring her own trembling limbs, Hinata summoned her courage and spoke with unwavering determination. "Leave her alone." The men turned their attention to Hinata, their eyes gleaming with malice. "What's a delicate flower like you doing in this part of town? This is none of your business, little girl." Undeterred, Hinata straightened her posture, her voice steady. "No one deserves to be treated this way. Release her at once." Shino, still lingering in the shadows, observed the unfolding scene with a watchful eye. He admired Hinata's bravery, her spirit refusing to succumb to the darkness that threatened to engulf her. The men, finding amusement in Hinata's audacity, let out mocking laughter. "You think you can stop us, girl? You're nothing but a nuisance. The air grew heavy with tension as the thugs closed in, their malicious laughter echoing through the dimly lit alley. Hinata's breath hitched, her body trembling as the memories of the night before flooded her mind. The suffocating fear threatened to paralyze her, rendering her incapable of taking action. Just as despair threatened to consume her, a firm hand landed on her shoulder, jolting her from her stupor. Hinata turned, her wide eyes meeting Shino's unwavering gaze. His presence brought a sliver of solace, a beacon of strength in the darkness that surrounded them. "I'm here, Hinata," Shino's voice, calm and steady, whispered reassurance. "You don't have to face this alone." His words, like a soothing balm, resonated within Hinata's core. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt a newfound surge of courage coursing through her veins. With Shino by her side, she no longer felt the crippling weight of fear. Hinata quickly averted her gaze, a flush coloring her cheeks. Gathering her resolve, she clenched her fists, a determined smile curving her lips. She knew that she was no longer afraid to confront the thugs that loomed before them. The chakra within her stirred, awakening the power of her Byakugan. Her once gentle eyes transformed, becoming piercing orbs of pale white, brimming with untapped fierceness, ready to face her past and future. Meanwhile, in the depths of the underground base near the capital, a scene of eerie torment unfolded. An unconscious figure, suspended in midair, was ensnared by slimy appendages that extended from the hive-like walls, their surfaces appearing to bulge occasionally as they infused an unknown concoction into its prey. The appendages held her arms and legs spread wide, exposing her vulnerable form to the twisted lurkers in the shadows. Twitching uncontrollably, the woman's body exhibited signs of distress. 2 dog-sized bees hovered near her, their stingers piercing her body, injecting her with the neural parasites they brewed within their bodies. The bees, eventually drained of vitality, sagged and fell away, only to be replaced by another pair, perpetuating the cycle of torment. Shadows danced on the walls, revealing the presence of countless more bees, their forms crawling in the darkness. In the midst of this sinister spectacle, Shino and Karina observed the experiment with grim fascination. Shino's gaze never wavered, his expression unreadable, while Karina's eyes betrayed a mixture of concern and intrigue. Shino turned to Karina, his voice laced with an air of detachment. "How is the progress?" Karina, her attention fixed on the scene before them, replied, her tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. "The parasitic Ganjutsu method we employed to torture her mind through the control of the neural parasites is showing promise. However, the effectiveness of the mind-breaking procedure is not as potent as we initially anticipated. Her will is stronger than imagined, especially since she is a Ganjutsu master herself. The neural parasites are constantly being destroyed and the consumption of biomass is high." Shino nodded, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated their next course of action. "As expected of a Jonin. Their will is not easily shattered," he remarked, a touch of admiration in his voice. "Nevertheless, we shall persist. We have plenty of biomass to spare. Continue with the plan. I believe that in due time, it will bear fruit. After all, we have already researched her weaknesses thoroughly over the months of getting along." Karina, her resolve undeterred, acknowledged Shino's command. "Understood. I will make the necessary adjustments and intensify the Ganjutsu simulation, including the eye-generated torture and death scenes of Asuma. The more she believes she is trapped within the confines of an illusion, the greater the backlash when she finally realizes she cannot awaken from it. However, this stimulation has a 60% probability of destroying her mind, rendering our optimal plan a failure." Karina's gaze flickered with hesitation as she stole a glance at Shino, her words hanging in the air, burdened by unspoken uncertainties. "Shino, are you sure you want to risk it? After all, she is your teacher. You could have followed my suggestion to give her physical stimulation, and gradually assimilate her through repeated irrigation, which has a much higher success rate." Their conversation hung in the air, thick with the weight of their nefarious intentions. With a playful smile, Shino lightly tapped Karina's head, his words uttered in a hushed tone that hinted at concealed intentions. "Although I am tempted to indulge, but we don't have so much time to transport her back to the main base. If we want the follow-up plans to succeed, we'll have to return her before this mission ends." In a moment of contemplation, Shino's gaze lingered on his teacher's captivating visage, as though reminiscing the profound influence she had exerted on their journey together, yet his voice carried an unwavering determination. "My clone can only delay Hinata for so long before she notices something wrong and requests support. This method is the riskiest but the fastest. If she really is unlucky and turns into an empty shell here, we can only use the puppet Kurenai plan. It'll be a pity though." "Understood, Shino. I will do my best to preserve her will. After all, it'll bring more benefits." In many ways, radiating a coquettish charm, Karina reassured with a playful grin directed at Shino, only to swiftly divert her attention towards the intricate dance of holographic screens under her command. The woman's suffering became the canvas upon which their sinister experiment unfolded. Shino, stoic and calculated, saw it as a means to an end, an opportunity to test the limits of the human psyche and his new interrogation method. Karina, a passionate researcher and dedicated woman, found herself irresistibly drawn to the challenge presented before her, fueled by her determination to fulfill her lover's wishes, even as a tinge of jealousy lingered within her heart. Bound by unwavering loyalty yet haunted by the fear of abandonment amidst the long rivers of time, Karina, a natural-born queen, had meticulously gathered the intricate data of human nature through her eye capabilities, devising a masterful plan to secure her hold over her beloved. For once he starts thinking with his lower body, he will not be able to escape her grasp. As they watched the woman's plight continue, their eyes met, a silent understanding passing between them. They were bound by a shared goal, pushing the boundaries of their abilities in pursuit of their ambitions. The road to triumph was paved with darkness, and they would tread it together. In the depths of the underground base, the echoes of suffering and manipulation reverberated. The hive's web tightened its hold, ensnaring its prey ever deeper, while Shino and Karina continued to orchestrate their twisted symphony of pain and deception. The outcome remained uncertain, but they were resolute in their determination to break the woman's spirit, no matter the cost. And then she will become a part of them. Turning his gaze away from the beauty, Shino's gaze swept across the grim scene of the lab, where the walls were adorned with the haunting presence of living humans, their bodies infested by the insidious neural parasites injected by his bees. Needless to mention, the horrendous experimental tools were not lacking, and the bloody dissection table speaks of the hidden horrors which have occurred. Shino turned to Karina, his voice laced with a mix of curiosity and concern. "How is the progress with our experiments using normal humans as computation power?" Shino inquired, his eyes betraying his anticipation for the results. Karina's expression clouded with a hint of frustration as she responded, her voice tinged with a touch of disappointment. "The progress hasn't been as fruitful as we had hoped. Due to their natural resistance, it seems that the amount of computation power required to establish a system connection and to synchronize normal, unassimilated human through the neural parasites outweighs the computational capacity their minds can contribute. And assimilating them will require the same amount of essence as a ninja, but even the weakest ninja can grow to have at least twice the computation power of a normal human, so it's not worth wasting our lacking supply of essence. Not only that, the initial and partial infestation of normal humans has a probability of causing them to mutate or degenerate into mindless monsters, one which could only serve as cannon fodder because they would no longer contribute even the slightest computation power. We're still researching ways to overcome these limitations, but our capabilities are currently confined by the boundaries of our computation power, which we are aiming to increase soon." Recalling a note in the database, Shino inquired. "But at least we have found a way to extend the control time for infested subjects, right?" "Yes. I have developed the delayer implantation you have suggested. Neural parasites can hibernate within the implanted storage to extend their survival duration, allowing our parasites to delay their infestation time, achieving a pseudo-queue which allows us to implement longer control duration. However, this duration can only be maintained for a couple days at most before the container requires a refill. Not only that, the infested subject still requires our manual control or a corresponding eye model that requires computation power. Otherwise, it will just be a stiff puppet. Naturally, this is another research topic on file." A sense of understanding flickered in Shino's eyes as he absorbed her words. He knew that this endeavor would require patience and perseverance, a constant cycle of trial and error. If harnessing the computational abilities of humans were a simple task, the Zergs would have already conquered countless universes, unopposed by the limitations of technology. Allowing his gaze to settle onto empty biocontainers nearby, Shino's curiosity piqued. "And what of the implantation on the dogs? Was it a success?" he inquired, his voice laced with a hint of intrigue. Karina nodded, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Yes, the implantation process was successful. Our Fu Injutsu are in place, and the dogs have been released to where they belong," she replied cryptically, her tone suggesting that their purpose had been served. "Oh? And where is that?" Chapter 73, Dog Days. The rumbles of a cart reverberated through Kiba's groggy mind as he slowly regained consciousness. His head throbbed with pain, and as he struggled to sit up, a surge of confusion washed over him. His enhanced eyes pierced through the darkness, revealing his grim reality. He found himself confined within a cage, his arms and legs shackled by chains that held him in place. The damp, musty air clung to his weakened body, making him acutely aware of his helplessness. Sniffing the air, Kiba caught a familiar scent nearby, Akamaru. Relief coursed through him as he called out to his faithful companion, "Akamaru?" Only to be met with silence. Panic tinged his voice as he repeated Akamaru's name, desperate for any sign of his beloved partner. The absence of a response gnawed at his heart, filling him with worry. As Kiba contemplated his dire situation, an overwhelming realization struck him like a lightning bolt. His chakra was sealed, leaving him powerless and vulnerable. The weight of his predicament bore down on him heavily, exacerbating his frustration. I don't know what's going on, but a wall's a wall and there's no wall I can't punch a hole through. In a final attempt to break free from his confines, Kiba summoned what little strength remained within his drug-induced body. Focusing his energy, he unleashed his weakened strength, attempting to break the cage, only to be met with disappointment. Guess I can't go wild this time. With a defeated sigh, Kiba slumped back against the cold, unforgiving bars of his cage. Despair gnawed at his spirit as he wondered how he had ended up in this dire situation. Questions filled his mind. Who had orchestrated his capture? Why were these children trapped alongside him? And most importantly, where was Kurenai-sensei? As the cart eventually came to a halt, Kiba's senses heightened, alert to any sign of hope or danger. Muffled voices drifted through the still night air, their words indiscernible but filled with an underlying sense of urgency. The door to the cart creaked open, and a faint sliver of moonlight seeped in, casting eerie shadows on the grim scene. As the pale light bathed the surroundings, Kiba's eyes scanned his prison, taking in the sight of other cages scattered around him. Within them, children of various ages lay unconscious or huddled together, their expressions a mix of fear and confusion. The weight of the situation crashed down upon him, and a wave of empathy and anger swelled within his chest. These bastards. His eyes fell upon Akamaru's smaller cage, and his heart skipped a beat. His loyal companion lay motionless, oblivious to the chaos unfolding around him. Fear and anger surged within Kiba, fueling his determination to escape this wretched confinement and rescue his companion. Damn it! Kiba's hushed voice faded through the night, laced with frustration and desperation. I must be a pretty pathetic owner to let you end up like this, Akamaru. But, I won't let them keep us trapped like this. We'll find a way out, I promise. The other children barely stirred at the sound of Kiba's voice, their eyes darting toward him with a mix of dullness and despair, yet a glimmer of hope shone in their eyes. Kiba's resolve hardened as he recognized the glimmers of resilience within their frightened faces. Despite their circumstances, he would not allow despair to engulf their spirits. Gathering his waning strength, Kiba rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the open door. The air grew thick with anticipation as their captors entered, revealing a portly man accompanied by his henchmen. Kiba's keen senses immediately recognized them as slave traders, and a low growl reverberated from deep within his chest. His eyes narrowed, Kiba glared at the fat man and his muscular minions as they approached the cages. A mix of anger and disgust surged within him, fueled by the knowledge of the atrocities these men committed. The weight of his helplessness bore down on him, amplifying his frustration. What do we have here? The fat man sneered, his voice dripping with malice. A feisty little pup, aren't you? Kiba's voice trembled with restrained fury as he responded, You're going to regret this, you scum. You can't keep us locked up like this. The words had barely left his lips when one of the minions delivered a heavy blow to Kiba's head with a vicious swing of his stick. Pain exploded through Kiba's skull, sending a cascade of stars dancing before his eyes. Weak and bloodied, he slumped against the bars of his cage, gritting his teeth against the pain. Learn your place, brat. As the slave traders efficiently unloaded the cages, Kiba's heart sank. The captives were ushered out of the cart and into a large building through a discreet back entrance. Each step resonated with a sense of finality, as if they were being led deeper into the clutches of an insidious underworld. Soon, they found themselves in the bowels of an underground dungeon. The flickering torchlight cast eerie shadows across the damp walls, adding to the sense of foreboding that hung in the stale air. Even in this desperate situation, Kiba's ninja training didn't let him give up hope. Kiba's senses heightened, capturing snippets of hushed whispers and distant conversations among the slave traders. The next auction is in 3 days, one of the traders whispered, his voice barely audible. Kiba's blood boiled at the mention of the auction. 3 days. 3 days of uncertainty, trapped in this hellish labyrinth, at the mercy of heartless men. He cursed silently, his mind racing, desperately seeking an escape plan. I won't let them break us, Kiba muttered under his breath, his voice laden with determination. We'll find a way out of here, no matter what it takes, right Akamaru? The notion of rescue flickered in his mind, a glimmer of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. For once, I hope Shino bugged me, allowing my location to be tracked. Kiba whispered, his voice tinged with a mix of desperation and longing. Far away in his secluded base, Shino reclined on his bed, his eyes fixed on the holographic projection of Kiba's distressed face. A sly smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he listened to his teammates' complaints. He held Karina close, her presence bringing him comfort in this moment of temporary triumph. Oh, this was only a small punishment. I naturally bugged him, Shino admitted, a hint of amusement coloring his voice. But he'll have to wait a while if he wants to be saved. because we are experiencing interruption in the signal and can't locate him yet. Hey. Karina's fingers danced lazily on Shino's chest as she let out a mischievous snicker. Her voice dripped with a playful venom as she taunted, every dog has its dog days. Why bother saving the dog? Perhaps he deserves a taste of his own medicine. Shino shook his head, his expression growing more serious. As much as I'd like to agree with you, Karina, it's not the right time yet. If any members of our team go missing, it will draw attention from the Inuzuka clan and potentially expose my next plan. Curiosity glinted in Shino's eyes as he leaned in closer, his voice laced with intrigue. And how is the progress of Kirinai's assimilation? Karina's gaze hardened, her mind already calculating the intricate web of possibilities. To reduce the risk of destroying her mind, it's slower than expected, but it should be completed within a couple of days. However, unlike my transformation into a Zerg life form, her assimilation won't undergo a full optimization. She will retain their current physical body. Unlike us, she won't have a fully immortal Zerg body until her next rebirth, but I'm sure her current mature form will still satisfy you, my dear. Shino's lips curled into a wry smile as he absorbed the information. The notion of indulgence held a certain allure, a promise of greater pleasure yet to be realized. However, no matter, he replied, his voice tinged with restraint. I shall wait patiently for her completed Zerg form. Instead, concern flickered across Shino's features as he delved deeper into the details. But what about the risk of loss of control? Will Kirinai pose a threat? Karina's eyes gleamed with a wicked glint as she assured him, rest assured, my love. We have implemented genetic locks within key nodes of her body and your essence will assimilate her soul, binding it to the hive. While she won't possess a fully Zerg physique, her assimilated soul will forever remain loyal to the hive. She will always seek to benefit the hive and obey all of your commands. A surge of relief washed over Shino, his mind at ease knowing that Kirinai would not become a liability in their intricate plans. The pieces of their puzzle were slowly falling into place, revealing a picture of dominance and control. As he lay there, enveloped in the darkness of his hidden stronghold, Shino's mind raced with the secrets he held close, his ambition burning brighter than ever. The stage was set, and soon, the shadows would give birth to a new era, one where the hive reigned supreme and their enemies trembled in fear. Oops, he turned on Chuni mode again. It's best to keep this mode off because it was the idealistic mode third-rate villain has, one of the reasons which contributed to their downfall. Now, with Chuni mode off, Shino knew he still had long ways to go, especially with the extra trouble and distractions by his side. As Karina's fingers twirled lazily downwards, a playful smile tugged at her lips as she posed a question that seemed innocuous yet carried an air of ambiguity. Shino, she began, her voice a silky whisper, are you excited by the thought of learning from your teacher? Shino's eyes narrowed slightly, captivated by the ambiguity of her question. He knew there was more to her words than met the eye, an underlying meaning hidden beneath the surface. Shino's deep gaze pierced into Karina's eyes, the weight of his unspoken response hanging in the air, but the moment shattered abruptly as a notification disrupted their connection. A distant knocking on the door, where the other part of his consciousness resides, demanded his attention. Karina's laughter danced through the air like a symphony of secrets, a mischievous glint in her eyes as she gracefully slithered along Shino's embrace, her voice dripping with playful allure. Oh, my dear Shino, she giggled, her tone filled with coquettish charm, it seems someone seeks your attention. Why don't you answer the door, while I prepare a cup of tea? Shino watched her movements with a mixture of fascination and amusement, captivated by the charming presence she exuded. Very well, he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of ambiguity. I shall attend to our visitor while you work your magic with the tea, my enchanting little goblin. As she began brewing the tea, he found himself torn between temptation and duty. But with a nod of approval, he acknowledged the interruption and his consciousness rose to greet the guest. On the other side in the hotel room, Shino's clone snapped out of his daze, his senses sharpening as he made his way to the door. As he opened it, a familiar figure stood before him, Hinata. Good evening, Shino-kun, Hinata greeted, her voice filled with concern. I'm worried. We couldn't find any trace of Kiba-kun all day. Should we send a message to the village for help? Shino's expression remained stoic as he considered her words. Hinata, there's no need to worry so much, he replied, his voice calm yet cryptic. But, Hinata's shock and confusion were palpable as she pressed him for an explanation. Shino-kun. Eventually, Shino revealed a part of the hidden truth, his voice laced with calmness. Kurenai-sensei has been observing us in secret. When we separated, she followed Kiba. There's a possibility that she gave him another task to complete. Assured by Shino's words, he saw a glimmer of relief in Hinata's eyes. However, he emphasized the importance of time. If neither of them appears within the next couple of days, then we can report to the village. If Kurenai-sensei is unable to handle the situation, there may be little we can do. Encouraging her to rest, Shino watched as Hinata's worry melted away, replaced by a grateful smile. She bowed and bid him good night, finally at ease with the situation. As he closed the door, Shino's gaze lingered on Hinata's innocence, his mind churning with hidden intentions. Returning to the bed, his consciousness merged with his main body. Deep in thought, his eyes burned with a hidden fire as he contemplated the mission at hand. Meanwhile, Karina savored the tea she had meticulously brewed, a knowing smile playing on her lips as she visibly gulped down the tea, hinting at a deeper significance hidden within each sip. Just a couple more days, Shino murmured, his voice laced with contentment and anticipation. Then, she's mine. Chapter 74, Convincing. In the dimly lit underground hive-like base, Shino and Karina stood facing a woman of captivating beauty. She was slowly being lowered to the ground by a web of appendages, her alluring figure partially obscured by her flowing black hair as she falls to her knees. As her eyes fluttered open, revealing a deep shade of red, she locked her gaze onto Shino, her former student. With a calm voice, she muttered, "So, it was you, Shino." Shino couldn't help but grin at the sight of his former teacher, Kurenai. "Yes, it's me, sensei," he replied, his voice laced with a mix of excitement and mischief. Kurenai bowed her head with a calm facade, raising an arm to partially cover herself. However, her actions only seemed to ignite a fire within someone present. Karina, watching with keen interest, fixated her eyes on Kurenai's form, appreciating every detail. Unable to resist, Shino approached Kurenai, his steps deliberate and slow. He gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. An evil grin crept upon his face as he declared, "There's no need to hide." Kurenai bit her lip, struggling with conflicting emotions. After a momentary pause, she exhaled a defeated sigh and spoke, her voice calm yet tinged with vulnerability. "I am yours to command, but I have a request." "Oh?" Curiosity flickered in Shino's eyes. "Tell me. Please leave Asuma out of this." Kurenai's resolute gaze, her red eyes ablaze with determination, bore into him. Shino raised a brow as he turned his gaze toward Karina. "Why is Kurenai still affected by her emotions?" he asked, frowning. Karina giggled mischievously, her voice laced with amusement. "Shino, isn't it more fun this way? Emotions can be a powerful tool, especially when wielded during emotional activities. I was sure my dear would enjoy it." Shino's mind churned with possibilities as he looked back at the beautiful Kurenai, his eyes sweeping over her contours. He allowed a moment of silence to hang in the air before finally agreeing to her request. "Very well, consider it done," he said, his tone laced with an unsettling sense of detachment. "But remember, every decision comes with consequences. I won't interfere with what will really happen." Kurenai understood his cryptic hint after a brief moment of contemplation. Panic began to flicker in her eyes as she adopted a facade of calmness, desperately begging, "Please, Shino, save Asuma." Shino's expression remained unchanged, his fingers glided gently over Kurenai's plump lips, leaving a trail of anticipation in their wake. His voice dripped with a hint of intrigue as he spoke, his words hanging in the air like a delicate web. "That will depend on your performance later," he murmured, his eyes glinting with a mixture of expectation and desire. Kurenai averted her gaze, her internal struggle palpable. She bit her lip, torn between the allure of the forbidden and the weight of her conscience. After a momentary hesitation, she nodded slowly, her eyes returning to meet Shino's penetrating gaze. Her trembling hand rose hesitantly, as if seeking permission. But Shino stopped her, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Not now," he whispered, his voice a seductive caress. "You see, this is but a mere clone." A wave of relief washed over Kurenai, her trembling hand falling back to her side. But she inhaled sharply, her breath catching in her throat as Shino leaned in, his warm breath tickling her ear as he spoke softly, "Prepare yourself well, my dear teacher. Complete your first mission, and then, I will welcome you." Kurenai's heart skipped a beat, a mixture of sadness and disappointment flooding her senses. The weight of uncertainty lifted, replaced by a renewed sense of foreboding. However, her voice, still laced with a professional calmness, carried a hint of curiosity as she asked, "What mission?" Some time later, on top of a feudal building in the heart of the capital city, Shino's clone stood with his beauties, Karina's clone by his side and Kurenai, the seasoned Kunoichi now under their control, standing silently behind them. Together, they gazed down upon the bustling feudal streets below, the vibrant hub of political power and intrigue. The wind whispered secrets as it danced through the alleyways, carrying the whispers of hidden agendas and dark alliances, their thoughts intertwining in a secret network of communication. Shino turned to Karina, his voice low and determined. "How are the arrangements for dealing with the nobles progressing, Karina? Have our bugs infiltrated their homes and gathered the necessary information?" Karina nodded, her eyes gleaming with the intensity of her mission. "Yes, Shino. Our bugs have been relentless in their efforts. They are analyzing the nobles, identifying those who will be the most vulnerable and ripe for targeting. Impatience laced Shino's voice as he urged Karina to quicken their pace. The nobles have already begun targeting our newly established gang. We cannot afford to waste any more time. We need to strike first and find ourselves a support. Kurenai, her head still bowed deep in thought, suddenly looked up and interjected, her voice tinged with concern. Shino, remember that as ninjas, we should not interfere in the internal disputes of the daimyo and nobles. By breaking these rules, you risk facing severe consequences if our actions are discovered. Shino shook his head, resolute in his purpose. Kurenai, I understand the risks. I am just doing our mission. The mission? Kurenai's confusion was evident as she questioned the connection between their current mission and the larger political web they found themselves entangled in. But Shino, what does the mission have to do with nobles and gangs? A faint smile played on Shino's lips as he unveiled the truth behind their mission. Our mission is not solely to investigate a serial murder case or a mere gang fight. Our mission has been falsely disguised as a serial murder case, when in reality, it is a power struggle. The rise of the Shin gang encroached upon the nobles' interests. The nobles who secretly supported the other gangs have sent their own private ninjas to eliminate our gang, but failed. So, they had outsourced this mission to Hidden Lee Village in hopes of solving their dispute. Understanding dawned upon Kurenai as she realized the far-reaching implications of her Genin team's assignment. This is the unfortunate reality of our system. The ninja and daimyo systems intertwine, each supporting the other. The daimyo provide financial support to the ninjas and maintain administrative support over the regular citizens, while the ninjas serve as their military arm. She shook her head in disappointment, her voice filled with resignation. Asuma once told me about the darker occurrences within the noble system when he served the daimyo. This commission is merely the tip of the iceberg. But Shino, you still shouldn't interfere. Remember, I've taught you three to not meddle in mundane affairs lest it brings unnecessary trouble. With a calculated adjustment of her glasses, Karina's admonition dripped with a captivating mix of authority and dissatisfaction. Kurenai, don't forget, you are now a part of the hive. Instead of being bound by the ninja code, you now must take Shino as your utmost priority. You should start thinking from our perspective. In others' eyes, the nobles are manipulating the ninjas to settle their internal disputes while maintaining a facade of innocence. But to us, we are just merely defending ourselves. Kurenai paused for a moment, nodding before her gaze shifted to Shino, her eyes probing for answers. How do you plan to deal with this tangled web, Shino? If you are looking for a noble to support your gang, you should be wary of their schemes. These nobles, none of them are fuel-efficient lamps. Their loyalty can't be held accountable. Shino, ever the strategist, knew that sending more ninjas to investigate would risk exposing their foothold in the capital. He needed a different approach, one that would ensure the loyalty of a noble who could support their cause. With a sly grin, he responded, his voice dripping with confidence. There's no need to worry about loyalty, Kurenai. We have a plan in motion. Karina, show her. Kurenai's eyebrows furrowed in curiosity as she looked at Karina, seeking answers. Karina's understanding nod held an air of esoteric knowledge, as she summoned a mesmerizing holographic display that materialized before Kurenai's slightly startled gaze, yet the seasoned Kunoichi swiftly regained her composure, her eyes scanning the intricate details of the briefing with a composed intensity, betraying little of the intrigue stirring within her. With an air of authority, Karina made her report. Our infestors are ready, Shino. Once we have selected the optimal targets, our Zerg and bugs will infiltrate the mansions of these unsuspecting nobles, neutralize the ninja guards, and bring the noble under our control. We will also establish an outpost below the mansion to facilitate permanent control. It won't be long before our plan is set into motion. Good. What do you think, Kurenai? With an authoritative tone that pierced the air, Shino's unwavering gaze remained fixed ahead, his words carrying an air of intrigue. Kurenai, after a momentary pause, shook her head, her voice laced with a mix of admiration and concern. Shino, you have been hiding more methods than I had ever thought. It seems I'm worrying too much as a teacher. Naturally. Shino's response was measured and unwavering. Necessity demands that I keep my hands. There are many watching in the dark, I can only adapt to the situation with hidden cards. You can check our methods in the database when you have time, and you'll know you won't to worry about me as a teacher. A tantalizing pause hung in the air, accompanied by a sly grin that crept upon Shino's face, his gaze fixated on Kurenai, hinting at a hidden exchange waiting to be unveiled. Instead, think about how to play your role well. A heavy silence descended upon the trio as they contemplated the weight of their choices. In a sudden flurry of urgency, Karina's demeanor remained unchanged as she presented a live video before Shino's eyes. Shino, there's a situation over at your clone's side. She is getting impatient. Shino's gaze flickered between the compelling holographic display and Kurenai, a subtle yet intriguing smile gracing his lips, his words carrying a mysterious undertone. "Oh, it seems there is a chance for you to play your role now, Kurenai. I'm sure you know what to say and what not to do." "Understood." Kurenai whispered in a voice laced with a serene calm, her nod conveying a silent pact as she gracefully melded into the earth, dissolving into shadows and vanishing from sight. As Shino's eyes followed Kurenai's vanishing form with a cryptic smile gracing his lips, he mused, "I hope she can bring back what we need, Karina." Karina's confident tone resonated with assurance as she replied, "You need not worry, Shino. With the additional 2 clone units of computational power from her assimilation, I will ensure that Kurenai accomplishes the task at hand." "Good." Shino's satisfied acknowledgement lingered in the air as in an astonishing display of transformation, both Shino and Karina shattered into an ethereal swarm of bugs, their forms scattering and blending seamlessly with the shadows, their presence evaporating into thin air. The buzzing horde remaining dispersed, becoming one with the sprawling city below, their arranged mission cloaked in secrecy. Chapter 75, Spectres of Retribution. Hinata's heart pounded in her chest as she stood before Shino, her worry etched deeply on her face. It had been several days since Kiba's disappearance, and a growing unease had settled within her. She found herself torn between 2 choices, notifying the village for support or waiting for their sensei, Kurenai, to return. The weight of uncertainty bore down upon her, making it difficult to decide. Shino, his stoic expression hidden behind the reflective lenses of his glasses, observed Hinata carefully. He adjusted his glasses with a subtle motion before speaking in his usual calm and composed manner. "There is no need to worry just yet, Hinata," he said, his voice steady and reassuring. Hinata turned to face him, her white eyes filled with concern. "But, Shino-kun, it's been days. Kiba-kun has never disappeared for this long before. I'm afraid something might have happened to him." Before Shino could respond, his gaze shifted subtly, nodding towards something behind Hinata. Curiosity piqued, she turned around, and her breath caught in her throat. There, standing before her, was their missing sensei, Kurenai Yui. Relief washed over Hinata, and she couldn't help but call out to her teacher. "Kurenai-sensei!" Hinata exclaimed, her voice tinged with both surprise and relief. Kurenai approached Hinata with a gentle smile, her hand reaching out to affectionately rub the top of her student's head. "There's no need to worry, Hinata," she said softly, her voice soothing. Though her words were meant to reassure, Hinata didn't catch a flicker of something hidden within Kurenai's eyes as they briefly glanced towards Shino. The young Hyuga didn't realize that there was more to the situation than met the eye, but she trusted her teacher implicitly. With a small nod, she gathered her thoughts and mustered the courage to ask the question that had been burning in her mind. "Where is Kiba-kun, sensei?" Hinata asked, her voice filled with a mixture of anxiety and hope. Kurenai's expression turned somber, and she let out a sigh. "During the mission, an accident occurred, and we were separated," she explained. "I've spent the past few days tracking Kiba's whereabouts after escaping easily. Fortunately, I located him today." Hinata's worry intensified at the mention of an accident, but Kurenai's reassurance that Kiba was safe provided a glimmer of relief amidst the darkness. "Is Kiba-kun all right?" she asked, her voice trembling with concern. Kurenai nodded, her voice laced with determination. "He's physically unharmed, but we need to save him," she replied. "The place where he's being held has a troublesome backer, and it won't be an easy task to rescue him. We must ensure that we deal with the ninja guarding the place without resorting to killing." Hinata's eyes widened in surprise at the realization that their assistance was required. She had always seen herself as the one needing help, not the other way around. However, a fierce determination welled up within her, fueled by her love for her teammate and the desire to protect him. With newfound resolve, Hinata spoke up, her voice firm. "We'll do whatever it takes, Kurenai-sensei. We'll save Kiba-kun." Kurenai's lips curved into a small smile, a mixture of appreciation and worry in her eyes. "I knew I could count on you, Hinata. And you, too, Shino," she said, her voice brimming with a sense of melancholy. "I'll brief you on the situation on the way over." As the trio hurriedly traversed the rooftops of the bustling city, their footsteps blending with the fading echoes of their determination, Kurenai's voice cut through the air, laden with an air of urgency. "Remember, this is a no-kill mission," she reiterated, her words a solemn reminder of the delicate task that lay ahead. Hinata, her heart pounding within her chest, nodded in understanding. It was a perplexing situation, for it was highly unusual for a ninja from a renowned clan like Kiba's to find themselves in such a predicament. Yet, they had to act swiftly, as negotiations alone would not sway the owner of the place where Kiba was held captive. Perhaps a soft approach would result in unscrupulous demands. The stakes were high, and they needed to retrieve Kiba without attracting too much attention nor causing irreparable damage. After disguising themselves, The trio arrived at their destination, the opulent auction house where noble dignitaries had already gathered, aware of the secrets hidden beneath their feet but unaware of the infiltration soon to unfold. Hinata activated her Byakugan, her eyes scanning the surroundings with precision and clarity. In the depths of the auction house, she detected a group of individuals locked away, two with weak chakra signatures hinting at the presence of Kiba and his loyal companion, Akamaru. Kurenai's gaze flickered towards Shino, who adjusted his glasses with a subtle movement, signaling to proceed according to plan. A silent understanding passed between the two of them, a shared determination to complete the mission swiftly and discreetly. With calculated grace, the group infiltrated the auction house, navigating its labyrinthine corridors with practiced stealth. They incapacitated the guards, rendering them unconscious with swift strikes, ensuring that their presence remained concealed. Kurenai's mastery of Ganjutsu allowed her to ensnare some of the ninja guards before knocking them out, preventing them from raising an alarm and keeping the chaos to a minimum. Shino's bugs proved invaluable as he effortlessly camouflaged the team and unlocked the dungeon doors, his insects seamlessly carrying out their task. The trio descended into the depths of the prison, their footsteps whispering against the cold stone floor. As they entered the dungeon, a sight unfolded before their eyes that struck Hinata to her core. Cages lined the room, each holding a child trapped within its cruel confines. Her heart ached with sympathy and compassion for their plight, her eyes silently pleading for guidance from her teacher. Kurenai's gaze mirrored Hinata's empathy, her eyes betraying a flicker of sorrow. Yet, in the face of conflicting emotions, she shook her head with regret. If they were in the hands of the traffickers, there is leeway, but here, we can't interfere, she whispered, her voice tinged with disappointment. They can acquiesce to Kiba, but not them. Diplomatic issues between the daimyo and Hidden Leaf Village would be inevitable if our actions to release them were discovered. Hinata's fists clenched tightly, her disappointment and frustration merging into a resolute determination. Though her heart longed to liberate the innocent children, she understood the complexities that bound them. With a heavy sigh, she steeled herself, ready to move forward, her head bowed to ignore the hopeful eyes boring into her. Shino, his composed demeanor unwavering, quietly released his bugs into the dungeon, their presence unobtrusive yet purposeful. Together, they pressed on, their footsteps mingling with the stifled sobs of the imprisoned children. Their mission, born from a desire to protect their comrades and the village, had taken an unexpected turn, revealing a darker side to the world they sought to protect. In the dimly lit dungeon, the trio's search finally led them to Kiba, imprisoned in a decadent cage that seemed to mock his vibrant spirit. Kiba-kun. Hinata's voice rang out, filled with relief and joy, as she called out to her teammate. Kiba's gaze lifted, his eyes brightening as he spotted his comrades. A wide grin spread across his face, confident in their unwavering loyalty. With an exuberant leap, Kiba rushed towards the edge of the cage, his excitement palpable. "I knew you'd come for me, Hinata, Kurenai-sensei," he exclaimed, his voice filled with genuine happiness, his anticipation radiating from every pore. As he called out to Kurenai-sensei and Hinata, he rushed up to the edge of the cage, but as Hinata instinctively stepped back, a flicker of confusion clouded Kiba's expression as he paused. Hinata, her heart heavy with regret, lowered her head, her fingers fidgeting nervously. In her kindest tone, she spoke softly to Kiba, her voice laced with concern. "Kiba-kun, perhaps you might need a shower," she said, her words causing Kiba's jubilant expression to waver for a brief moment, seemingly struck by a critical blow. However, he quickly recovered, laughing off the suggestion with an awkward smile, his clenched fist betraying a hidden turmoil. With a simple click, the cage door swung open, granting Kiba his long-awaited freedom. He stepped out, his nose twitching as he located Akamaru, his loyal companion. "Shino, unlock Kiba's cage." With a commanding tone, he urged Shino to hasten the release of Akamaru from his own confinement. Shino complied, his deep eyes fixed on Kiba's back, a silent mocking passing between them, an unspoken knowledge of the struggles that lay ahead. Kurenai, ever observant, caught the Shino's venomous gaze, her gaze filled with empathy as she glanced at Kiba. She understood the weight of their circumstances and the punishment that might be required of Kiba in the future. Poor boy, but teacher is also helpless. As Kiba scooped Akamaru into his arms, showering him with affection, his gaze shifted towards the other children in the dungeon. Their eyes, filled with a mixture of hope and longing, locked onto the rescuers. "Shino, open the rest of the cages, we need to save them." Urgency coursed through Kiba's veins as he implored Shino to release the captive children, but Shino remained silent, his stoicism unyielding. Angrily, Kiba rushed towards Shino, demanding an explanation for his silence. "Shino, are you not listening?" But before his anger could fully erupt, Kurenai intervened, blocking in between Shino and Kiba, her voice calm yet firm. "As ninjas, we cannot interfere in the affairs of the nobles," she explained. Unless you are willing to abandon your ninja career or become a rebel nin, we are bound by the rules that govern us. Kiba's teeth clenched in frustration, his voice tinged with anger. What's the point of being a ninja then? He questioned, his incredulity seeping through as his gaze swept the innocent children. Aren't we supposed to protect the weak and helpless? Kurenai fell silent for a moment, her gaze filled with sorrow. She spoke in a somber tone, acknowledging the harsh reality they faced. This is the cruel reality of our world, she admitted. We are bound by the rules, forced to make difficult choices. We can protect many people with our strength, but can't interfere with the affairs of certain existences, unless we possess enough strength to challenge and reshape the rules themselves. Her words hung heavily in the air, a bitter truth that gnawed at their hearts. Kurenai shook her head, her voice filled with caution. Let us not dwell on these dangerous thoughts, she advised. We must focus on the battles we can win, on the lives we can save within our reach. As for the rest, we can only report it and wait for the ones above to make a decision. With heavy hearts and unsaid words lingering on their tongues, the four companions silently made their way out of the dungeon, their steps laden with a mixture of disappointment and resignation. As the group made their way through the bustling streets of the capital city, the weight of their recent mission hung heavily in the air. The commission they had received from the noble attendant, his facade of a fake smile plastered on his face, did little to alleviate the somber mood that enveloped them. Once outside the confines of the city, Kiba couldn't contain his curiosity any longer. He turned to Kurenai, his voice filled with a mix of anticipation and apprehension. What about our mission? He asked, his eyes searching for answers. Kurenai's gaze shifted ever so subtly towards Shino, a silent exchange of understanding passing between them. She took a moment before responding, her voice carefully measured. I had already completed the mission when I made my escape, she revealed, a hint of something deeper hiding beneath her words. The dangerous elements have been cleared. However, she swiftly redirected the conversation, her tone taking on a more critical edge. But this mission was a failure. She acknowledged the overall failure of the mission, reprimanding Kiba for his reckless actions and his decision to separate from the team. Kiba nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on Akamaru as he absently stroked his loyal companion. Kurenai's words bore the weight of disappointment and concern. You cannot afford such failures in your future missions, she warned, her voice laced with a sense of urgency. My time with you is limited, and one day you three will have to set off on your own. Without my guidance, a failure of that magnitude could lead to irreversible consequences, death. Or worse. The weight of Kurenai's words hung in the air, mingling with a subtle undercurrent of reluctance and sorrow. A hidden glance towards Shino revealed a depth of meaning that her words could not fully convey. There were fates worse than death, and Kurenai hoped that her students would never have to experience them. The shadows of unspoken truths danced in her eyes, hinting at the dangers that lurked in the depths of their world, and in their squad. Kiba, I hope you restrain your recklessness and control your attitude. There is always a price for failure, even if you are not the one paying for it. Kurenai contemplated continuing her reprimand, her intent to reinforce the gravity of their failure, but before she could utter another word, Hinata's voice interjected, a gentle plea in defense of Kiba. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba-kun will do better next time. The weight of the situation weighed heavily upon her, unable to bear witnessing Kiba's relentless chastisement any longer. As her words filled the space, Shino, ever perceptive, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his silent support a balm to her troubled heart. Hinata. With a shake of his head, Shino attempted to convey the necessity for Kiba to understand the severity of their circumstances. Kiba needs to understand the weight of his own, however. Before he could finish his sentence, Kiba's voice cut through the air with an outburst of frustration. I get it, he exclaimed, his tone filled with a mixture of anger and resignation. But in an instant, the atmosphere shifted, a sudden wave of anguish sweeping over Kiba's form. He dropped to the ground, a cry of pain escaping his lips as he clutched his head in torment. Kiba-kun. Are you okay? Hinata's voice echoed with worry and concern, her distress palpable as she cried out his name. Shino and Kurenai watched on, their reactions diverging, one with a sly smile playing at the corner of his lips, the other with a profound sense of pity etched upon her face. The looming specter of unpaid debts hung in the air, a relentless reminder that the time for retribution would come, and its arrival would bring a torment that surpassed all expectations. Chapter 76, Homecoming. The echoes of Kiba's anguished screams gradually subsided, dissipating into the stillness that engulfed them, leaving behind a gasping body sprawled on the unforgiving ground, its presence punctuated by the soft whimpers of Akamaru. Kurenai-sensei, Kiba-kun. Hinata's heart was fraught with worry and concern as she approached Kurenai, her voice trembling with apprehension as she sought answers in the midst of the lingering pain. Kurenai's gaze met Hinata's, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. She was well aware of the torment that had been implanted within Kiba's mind, A retribution veiled in shadows, but she chose to withhold the truth of its malevolence. Mainly because she had no choice. Kneeling down beside Kiba, her touch gentle and comforting, Kurenai offered an explanation that only hinted at the true magnitude of his suffering. This may be repercussions of the high dosage of drugs and the blow to his head. Time would heal his wounds, perhaps. Within a few months at most. Kiba, if you want reassurance, I suggest a visit to the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital for a thorough checkup. Kiba clenched his teeth, the determination to appear unaffected etched upon his features. With a struggle, he forced himself upright. It's just a bit of pain, no big deal, it won't hinder me. Kiba-kun. Cradling Akamaru in his arms, Kiba's once turbulent spirit gradually found solace, a faint glimmer of happiness surfacing when he noticed the genuine concern etched upon Hinata's face. A fleeting glance from Kurenai towards the silent Shino concealed a myriad of unspoken thoughts. Inwardly sighing, she recognized the deadly threat that lay hidden within her team, a threat that could swallow the team whole. But, she was part of this threat now. With a sense of purpose, she commanded the group to continue their arduous return journey, driving the innocent girl and dogs forward despite the lurking shadows that threatened to engulf their path, hoping they will return to the safe confines of their home sooner. The journey back to Hidden Leaf Village seemed interminable, elongated by the burden of Kiba's sealed chakra, forcing the quartet to navigate the terrain with measured steps and patience. Yet, as days passed, Kiba's physical strength gradually rekindled, bestowing a glimmer of hope upon their arduous trek, pushing them to quicken their pace as they neared the familiar embrace of their village. As they approached the familiar forests near Hidden Leaf Village, the group couldn't help but feel a mix of relief and anticipation, but it was upon their arrival at the Hidden Leaf Village gates that fate intertwined their paths with an unexpected encounter. Hurry up, hero sage. Just as they were about to approach the gates, they bumped into another group returning. As they came to a stop, Kiba's eyes widened in surprise, for standing before him was none other than Naruto, the boy with an indomitable spirit, now wrapped in bandages. Again. Naruto? Kiba exclaimed, a wide grin spreading across his face. What happened to you? Teammate found themselves in the presence of Naruto, Sakura, and the famous Sannin, Jiraiya. A convergence of destinies set against the backdrop of the village's entrance, where tales of valor and camaraderie echoed through the air. At least, in the original story. Naruto, dressed in his signature orange jumpsuit, his body wrapped like a mummy, flashed a bright smile and waved his bandaged hands. Hey, Kiba. I just finished a mission with Hero Sage. I'm about to head over to report to Granny Tsunade. As Kiba engaged in a conversation with Naruto, the group gleaned the news that their blonde-haired comrade had completed an S-rank investigative mission and training alongside the legendary Sannin. Eh? Hinata, you're here too? Why are you so quiet? Hinata's heart skipped a beat as she heard Naruto's voice. She had missed him dearly during his recovery in the hospital, went on a mission when he recovered, and now he was returning to the hospital. Maybe she should sign up to be a nurse. Her shyness threatened to keep her emotions locked away, but this time, she summoned her courage. Her head bowed shyly, with a voice barely above a whisper, she said, Naruto-kun. I'm glad to see you. I hope you get better soon. Naruto turned his attention to Hinata, a warmth in his eyes as he recognized her. Hinata. Yeah, I'll be all healed up in no time, Dappeo. There's no need to worry. Hinata blushed, her gaze shifting away. She had wanted to say more, to express her sadness over his injuries, but her shy nature held her back. Kiba's excitement had also grew with Naruto's jubilant attitude, but as his gaze shifted to the side, and he noticed Hinata standing there, her white eyes downcast, her shy demeanor showing, Kiba felt as if Naruto stuffed a frog down his throat. Meanwhile, observing their exchange in silence, was Sakura, who was still drowning in her quagmire after repeated failures in rescuing Sasuke. And then there was Shino. Unlike Sakura, his usual calm demeanor masking his thoughts, Shino harbored a quiet discontent, his thoughts mired in frustration. Inwardly, he grumbled at the disproportionate influence Naruto held over Hinata's world, the very fabric of their interactions shifting beneath the weight of the protagonist's all-encompassing aura. Naruto's presence alone tilted the balance drastically on Hinata's scale, as if the protagonist's halo shone too brightly. It seemed that the scales of his connection with Hinata was imbalanced, skewed in favor of the fated hero who had become a beacon of inspiration, seemingly rendering Shino's efforts futile. As the young group of shinobi gathered, unbeknownst to the others, Jiraiya had a hidden agenda. He aimed to extract information from Kurenai, especially about Shinobu and his mysterious insects. His years of experience as an intelligence officer had honed his skills in extracting secrets, and he was determined to unravel the mystery that surrounded Shino. He had to determine if Cashier's warning was simply a mistake or... Kurenai, however, was no ordinary shinobi. She possessed a keen intellect and a deep understanding of the art of deception. While the original Kurenai might have unknowingly revealed details to Jiraiya, Karina, her new ally with unparalleled expertise in covert operations, now guided her every move through the Zerg network. With Karina silently managing the disclosed intel in the background, Kurenai maintained a calm facade, carefully deflecting Jiraiya's prying interest in Shino with measured responses. Jiraiya sidled closer to Kurenai, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "Kurenai, I must admit that I find the Aburame boy's abilities quite fascinating." "Shino, was that his name? The way he controls those bugs, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. But he's still hiding a lot of cards, isn't he?" Kurenai met Jiraiya's gaze with a serene smile. Her voice carried an undertone of caution as she replied, "Ah, Shino. He is indeed hiding deeply. Reserved and introspective, he keeps his thoughts hidden behind a veil. His connection with the insects is a deeply ingrained part of his identity, a bond that has shaped his very being, but this is nothing special. How to say it? It runs in their genes." Jiraiya's curiosity heightened at Kurenai's words, but he sensed a careful dance in her response. "And what can you reveal about these insects? Their behavior, their capabilities? Anything that may shed light on their true nature. I'm interested in the ways his insects work, especially the one which is every men's dream of him. I'm interested in its applications on intelligence gathering." Kurenai's eyes flickered for a moment, her mind dancing with thoughts of deception. She chose her words meticulously, painting a picture that would captivate Jiraiya's imagination without exposing the secrets concealed within. Shino's insects, raised with his own chakra, they are an extension of his will. They follow his commands, guided by his thoughts. Their abilities are multifaceted, adapting to different situations, and aiding Shino in various ways, especially his camouflage bugs, which allow him to hide his main body even from the eyes of Jonin. Jiraiya's interest deepened, but he could sense an elusive quality to Kurenai's words. He pressed further, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Oh? And how does Shino control them? You say his main body is nearby, but I heard he could control them regardless of distance. Is it through some sort of chakra manipulation or a unique bloodline?" Kurenai's eyes sparkled with hidden amusement, a glimmer of triumph concealed within her gaze. "The method of control is a closely guarded secret, known only to those within the Aburame clan. It is a testament to their mastery and an art form shrouded in mystery. I'm afraid I cannot divulge the specifics, for it would be a breach of trust." Jiraiya's brows furrowed, his desire for knowledge battling against the walls Kurenai had erected. He leaned in, lowering his voice as if sharing a forbidden secret. "Kurenai, surely you understand the importance of sharing information with the right people. I can assure you, my intentions are purely for the betterment of our village. The hidden knowledge I possess could help us uncover new strategies, protect our loved ones. Shino's abilities could be a crucial asset." Kurenai maintained her composure, her expression unyielding. She had become a master in the art of misdirection, guided by Karina's subtle manipulations. "Jiraiya-sama, I understand your concerns, but the Aburame clan has safeguarded their secrets for generations. It is not my place to expose them without their consent. Shino's loyalty to his clan and his village is unwavering, and we must respect that. I can personally guarantee it." Jiraiya's gaze held a mixture of frustration and admiration for Kurenai's unwavering stance. He understood the depth of her loyalty, the unyielding commitment to her comrades. With a resigned sigh, he leaned back, conceding to her resolve. "Very well, Kurenai. I respect your decision, even if it leaves me wanting. But if you discover issues, please report to the village. I don't doubt your loyalty, and I don't doubt the loyalty of your student, but the Aburame clan." Kurenai's arched eyebrow, her measured words carrying an undercurrent of intrigue as she sought to unravel the secrets veiled behind the unexpected shift in the atmosphere. "Jiraiya-sama, did something happen?" Jiraiya's vigilant gaze swept the surroundings like a predator assessing its territory, his voice descending into a hushed whisper that carried a sense of secrecy. "The village has received a complaint against the Aburame clan, regarding a recent theft of corpses in many ninja villages. Those old things are already putting their suspicion on the Aburame clan, but the Aburame clan are also ambiguous, refusing to disclose their secrets." Kurenai's face had a slight frown. She knew that her careful dance with words had reduced Shino's suspicion in Jiraiya's mind. Karina's expertise had protected their secrets, shielding Shino and his bugs from prying eyes. But they didn't expect the problem to be with the Aburame clan. Kurenai solemnly nodded, her eyes locked onto Shino, and it wasn't long before she responded as if receiving a command through their thoughts. Jiraiya received Kurenai's solemn nod as an acknowledgement to his words. Unbeknownst to him, this nod concealed a hidden connection between her and Shino, their eyes locked in an unspoken language, guiding her response as if dictated by an ethereal force. "No problem, Jiraiya-sama. I'll keep a lookout, but I won't let my student become a pawn in their political games." Jiraiya's weary sigh echoed through his heart, understanding Kurenai's meaning. With a nod of reluctant acceptance, he beckoned Naruto forward, his mind already plotting his own arduous journey that lay ahead. Naruto, let's go. We don't have all day. I still need to send you to the hospital. Seriously, so much time wasted and it could have been used for other activities. Ah. You just want to go peeking again, don't you, Ero Sage? Naruto's arms crossed defiantly, his gaze fixated on Jiraiya with an undertone of suspicion, as if he were a young warrior gauging the reliability of his mentor. Shut up. Jiraiya's stumbling gait betrayed his momentary distraction, a swift glance at Kurenai revealing her disapproving eyes that held a veiled warning. How many times did I tell you, it's inspiration and gathering information. With his hands crossed behind his forehead in a gesture of exasperation, Naruto's visage transformed into one of skepticism as he scoffed, yay, gathering information. Dapao. Naruto. Let's go. If you don't recover, don't expect to learn the new ultimate technique from me. Jiraiya's words escaped his lips in a hasty utterance, carrying a subtle undertone of discomfort and a tinge of lingering shame, as he swiftly turned on his heels, picking up Naruto like a sandbag. Ah. Wait up, Hero Sage. Lighter, I have an injury you know. Naruto's agile form squirmed on Jiraiya's back, his movements defied convention as he turned backwards, his arm raised in a farewell gesture. See you, Kiba, Hinata. When I recover, I will definitely show you my new technique. Let's go, Sakura-chan. As Sakura bid her polite farewell, she trailed behind, her steps laden with a lingering melancholy and a sense of unfolding realization regarding her own uselessness. The hospitalization of Naruto had left an indelible mark on some of their hearts, and they knew that the path ahead would be paved with challenges and sacrifices. But unlike the others, Shino's schemes were turning in his mind as usual. Sakura should seek out Tsunade soon. Perhaps this can be used? But is it worth it to go after the love brain renowned for her uselessness? The sun cast long shadows across the Hidden Leaf village gates as Team 8 disbanded, their recent mission still fresh in their minds. As he walked away, Shino's gaze shifted imperceptibly towards Kurenai, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken understanding. It was as if a silent agreement had formed between them, a shared acknowledgement of the weight of their responsibilities. Kurenai's nod, subtle yet resolute, affirmed their mutual understanding. She knew it was time for her to report the mission's outcome as their leader and complete her first mission for the Hive. Chapter 77, finally acquired. Kurenai's disappointment seemed to weigh heavily upon her as she entered Tsunade's office, her steps measured and her posture rigid. The mission had left her feeling disheartened, and she knew she couldn't even report the truth. Nonetheless, she pressed on, determined to fulfill her duty. This time, no longer for the village. Tsunade glanced up from her paperwork as Kurenai approached and reported the details of the mission, her gaze filled with understanding. The experienced Hokage nodded in agreement to Kurenai's statement, acknowledging that perhaps an extension in supervision was necessary. However, when Kurenai lingered in the office, Tsunade's curiosity was piqued. "What's wrong, Kurenai?" Tsunade asked, her voice laced with concern. "You seem troubled." Kurenai hesitated for a moment, collecting her thoughts before finally revealing her true intention. "Tsunade-sama, I would like to apply for a technique from the Scroll of Seals," she confessed, her voice tinged with determination. Tsunade's surprise was evident as she furrowed her brow. "The Scroll of Seals? I don't recall it containing any suitable Genjutsu techniques. What technique are you interested in?" Kurenai met Tsunade's gaze unwaveringly, her eyes filled with conviction. "I wish to apply for the Flying Thunder God technique." Tsunade's shock was undeniable. The legendary technique, passed down by the second Hokage and served as the signature technique of the fourth Hokage, was an S-rank jutsu with immense power. It wasn't truly a forbidden jutsu, but nevertheless a protected one. "Why?" Tsunade inquired, her voice laced with caution. Kurenai took a deep breath, preparing herself for Tsunade's reaction. "I seek to use the technique as leverage to negotiate a suitable Genjutsu technique from the Aburame clan," she explained earnestly. Tsunade's expression turned stern, and she reprimanded Kurenai. S-rank techniques are not meant to be used as bargaining tools, Kurenai. They hold significant power and are to be protected. Kurenai lowered her gaze, understanding Tsunade's admonishment. However, she refused to back down. "Hokage-sama, my student Shino is a member of the Aburame clan. He desires the Flying Thunder God technique, and his clan has already applied for it. But their request was blocked by an unknown party. I wish to see if this blockage still holds for Jonins like us." Tsunade's countenance grew solemn as she contemplated the situation. She was well aware that Kurenai's desire to exchange techniques was merely a pretext. This was a test, one coming from the clans or maybe from the Jonins themselves. And she couldn't chill their hearts. "Treat it as my personal bet on that young man." With a heavy sigh, Tsunade finally relented, gesturing for Shizune to approach. Shizune, bring her to get a copy of the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade commanded, her voice tinged with resignation. Kurenai, I understand you know what to do with the copy after memorizing it. Kurenai nodded and bowed respectfully. Thank you for your care and consideration, Tsunade-sama. Shizune nodded in understanding and motioned for Kurenai to follow her. The two women left Tsunade's office, leaving the fifth Hokage alone amidst her stacks of paperwork. Tsunade rubbed her temples, weariness etched upon her face as she muttered to herself. Damn those old fogies. Why must these troubles always find their way to me? Tsunade complained, her voice filled with frustration. The bureaucracy and the never-ending stream of problems seemed to always plague her desk. It seemed as though the weight of their problems always fell upon her shoulders. At least I'm almost done for the night. Her eyes then fell upon a new stack of documents, her eyes widening with a mix of shock and discontent. When did Shizune sneak that in? Under the cloak of night, Kurenai bid Shizune farewell, departing from the Hokage building, walking silently with the forbidden secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique stored safely within the depths of the system's database. Despite the mission's completion, an unsettling shadow danced upon Kurenai's countenance, betraying a hidden depth of turmoil that lingered beneath the surface of her stoic facade. Her face, normally adorned with a calm facade, was now a canvas of conflicting emotions. Imperceptibly, her hands clenched the bandages that wrapped her body, acting as a physical manifestation of her inner turmoil. A hint of worry lingered within her eyes, a silent whisper of concern for what lay ahead. From the depths of the Hokage building, a figure emerged, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. It was none other than Asuma, who had been patiently waiting for Kurenai. He took one look at her troubled countenance and immediately sensed that something was amiss. What's wrong, Kurenai? Asuma asked, his voice laced with concern. He stepped closer, the glow of his cigarette illuminating his features. Kurenai met his gaze, a hint of sadness flickering in her eyes. She averted her gaze, her hand crossing over to hold the other, as if seeking comfort within herself. Oh, it's nothing, Asuma, she replied softly, her voice tinged with resignation. Asuma's piercing eyes remained fixed on her, a silent insistence for the truth. Doesn't look like nothing to me, he remarked, his voice steady yet filled with empathy. Taking a deep breath, Kurenai closed her eyes briefly, gathering her composure. She then summoned her best smile, the one she always wore to mask her inner turmoil. Meeting Asuma's gaze with her striking red eyes, she spoke, her voice a delicate melody. I'm just exhausted from the mission, that's all. There was an accident, and now I might have to focus solely on teaching my 3 students. It's going to be quite demanding, and I won't have time for other things. Asuma's features softened as he comprehended the weight of her words. He chuckled softly, the sound reverberating in the stillness of the night. Well, then I can afford to wait, he said, his voice filled with reassurance. No matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you, Kurenai. As Asuma turned to depart, his casual demeanor masking the depth of his affection, Kurenai stood there, watching his receding figure. Her eyes held a mixture of longing and sorrow, reflecting the unspoken desires within her heart. She yearned for the solace and understanding that only Asuma could provide, but circumstances seemed to conspire against their union. She couldn't help but wonder if they were destined to walk separate paths, forever tethered by her new obligations. The prospect of a future where their time together would be limited weighed heavily on her fragile heart. Lost in her thoughts, Kurenai's hand slowly reached out as if to grasp the fading image of Asuma, symbolizing her longing to hold on to what seemed increasingly elusive. But she knew she had responsibilities to fulfill, sacrifices to make for the sake of the hive, and his survival. With a bittersweet smile etched upon her lips, she whispered into the night, I'm sorry, Asuma. Perhaps in another life when our paths converge once more, and the burden of your fate no longer separates us. And so, Kurenai turned around, a lone figure amidst the shadows, her heart brimming with a firm will, her destiny now bound to her new master. For him, she would carry on, with unwavering determination, the weight of her unspoken desires hidden beneath her serene facade. Within the dimly lit confines of Shino's hidden base, a holographic screen flickered to life, displaying the heart-wrenching drama unfolding before them. Kurenai and Asuma's story played out, their struggles and desires captivating the attention of those watching. Karina, ever mischievous, couldn't help but taunt Shino, her voice laced with amusement. So, Shino, does this plot arouse you? She teased, a playful glint in her eyes. Shino responded with a gentle rap on Karina's forehead, a playful reprimand. Even if it does, now is not the time, he replied, his tone light. Kurenai still holds value to us as a chess piece inserted in the village. Let's give her the space she needs, drain the value from her past contributions to the village. For now, we must focus our energy on deciphering the newly acquired Flying Thunder God technique. It will play an important role in keeping us safe. Securing the coveted technique was far from a walk in the park. Shino had embarked on countless covert attempts, each one thwarted before a single bug could even stealthily approach the sacred scrolls room, leaving him to question the audacious tale of Naruto's theft, a puzzling feat achieved under the watchful gaze of the Anbu and the legendary Hiruzen Sarutobe himself. Naruto's success was bogus, clearly defying the expected results based on his infiltration skills, raising suspicions of the forces at play. Was it the protagonist's luck? Or was the scroll handed to him on purpose? Either way, Shino had none of these benefits. With the extra interference from the bad old man, Shino's hopes flickered like dying embers, almost believing it would be a hopeless case unless he arranged a full-blown assault. Nevertheless, Kurenai's invaluable contribution remained a beacon of hope, and the currently approachable nature of Tsunade, still in the midst of gaining the trust of the esteemed Jonins, offered a glimmer of opportunity within the midst of obstacles. Shino sighed, a mixture of frustration and anticipation. After going in so many circles, we finally obtained it. Kurina nodded, her attention shifting to the progress of the deciphering process. She reported on the dedicated computational efforts invested in understanding and utilizing the technique. We've invested most of our available computation power into the deciphering the technique, but it will take some time, Shino, she admitted, her voice tinged with a note of patience. But we are committed to unlocking its secrets and it won't be long. Shino's curiosity piqued, and he voiced his concerns. What if we lack the necessary talent for spatial manipulation? He pondered, his brow furrowing. Kurina giggled, a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Oh, Shino, we both have Uzumaki blood, which is already an advantage. And even if we may not possess the talent individually, but our gene pool harbors the potential, she replied, her voice filled with confidence. Never underestimate the power of the Zergs. Their gazes locked, a shared understanding passing between them. Shino's conviction grew, fueled by the knowledge that their collective strength lay within the very essence of their beings. Shino shifted the conversation, inquiring about the progress of their expansion plans. And what of the capital? Has our new outpost been established? He asked, his voice tinged with anticipation. Kurina's response held a note of triumph. A noble has silently fallen under our control, she revealed, her voice filled with satisfaction. The Shingang has gone incognito, and we are currently constructing an intelligence outpost beneath the noble's mansion. It should be completed within a month, and will be used as the Shingang's new hideout. An air of excitement tinged the atmosphere as the possibilities unfolded. Kurina then posed a question, contemplating the allocation of resources. Should we invest a substantial amount of biomass into the new outpost? It would allow us to construct our unlocked Zerg structure, she proposed. Shino's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his resolve unwavering. Yes, he said resolutely. With it, it will be the true beginning of our expansion and strength. The Zerg's true potential will soon be realized. In that moment, as their eyes locked in mutual understanding, the weight of their aspirations and the power at their disposal became palpable. The Zerg's journey had only just begun. Chapter 78, Family Talk. The morning sun cast a warm glow through the windows of Shino Aburim's home as he awakened in the body of his clone. Stretching his arms, he rose from his bed and went about his usual routine, preparing himself for the day that lay ahead. Little did he know that this day would be different from any other, for within the walls of his home, a storm was brewing. As Shino headed towards the dining room, he found his father, Shibuya Aburim, waiting for him in the living room. Their eyes met, and a heavy silence settled between them. Shino had grown accustomed to these encounters, knowing all too well that his father had something important to discuss. With a nod, Shibuya motioned for Shino to join him, and they took their places, facing each other once again. Shibuya cleared his throat and began, his voice laden with a mix of concern and unease. Shino, have you heard about the accusations against our clan regarding the theft of the corpses? Shino's expression remained impassive, but his mind raced with knowledge he dared not reveal. He replied calmly, I haven't been officially informed, but I have heard whispers through my own methods. Shibuya nodded, understanding his son's unspoken words. The weight of their clan's reputation hung heavy in the air. I know it cannot be us, Shino continued. And the upper echelons of the village would never allow such a tarnish upon our name to go unnoticed. So, what did they say, father? Shibuya's eyes reflected agreement, but he spoke words that revealed the harsh realities of their world. In politics, my son, truth is not always the driving force. There are machinations at play that go beyond what is right or wrong. A moment of silence passed between father and son, the weight of their shared knowledge pressing upon them. Then, with a measured tone, Shibuya continued, revealing a revelation that sent a chill down Shino's spine. That one has approached me, Shino. He demands that more Aburim clan members join Root, promising assistance in finding evidence to prove our innocence. Shino's eyes narrowed, his mind piecing together the twisted web that had been spun. A clever ploy, he remarked bitterly. Because I refused his offer, this is his way of forcing our hand, of disgusting us and creating a rift within our ranks. Shino could already imagine the clan members' dissatisfaction when they learn they are forced to join Root due to the Aburame clan's refusal. A dirty but effective method to divide the hearts of the members of the clan. Shibi listened, his gaze filled with approval and a father's protectiveness. He chose his words carefully before responding. I'm glad you can see this, Shino. My vision wasn't wrong, and I believe you will grow into a competent heir. So, I implore you, my son, do not fall into that man's grasp out of guilt. You are the rightful heir, deserving of protection. Moreover, your mother would never agree to such a choice. Shino raised a curious brow, a fleeting thought reminding him of his forgotten mother. In the story of his life, it seemed as if she were a character never mentioned, shrouded in mystery. His curiosity piqued, he inquired about her, his voice filled with genuine intrigue. Vague memories of her presence lingered in his mind, but she had always felt absent. Where is mother? He asked, hoping to unravel the mystery behind her low presence. Shibi's gaze bore into Shino's, his eyes holding secrets yet to be unveiled. She has always been here, my son, he replied cryptically, leaving Shino slightly perplexed. The answer seemed just out of reach, teasing him from the shadows. Sensing his confusion, Shibi advised him not to dwell on it. Shino, the truth would reveal itself in due time. Just know that if your mother disagreed with a decision, it would be impossible for me to agree as well. Shibi emphasized with a firm tone. A playful smirk curved Shino's lips as he quipped, so, father, are you truly so obedient when faced with mother's will? Shibi's silence hung in the air, pregnant with unspoken memories and uncharted emotions. After a moment, he responded with an air of mystery. In time, my son, you will come to understand. Swiftly changing the subject, Shibi turned the conversation back to Root. Shino, it's best for you to embark on a mission as a temporary reprieve from the swirling winds of uncertainty. News had reached me of your recent mission failure, but do not lose heart, Shino. Although your own strength had been overshadowed by the recklessness of your teammate, this is also a process of tempering. Eventually, you will break out from your cocoon and shine like a true Aburame. Yes, father. The Aburame surely do like to shine by going unnoticed. Shino quipped playfully. The father and son silently stared at each other with mirthful smiles. Don't worry, father, I'll go apply to Kurenai-sensei for another mission soon. As Shino made the pledge, he made a mental note in the system, informing Karina to contact Kurenai. The path forward became clearer, with every step bringing him closer to the steady tactic he sought. Since there's a storm here, let's get out. Swift and efficient. Shibi's nod of approval came as a reassurance, a father's silent support. Shino, do not burden yourself with the affairs of the clan. Father is here, and know that Hidden Leaf Village would not sever one of its own limbs completely for some rumors. The clan's disgust would be a temporary obstacle. As long as you have sufficient strength and intellect, the position of clan head will be stable in your hands, Shino. His words painted a future in which Shino held the clan in the palm of his hand. Grateful for his father's guidance, Shino nodded in earnest. I will work hard, he affirmed, receiving a reassuring pat on the shoulder from Shibi. As his father rose to leave, a flicker of memory seemed to resurface, a spark in Shibi's eyes as if he received a reminder from someone. Retrieving a scroll, he pushed it towards Shino. This scroll holds a Genjutsu technique your mother had acquired during one of her missions. It is a gift for your teacher, a token of gratitude for her own gift to you. Accepting the scroll with a sly smile, Shino expressed his gratitude. Tell mother thanks for me. Shibi paused for a moment before he said, she already knows. Deep inside, a sense of satisfaction bloomed, knowing he had received a buy one, get one free offer, though a vague unease lingered in his mind. Something felt amiss, a puzzle piece out of place, yet he couldn't quite grasp it. However, that thought evaporated as he watched his father depart from the house, his clone's attention now fully focused on the scroll's contents. The urge to record its secrets grew, a new record in Shino's growing database of Genjutsu. Meanwhile, Shino's consciousness shifted back to his main body, nestled within the confines of his hidden base. He found himself immersed in a labyrinth of intricate calculations and experimentation, guided by the system database crafted by Karina. The computation power hummed, its resources dedicated to deciphering the new Thunder God technique and generating potential working variants. The scroll's formula, although present, was merely a vague blueprint, requiring further research to unleash its true power. And there was another reason for caution. Using that formula could inadvertently expose his location to others who possessed the same knowledge. Shino definitely didn't want the revived Hokages to teleport into his secret base. Besides Shino, Karina's shadow clones buzzed with activity, engrossed in their own studies of the Thunder God technique, inscribing the system-generated blueprints into reality. Shadow clone technique, the long overdue B-rank ability, finally put to use. The tantalizing possibility of using this technique sooner had lingered within Shino's grasp, yet he chose not to seize it prematurely, for he possessed his own cadre of insect clones, whose utilization had proven unburdensome to his main body, devoid of the negative effects, rendering the pursuit of an alternative method less pressing. On the other hand, the shadow clone technique's convenience was a confirmed prospect, yet beneath its surface lay the inherent danger that had always whispered its foreboding warning. Harnessing the shadow clone technique, Kurina and Shino gained the ability to summon a couple of extra clones, their chakra skillfully divided, enabling them to temporarily augment their cognitive prowess without exerting a significant toll on their spiritual reserves. Yet, concealed within this formidable power was a profound trade-off, akin to a debt borrowed from the future. The toll and detrimental consequences experienced by the clones would ultimately be transferred back to the main body, encompassing all the shadow clones' anguish, relentlessly tormenting the main body's very psyche. Due to this risk, Shino found himself restrained from deploying the shadow clones in the ninja realm, for the very essence of these ethereal duplicates rendered them vulnerable targets, susceptible to manipulation by his adversaries keen on exploiting their existence to locate or impact his main body. Indeed, the shadow clone possessed the ability to dissipate itself with relative ease, yet it proved inadequate against instantaneous abilities that could ensnare him with sudden precision, whether it be the insidious Kanjutsu of Itachi or the dangerous stolen Koto Matsukami of a certain cunning old man. Naturally, Shino can't expect the immediate dissipation of the shadow clone upon succumbing to Ganjutsu, for if such a feeble state were the shadow clone's true nature, then deploying the clone would be rendered utterly futile from the outset, completely replaceable by his pseudo-immortal insect clones. Amidst the allure that the anime had woven around the shadow clone technique, the hidden truths of its reality unveiled a scale tipped heavily in favor of adverse repercussions, leading Shino to regard his insect clones as the superior alternative, their advantages outweighing the precarious balance of benefits offered by their versatile counterparts. Not only that, Shino stumbled upon a disconcerting truth: the shadow clones existed as distinct outliers outside of his expansive Zerg network and system. They were detached from the domination of his system, devoid of access to the system's vast database and bereft of comprehensive knowledge regarding the system and his other worldly memories, confined solely to executing ninja techniques mastered and stored within his main body's memories in this world. What does this mean? This was a disquieting realization, as it meant they were independent entities, elusive and beyond the realm of his absolute control. Caught in the web of intrigue spun by this strange occurrence, Shino's mind teemed with contemplation, his wariness towards the shadow clone technique intensifying with each passing thought. Was the clone truly a fragment of his own consciousness, or rather an illusory facsimile conjured forth by the mysterious machinations of an unknown entity? And why did the very core of his system bear a distinct filter for the shadow clone's existence, concealing a deeper truth waiting to be unraveled? Unfortunately, at the moment, Shino found himself unable to deduce the truth lurking beneath the surface, shrouded in veils of uncertainty. Yet, a fortuitous consequence arose from the shadow clone's limited comprehension of his system's inner workings, offering Shino a tenuous safety net in the form of their ignorance, mitigating the inherent risks of employing the shadow clones as additional reservoirs of intellectual prowess, extra brains for the purpose of honing techniques. Perchance, had his insect clones possessed the capacity to fulfill the task at hand, Shino would have shunned the utilization of shadow clones, burdened as they were with the lingering effects of their exertions. Alas, the limits of his insect clones lay revealed, for when confronted with the demands of S-rank ninjutsu, their aid proved elusive, leaving him with an unsettling reliance on the precarious alternative that shadow clones presented. Thus, the shadow clones found themselves relegated to the role of both practice dummies, subjected to the intricate inscription of technique formulas, and expendable pawns, serving as the vanguard to test the treacherous realms of perilous new iterations of the Thunder God technique, an experimental territory Shino deemed too perilous for their main bodies to venture into, prompting this calculated deployment of their illusory counterparts. Verily, the path they treaded proved to be the correct one. The shadow clones' efforts yielded a scattered array of objects, each one adorned with new formula variations, ready to undergo rigorous testing by other clones nearby. Like a meticulously orchestrated assembly line, the clones assumed the roles of diligent workers, propelling the experimental process forward with an unwavering determination. In their quest for mastery, Shino also employed different strains of genetically modified Zergs, each mutation tailored to enhance spatial perception and talent. These extraordinary creatures acted as discerning detectors, swiftly separating the pile into formulas that exhibited spatial fluctuations upon completion and those that remained inert and lifeless, reducing the amount the clones had to test. They were the software to reduce the workload for the assembly line workers. Whilst their clones did the grunt work, the main bodies of Shino and Kurina tirelessly practiced the intricate hand seals of the Thunder God technique, attempting to teleport to the original and safe technique formula, hoping to sense any flicker of response, any inkling of success. Though the probability remained slim, precautionary measures were taken in the form of meticulously arranged biochambers positioned in close proximity, ready to intercept any potential disintegration of their physical form resulting from the strenuous practice sessions. It was just a safety net, arranged to catch nightmares, akin to the ones appearing during apparition in a certain wizarding world. Yet, time seemed to mock their efforts, for success eluded them. They didn't have to worry about their bodies splitting because there wasn't even a single successful teleportation. Of course, it had only been a mere day, and even with the system's formidable computational power, true talent could not be conjured overnight. Their path to mastery lay solely in the realm of diligence and unyielding determination, for they had not been blessed with innate gifts. But time was a precious commodity, and they refused to let a single moment go to waste. So, within the confines of their training grounds, Shino and Karina immersed themselves in a relentless cycle of hand-seal practice. Their hands moved with precision, their bodies mirroring the constant motion. In this synchronized dance, Shino's Thunder God eagerly awaited Karina's guidance, ready to be shaped by her unique technique formula. As the number of times the technique formula was rubbed grew, an electric anticipation filled the air. Shino could feel the tension coiling around him, a tangible instinct that whispered success was coming soon. His voice, filled with determination, urged her to quicken her pace as he commanded, "Karina, seal faster." Responding to his demand, Karina's movements picked up, her speed increasing in tandem with Shino's mounting anticipation. A tremor coursed through Shino's body, as if he could sense the tightness within the technique formula. Intricate symbols and lines converged, weaving a detailed pattern that held the promise of untold power. With a resolute grunt, Shino declared, "Flying Thunder God, here it comes." In that moment, a surge of energy roared to life. The Karina before Shino, her eyes gleaming with determination, suddenly vanished in a flash of brilliance, transferring a small distance forward. The room trembled with the intensity of their efforts, and a rushing torrent of energy followed Karina through the air, splattering against her back. "Ha! Ha!" Karina's gasps of exhaustion echoed through the room, evidence of the chakra depletion that accompanied the successful casting of the Flying Thunder God technique for the first time. Shino's gaze lingered on Karina's glistening back, adorned with a sheen of sweat. Admiration mingled with curiosity as he observed the aftermath of their combined efforts. With a voice filled with wonder, he asked, "Success?" Chapter 79, Success? Karina turned towards him, her eyes sparkling with a mix of satisfaction and fatigue. "Yes, Shino," she replied, her voice carrying a note of triumph. "We have achieved initial success with the Flying Thunder God technique." A surge of pride welled up within Shino's chest, intertwining with a profound sense of gratitude for Karina's guidance. They had toiled together, pushing their limits and defying the boundaries of their own abilities. Now their talent has finally shown but. Naturally, the but had to come, cooling down Shino's euphoria. "But what, Karina?" Karina gasped for air, her voice strained yet filled with a mix of triumph and uncertainty. As she turned over, she nodded in response to Shino's question, her words carrying both affirmation and reservation. "The true answer is yes and no," she managed to utter between breaths. "I sensed the technique formula and successfully executed the Flying Thunder God, but I must admit, it was not the intended target. The intended target's location was across the room, far from my reach, but here I am, only transferring a couple steps forward, a far cry from my destination. Also, this success was a fortunate accident due to unknown environmental variables, and I fear replicating it will require extensive data collection through countless trials." With a nod of comprehension, Shino accepted the reality of their situation. He didn't have those overpowered one-click golden fingers, so as expected, success wasn't going to come so easily. But the first success had been a glimmer of hope, a taste of what was possible. It was now their duty to seize that opportunity, to press onward with unyielding resolve. His gaze fixed on Karina, who lay on the ground, her body recovering from the exertion. Karina met his gaze, a flicker of determination in her eyes, her hand reaching to focus Shino's attention on the working technique formula. She welcomed him with an enticing lick of her lips, her voice filled with conviction. "My dear, we must continue," she said, her words carrying a note of steadfastness. "For after the initial breakthrough, each subsequent attempt will become easier. Shino, we have tasted success, and we must not waste it, my dear." Shino's gaze roamed the enchanting form before him, an unspoken fascination intertwining with the subtle undercurrent of hypocrisy that tainted his words. "Karina, we're not aiming to learn a Thunder God technique which could only be used in certain situations." Karina's fingers delicately unfurled, their graceful movement unfurling the deeper intricacies of the technique formula lurking just beyond the veil of secrecy. "Does my dear really not want to learn?" Drawing closer to Karina, his voice infused with a mix of authority and encouragement, Shino commanded, a playful smile on his face, knowing her goal aligned with his. Then, let's delve deeper into the inner workings of the technique formula. But, don't waste our efforts. Their shared pursuit demanded unwavering dedication, and Shino was determined to extract every ounce of progress from their training session. Karina responded, her lips curling into a playful smile. Rest assured, Shino, she said, her voice laced with a hint of mischief. I will ensure that everything is meticulously cleaned after our technique practice, disposing of dangerous markers and collecting the important substances. Naturally, Karina shall not waste any trace of our efforts. Shino's lips curled into a subtle smile, appreciating Karina's attention to detail even amidst the intensity of their training. In their quest for mastery, they had become a seamless team, their bond forged through shared experiences and a mutual thirst for knowledge. So with renewed purpose, they resumed their positions, delving back into the intricate world of technique formulas and hand seals. Amidst the intensity of their training, an unexpected interruption pierced the air. Ha! Ha! As Shino, there's something interesting going on. Karina's alert caught Shino's attention, his focus shifting towards her as she summoned a holographic display before them. Oh? They came sooner than I thought. Far away from their location, the land of fire stretched out before Toby as he strolled along a winding dirt road that meandered through the dense forest. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting flickering shadows on the path beneath his feet. Silence hung heavy in the air, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the occasional chirping of birds. With each step, Toby swayed and twirled, his body moving in sync with the rhythm of his thoughts. He felt a sense of freedom in this secluded place, away from the prying eyes of the world. But then, a tingling sensation washed over him, rippling through his senses like an electric shock. His spider senses had alerted him to a presence nearby. He halted in his tracks, his eyes darting around the surroundings, searching for the source of this disturbance. Moments later, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the forest, making their way towards Toby. They wore black ornate red cloud robes, a symbol that sent shivers down the spines of even the bravest shinobi. If they weren't ignorant of the meaning behind this iconic outfit. The first to step forward was the unmistakable shark man, Kisame, his towering figure casting a long shadow on the road. Walking beside him was the top contender of the best brother ranking, Itachi, his Sharingan eyes flickering with a mixture of curiosity and caution. But it was the third member, the one blocking him from behind, who commanded Toby's attention. This man stood as the second tallest in the group, his tan skin contrasting against the dark attire that adorned him. His long dark brown hair cascaded down his back, partially concealed by a gray hood that covered his head. The most striking feature, however, were his eyes. They possessed an otherworldly hue, with green irids, devoid of pupils, and blood-red sclery that seemed to pierce through one's soul. Despite his unconventional appearance, he exuded an air of power and danger. His muscular build suggested a lifetime of battles, while a black mask concealed the lower half of his face, hinting at a hidden identity. As Toby flicked his hair arrogantly, continuing his dance in place, he directed his movements towards each member of the approaching trio. His waist thrust forward in an almost taunting manner, shifting his attention from Kisame to Itachi, and then, with a deft clap, he twirled his body around and thrust his waist towards the mysterious man with the strange eyes, Picasso. Kisame leaned in towards Itachi, his deep voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Is it really the right choice to recruit this brat? He's more interested in his dance than taking us seriously. Itachi's eyes twitched ever so slightly as he regarded Toby's flamboyant display. Every member has their quirk, Kisame, he replied, his voice calm and measured. We need individuals with unique skills and perspectives if we are to achieve our goals. Picasso, we'll leave it to you. After all, this will be your partner. Picasso stood behind Toby, a silent observer of Toby's antics. His lips curled into a wicked grin, and a low growl escaped his throat. No, I'm afraid we'll have to find another one, because he won't survive 1 minute, he growled out, his voice laced with a mix of amusement and menace. The air around him seemed to darken as he contemplated the fate that awaited Toby. Toby, seemingly oblivious to the exchange taking place amongst the Akatsuki members, continued his impromptu performance. His movements were fluid and precise, an embodiment of his carefree spirit and unwavering confidence. But beneath the unassuming surface, Toby's spider sense had been tingling with anticipation. On the dirt road surrounded by a dense forest, the air was thick with tension as 2 formidable opponents faced off. Kakazu, seemingly undisturbed by the meaningful dance of his opponent, stood with an air of confidence. His arm hidden within his sleeves, detached from his body, was connected by a writhing mass of grey tendrils, ready to strike at any moment. Across from him stood Toby, the man, the myth, the bully. With a sudden burst of energy, Picasso initiated the fight, unleashing his Earth Grudge gear upon Spider-Man. His arm, propelled by the relentless tendrils, exploded towards his agile adversary. However, Toby's instincts, embedded within his genes, warned him of the imminent danger. In a graceful display of acrobatics, he swiftly dodged the attack by effortlessly leaping into the air, his black spider suit materializing over his body as he flipped through the air, landing in his signature pose. Staring at the long taut bundle of gray tendrils, Spider-Man quipped with his quick wit, "Nice try, but I've seen scarier ways to bond with ropes." With a smirk, he readied himself for the ensuing battle against the formidable Kakazu. Like a whip cracking through the air, Kakazu swung his arm, the rope of tendrils connected to it menacingly. Spider-Man, relying on his enhanced reflexes, flipped over the deadly attack, narrowly avoiding its lethal trajectory. However, his danger senses suddenly flared, warning him of an impending strike from behind. Reacting swiftly, Spider-Man aimed his hand at a nearby tree, shooting out a web with precision. With a mighty tug, he propelled himself through the air, his body twisting through the air like a nimble acrobat and evading Kakazu's surprise ambush, an arm that had wrapped around to ambush him, under the adept control of Kakazu's flexible tendrils. As he landed gracefully on the tree, Spider-Man observed the squirming tendrils retracting into Kakazu's body, his detached hand seamlessly reattaching itself. Unable to resist cracking a joke, Spider-Man remarked, "Tentacles? Really? You must be a hit in the anime industry." Observing the intense battle from nearby, Kisame, a shark-like shinobi, couldn't help but comment, "The brat's got some impressive instincts." Itachi, his stoic companion whose red eyes were calmly observing the battle, simply nodded, acknowledging that such instincts were expected at their level. Undeterred by his initial failed attack, Kakazu's emotions remained unchanged, his determination unwavering. Aiming his arm like a cannon, he fired his hand forward once again, determined to claim victory. Spider-Man swung effortlessly to another tree in the dense forest, observing with bated breath as the tree behind him shattered into countless pieces. "Oh, your aim is worse than Little Goblin Jr. Gonna cry? But hey, at least it's pleasing to watch. Art is destruction." Itachi's eyes seemed to subtly twitch as he heard that line, betraying a hidden depth of memory, yet he remained stoic.